Sonichu, Issue 1, Hand-drawn premiere issue. Go, Sonichu. Go out and zap to the extreme, orders Chris. I will. Thank you, Father. Episode 1, Sonichu's Origin. Our story begins in an open field, 5 miles from the city of Station Square, which is under siege by the Perfect Chaos monster. While Sonic the Hedgehog ponders over the destruction, a wild boy Pikachu takes notice of the far-off destruction. I am Christian Weston Chandler, Sonichu's creator and author of this comic. This is his story, and nothing less. Pika? The Pikachu glances at the action behind him. Meanwhile, we witness Sonic engaging battle against the Perfect Chaos monster, who is a blue, dinosaur-like creature. As Sonic continues his battle, he summons crystals to aid him. The wild Pikachu continues to run towards the Perfect Chaos monster. The Pikachu eventually collides with Sonic. Ouch, they both exclaim. Meanwhile, 15 miles away, we see a girl Raichu inquisitively staring at the battle in the distance. A rainbow emerges from where Sonic and Pikachu collided, and this rainbow continues to jettison up towards the sky, eventually striking the girl Raichu. The Raichu transforms into a pink, Sonic-like creature. At the cottage, a girl says, "Raichu, I saw them." "Who are you? Where's my Pokemon?" "Kel," says the newly formed pink creature. "I am your Pokemon. I was hit by a rainbow, and now I have transformed." "Oh my," exclaimed the trainer. "You're as beautiful as a rose." "As a rose?" says the Pokemon. "I need a new name, since I'm a new Pokemon, so you may call me Rosachu." We return to the scene of the battle. However, instead of Sonic and Pikachu engaging the Perfect Chaos monster, we are greeted with what appears to be a yellow version of Sonic. This creature says, as he regains consciousness. "What? I've changed." "Huh?" he says, witnessing the Perfect Chaos monster re-emerging. "The battle is on? I've got to help." Time to zap. He rapidly runs towards the monster, and culminates this charge with a thunder attack. The creature lets out a terrible roar. Almost got him. After a few more aerial maneuvers, Sonichu defeats the Perfect Chaos monster. "Sonic, Sonic, Sonic, yay!" chants the crowd. Later, we find this newly formed hybrid creature contemplating that day's battle, near a beach illuminated only by the sunset. Wow, what a battle. Not only that, but I've received super speed, a new body, and above all else, I am able to talk like a human. Wow. And, apparently, I look like that hedgehog I've helped earlier. From the cheers, I guess his name was Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog. Sonic had just about the same abilities as I do now, and I guess I am now a hedgehog now too. I am a new Pokemon. I am no longer a Pikachu, so with inspiration, I am now Sonichu. Christian re-emerges with a narrator's note. And from then on, Sonichu went on to make new friends as well as enemies, and he will use his abilities to stop evil and to save the world. Stay tuned for more zapping adventures of Sonichu. As the creator of Sonichu and his world, I feel that I should take you on a trip to learn more. Besides, I promised my other hedgehogs as well. So let's tour my section of the cartoon world. The comic title is Sonichu. By that we man the saga of the electric hedgehog Pokemon. Location: it is set in and around the city of Quickville, a vibrant community with good people and average among of cool places to chill at. I am the mayor. Characters: this is Sonichu, the electric hedgehog Pokemon, and main character. Age, 16 years. Hobbies, running, surfing, chillin', mostly outdoor activities. Other facts, he enjoys the scenery around him. His favorite colors are yellow and blue, and he enjoys popular music. And he loves Rosichu. Rosichu is a spunky and very beautiful girl electric hedgehog Pokemon. Age 15. Hobbies, frolicking through the fields, shopping at Quickville Mall, and cooking. Her original trainer is the caring girl, Kel. Rosie is Rosichu's nickname, and she likes to pick flowers. Her favorite flower is the Zap Bud. She always keep her heart saved for her Sonichu. Kel is Rosichu's caring Pokemon trainer, and Naitsirhc is the son of Team Rocket boss, Giovanni. Naitsirhc is a red-haired boy with goggles, a green jacket, and black track pants. Black Sonichu, aka Blatchu. He's Sonichu's evil twin. He was created in Giovanni's lab from Sonichu's DNA, with an accidental dose of cherry cola. From the rainbow of Chaos Emerald energy, eggs were released into various locations around the world. They hatched into 5 more electric hedgehogs with special characteristics. When all the hedgehog Pokemon are together, they make up the Chaotic Combo. The Chaotic Combo includes Wild Sonichu, a green Sonichu who is grass and electric. Wild was raised in a jungle by a Venusaur, who taught him Razor Leaf, and a Scyther taught him how to access his speed and ninja skills. Bubbles Rosichu, a blue Rosichu who is water electric. Bubbles was raised by a mother Swampert, who taught her to create tidal waves. Bubbles has a happy, positive personality, and she just loves to have fun. Angelica Rosichu, a white Rosichu who is flying electric. Angelica was raised in a church by nuns. Angelica is a believer, so she prays every night and day. She is usually at peace, especially while flying sky high. Magichan Sonichu, a purple Sonichu who is psychic electric. Magichan raised himself in the mountains as he meditated and perfected his telekinetic powers. He tends to keep to himself a lot. Punchy Sonichu, a red Sonichu who is fighting electric. Punchy grew up in a dojo, where he perfected his punches. He is also full of random axis humor. He lost his tail in a brutal fight. Flame the Sunbird is the protector of the Master Sunstone on the mysterious Rainbow Island. Of mysterious origins, 3 more electric hedgehog Pokemon will rock Quickville. Christian Sonichu, who is blue, Sarhama Rosichu, who is yellow, and Wesley Sonichu, who is orange. And then a couple of 2-bit villains. I wouldn't even give 2 cents for them. Mary Lee Walsh and Jerkops. And lastly, there is me, the intrusive creator in Sonichu's story, Christian Weston Chandler. Basics: 5 feet 10 inches, born on February 24th, 1982. I'm working towards a computer-aided drafting and design degree at Piedmont, Virginia Community College. I am also single, lonely, and I need a girlfriend. To describe myself in real life, I am a very creative person. I enjoy playing video games, Sonic the Hedgehog, Pokemon, Animal Crossing. I also like to build with Lego pieces, and I enjoy most kinds of music. I am also fascinated with the Transformers. I also play the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card games. Sonichu in Episode 2, Genesis of the Lovehogs. We open on Sonichu foraging for food in the forest. Since my transformation, my new, bigger body needs more food than before, and nuts and apples can't cut it. It's been over a week now, and I'm so hungry. Not only that, I feel so lonesome. He comes across Rosichu sitting at a riverbank. Huh? in admiration of her beauty. She begins to walk away. Where's she running off to? He asks. 15 minutes later, we see Rosichu is at Kel's house. Did you have fun, Rosie? Kel asks. So-so. Well, come on in. I'm fixing some Brunswick stew. So, she lives in that cabin, huh? Sonichu comments. And with her trainer, maybe I can get a bite as well. Rosichu steps into the kitchen, with Kel laboring over a microwave. Since my transformation last week, I've felt so lonesome, Rosichu complains. Because there's no other Pokemon like me to love. Oh, relax, Rosie. What about my Dragonite, David? He's loyal. Oh, come on, Kel. David's just too big for me, says Rosichu. You can have him. I don't want him. Well, can't say I didn't try, says Kel. Hey, for all we know, your love could be just around the corner. Or right at the door. I'll get that, says Rosichu. Hello, how may I? Hey, says Sonichu. I'm just a wild one who hasn't eaten much for over a week. Can you help me out? I don't believe it, thinks Rosichu. A handsome Pokemon who is like me? I've got to learn more about him. Come on in, she invites, grabbing Sonichu by the chest. Whoa, he says. So what's your name? Sonichu. My name is Rosichu, but you can call me anytime. How about I call you Rosie? That's my nickname. Hey Kel, we have a guest. Boy, I thought I was the speedy one, thinks Sonichu. Well, I think she's cute anyway. Kel walks in. Who is it, Rosie? The stew's almost ready, and Kel, this is Sonichu. He wishes to break bread with us. Hello. Wow, another hedgehog Pokemon, thinks Kel. And a male for Rosichu. This must be fate. It's nice to meet you, Sonichu. Have a seat with Risey. The stew's almost ready. Rosie, entertain your new boyfriend. So what's your favorite color? Rosichu asks. Yellow. No, blue. One night, a few days later, we come across Sonichu and Rosichu holding hands, sitting on a stone bench. Isn't the night sky so romantic? Comments Rosichu. It sure is. I could just sit here and look at it for hours with you. Yeah, but then we'd fall asleep together, says Sonichu. And I wouldn't have it any other way, Rosie. Oh, Sonichu, I'm so happy with you. I love you. And I love you, Rosichu. As often as birds tweet, you are my lovely heart sweet. Oh, Sonichu. They move in for a kiss, illuminated by the moon and stars. Their lips and tails lock, and a glorious display of fireworks in the night sky celebrates their love. The end. Episode 3. Sonichu vs. Naitsirhc. We see Sonichu in a store with 2 doors in front of him, to GameStop and KB. Naitsirhc is riding on Zapdos above him. Naitsirhc, son of Giovanni, Team Rocket, brighter than light, surrender now or prepare to fight. Release Rosichu now, Sonichu demands. Then we will fight, declares Naitsirhc. Zapdos, go! I can't believe this, says Sonichu, even after what happened earlier, when Kel had to run some errands at CWCVille Mall and allowed Rosie to borrow her credit card. Kel entrusted me to make sure Rosie didn't spend over $100. At first, it was easy, due to her willpower, but then, with all the sales and coupons... $20 for this lovely bracelet? Wait, 75% off? Alright. Well, I'm not Superman, complains Sonichu, beneath a pile of Rosie's new purchases. Thankfully, Kel gave me cash for lunch. But how was I to know that cheeseburgers had pickles? That salad was great. What's wrong, Sweetbolt? Says Rosichu. I hate pickles, says Sonichu. The bun is in your mind. A Zapdos shatters through the glass. And then, is Zapdos snatched to my love. Help! Wails Rosichu. Which brings us up to date. Please excuse me while I save my girlfriend. Sonichu opens with a fearsome sky uppercut, but Zapdos returns the favor with a drill peck. Sonichu isn't out yet. He performs a mega kick, but Zapdos counters with a wing attack. Sonichu performs a double team, in which multiple Sonichus appear in front of the confused Zapdos. Final blow countdown. 10. Sonichu begins to jump. 9. He sees Rosichu in Zapdos' fearsome talons. 8. Begins to move towards Rosichu. 7. He strikes Zapdos' talons. "Ah!" says Rosichu as she falls towards the ground. 6. He quickly follows her fall, and cradles her in his arms. 5. They exchange loving glances. 4, 3, 2, 1. The timer continues as they run away. "Hey, I couldn't miss out on this," says Sonichu, returning to the scene of the battle. Naitsirhc returns Zapdos to his Pokeball. "Enjoy your victory now, Hedgehog, but we will meet again. And when we do, I will capture you for my father and Team Rocket. Let's go, Raikou!" "Hooray!" cheers a crowd including Christian, Kel, and Rosichu. "Thank you, Sonichu. You're my hero, Sweetbolt," says Rosichu. "I was astounded with how you battled, Sonichu. You rock," comments Kel. "Thank you, Sonichu," cheers the crowd. Christian shakes Sonichu's hand. "As mayor of Quickville, I congratulate you on your victory, and I thank you for saving the day. Good job, Sonichu." "Thank you," he returned. Epilogue. We find Christian and Sonichu walking down a peaceful Quickville street. "Well, Sonichu, I feel this comic book is my best work yet." "I think so too, Father." "But wow, all this fantastic creativity, and you still are girlfriend-free." "It bothers me too," says Christian. "But I never give up. I'll find a boyfriend-free girl around my age yet." "Well, I gotta go to Fashion Square Mall to try again," says Chris, as he gets into his blue car license plate, Sonichu. "Good luck, Pop," says Sonichu. There he goes, with a grin on his face. In the end, he'll say, "One girlfriend, please," because he'll probably fail again. I'm proud to have a brave father. End. Finished comic book, March 15th, 2005. Sub-Episode 1. Christian Chandler in Jerkop-tastropie. Drawn March 24th, 2005. We open on Christian in his local hangout. He is donning his signature striped shirt, his Sonichu medallion, and he is carrying a Nintendo DS case. He says, "Well, it's been over 1 year and 7 months, and I still have not attracted a boyfriend-free girl. This love quest makes me suffer some frustration. And the other things that add to that are my loneliness, so many failures, and all those men, other than myself, because they have taken all the pretty girls, leaving me with none to choose from. And those evil jerkops won't leave me alone either. I'm just a lonely, frustrated virgin looking for true love." "Hey, I'm calling you out," says a menacing jerkop who towers above Christian. He is dressed in an entirely brown uniform, except for his yellow badge. "Huh?" says Chris. "I'm so sick of your complaints and tears, on and on about how lonely you are, and how you need a girlfriend. You're nothing but a lowly liar, you solicitor." "How dare you, you jerk! I am only looking for true love and trust," responds Chris. "So just leave me alone, you villainous jerk-up." "No dice. My fellow jerk-ups will fight you and force you to leave." "I don't want to fight, but if necessary I will defend myself," says Chris. "Cuff him," the jerk-up commands. Chris looks to his right and quickly escapes from the handcuffs being placed upon his wrists by one of the jerk-up's white-shirted comrades. He then kicks this second jerk-up squarely in the genitals. "I'd better transform quickly," he thinks, as he punches another in the face. He clasps his hands over the medallion. Electric hedgehog power, he mutters. He begins to glow and levitate. The medallion transforms his sleeved arm into a shirtless arm with a white glove, and he sprouts a blue tail. He grows ears, and soon completes the transformation into Christian Sonichu, a blue likeness of Sonic. Here we go. Let's rock and roll with things that make you go, Everybody dance now. Chris's note. Ref to CNC Music Factory. Okay, now watch me, the Jerkop says. The clock begins to tick, and a metal suit descends upon the Jerkop. Rocket punch! He launches at Sonichu. Sonichu dodges it. Clunk goes the Jerkop's head, as Sonichu Christian kicks it with a mega kick. Back missile, responds the Jerkop. Double team, says Sonichu, as he makes 3 illusions of himself. Laser beam, responds the Jerkop, as he shoots twin beams of light at Sonichu. But Sonichu Christian replies with a mirror coat, which deflects the laser beams back at the Jerkop, and he finishes him off with a thunderbolt. My armor, the Jerkop says, as his destruction is complete. Give up now. Leave me alone, and we can end this battle, offers Sonichu Christian. No way, I'm not done with you yet, says the Jerkop, as he pulls out a handgun and fires off a round at Christian. But Christian has a barrier that stops the bullet dead in its tracks. Fuzzy Wuzzies get you hugs. Prickly Wicklies get you slugs, rhymes Christian Sonichu. You gave me a slug, so you get my secret ultimate attack. He begins to charge this. Curse ye, ha me, ha! He says, as he shoots a beam of light at the Jerkop, who moans in terror, writhing on the floor in pain. Ha! I didn't feel a thing, lies the Jerkop. Oh, you will, promises Sonichu. As the Jerkop gets up, he slips on a banana peel, and then face first on the ground, shattering his glasses. Whoa! Oh man, my glasses! Chief? Your wife just called, says Sonichu. She is divorced and left you. She took all your things, and she took your children too. Also, she loathes you for your filthy smoking habit. No! Moans the chief. I have cursed you with bad luck and extreme misfortune, says Christian, who has now returned to his normal state. This would not have happened if you had not challenged and threatened me, as well as not leaving me alone with my ever so frustrating love quest, calling me a lying solicitor, picked on my methods of attracting a boyfriend-free 18, my current age, year-old girl, whom I can love and trust, and most importantly, handcuffing me on 9/11/2004 for no good reason. I hope that you have learned to never mess with a truly frustrated virgin when he is on a quest for a girlfriend to share true love and trust with. My soul hurts, complains the Jerkop. So did mine, and my heart was previously shattered too. End. Sonichu, Issue 2. Drawn March 31st, 2005. The cover art displays Sonic and Sonichu staring upon Black Sonichu in a test tube. Is that supposed to be your clone? Sonic asks. Unfortunately, Sonic. Yes. Chemical X? No. Cherry Cola. Episode 4. Black Sonichu in Darkness, Speed, and Lightning, with an accidental dose of Cherry Cola. Naitsirhc, even though you have lost your battle with that hedgehog Sonichu, I am proud that you were able to obtain a sample of his DNA. I then located the base of Dr. Ivo Eggman Robotnik. Needless to say, after I showed him the photo of that Pokemon, he was astounded. And we shook in agreement with Dr. Robotnik reconstructing the DNA machine that was found on New Island. Soon, we, Eel, have a Sonichu of our own to send out and defeat the original. Naitsirhc, our victory is assured, or I am not Giovanni, the leader of Team Rocket. We are transported to a laboratory, On the counter rest DNA strands and a can of cherry cola. Hey, Bill, bring the DNA sample to the machine. Okay, says Bill. Bill accidentally knocks down the can of cherry cola. The red liquid fills the bowl of DNA strands. Uh-oh. Oh well. Bill places the sample inside the machine anyway. Analyzing DNA, the computer announces. Adding imputed data. Pokemon identified. Begin cloning sequence. Black Sonichu emerges in the test tube. Says Naitsirhc. Maybe it's the liquid, but this Sonichu looks black to me. A speaker box briefs Black Sonichu. You are a Sonichu. You obey only Giovanni and his son, Naitsirhc. You are dark, evil, and very powerful. When awakened, you will seek and fight your original counterpart. Thinks Black Sonichu. Sonichu? Naitsirhc? Powerful counterpart? What information are these fools trying to brainwash into me? I'll do whatever I please, but I'll play along. Giovanni presents Black Sonichu to Robotnik. Well, Robotnik, here's the result of your skills and our Genos. What's your opinion? Robotnik responds. He reminds me of another creature I released years ago, but I'm sure this Sonichu is much stronger. Let's release him. Boss, I'm reading the brainwaves of the Pokemon. They're racing, says a scientist. Yes. Drain the fluid and raise the tube. Yes, sir. Naitsirhc continues to ponder over the Pokemon's color. I'm not sure. He looks black to me. Oh well, you'll still shock that Hedgehog Pokemon. The machine emits 3 beeps, and then raises the test tube. He is black, says Naitsirhc. Well, I'll just call him Black Sonichu. That's fine with me, says Black Sonichu. Huh? But let's just shorten that to Blatchu. Deal? Deal. My name is Naitsirhc. I am your master. This is my father Giovanni. Do not cross him. And that's Dr. Robotnik. Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Black Sonichu, says Giovanni. Mine as well, says Robotnik. Please accept these rocket boosters as your first birthday present. Black Sonichu's rocket boosters provide a speed increase. Come, Blatchu, says Naitsirhc, and we will brief to you your mission, birth, and training. 3 hours later. Lights on. So, Blatchu, if you have any questions, please ask now. Yes, sir. So, if I was cloned from Sonichu's DNA, shouldn't that make him my father? Also, why am I black and not yellow? Astounding questions, Blatchu. With all due respect, I would not refer to Sonichu as your father, but more as your brother. But do not ever look up to him. And, as my scientist Bill reported, he spilled some cherry cola onto your DNA strands. The red and black chemicals must have overridden the brown and yellow pigment. Any other questions? Robotnik barges in with sheets of paper in hand. Giovanni, I've searched online and I found data on Sonichu. Apparently, it was reported to Professor Oak by a Pokemon trainer named Kel. Let's see it. Says Giovanni, taking the papers. Excellent, Robotnik. Now we can compare these statistics with Black Sonichu's and make him much stronger and faster. What's this on the other page? That's Rosachu, also an electric hedgehog Pokemon. I also learned that she is Sonichu's girlfriend. Perfect. Now we have the plan to lure Sonichu into our trap. After training, Black Sonichu will kidnap Rosachu. Haha, good work. Now make a machine to drain Sonichu's power, Dr. Robotnik. Yes, Giovanni. Hahaha. Black Sonichu's training. Speed test. Result, 200 kilometers per hour. Strength test. Result, destroyed 20 tons. Spin dash test. Result, 200 rotations per minute. Target practice. Result, 99.5% accurate. Here are the results you requested, sir, says Bill. Excellent, says Giovanni. Sonichu, electric hedgehog Pokemon. Special attack, 3. Special defense, 2. Hit points, 2. Speed, 3. Attack, 2. Defense, 2. Black Sonichu, electric hedgehog Pokemon. Special attack, 3. Special defense, 2. Hit points, 2. Speed, 3. Attack, 3. Defense, 1. Well, they seem similar, says Giovanni. But Black Sonichu has greater strength. Yes, it looks like he's ready for the mission. I agree. End. Episode 5. Sonichu in Informal Meeting. Naitsirhc and Blatchu are plotting over a map of Quickville and the surrounding area. I've sent my Zapdos to locate Sonichu and Rosichu, says Naitsirhc. They are now in the Zapbud fields. They'll have to return to Kel's house here, he says, gesturing towards the map on the table. Your mission is to intercept them, kidnap Rosichu, and bring her here. Sonichu will come for her, and when he does, we'll have a surprise for him. Haha. Meanwhile, Rosichu and Sonichu are lying blissfully in the Zapbud fields. This is nice, says Rosichu. The Zapbuds, the sky, the clouds, and you, Sonichu. And I couldn't enjoy this without you either, Rosie. Oh, exclaims Sonichu, as Rosie plants a kiss on his cheek. You are so sweet, says Sonichu. Rosie replies, I tried. Excuse me, she says, as her cell phone rings. Her ringtone is For You I Will, by Monica. Hello? Kel! Oh, okay, we'll be home soon. Bye. That was Kel. It's almost dinner time. That's okay. I was feeling hungry anyway. May I escort you to your chateau, milady? Of course you may, my sweet bolt, she says, as Sonichu picks her up in his arms. As you wish, my heart sweet. We see Sonic at a crossroads. He thinks. I don't want to go home yet. I think I'll go check out what's that way. Meanwhile, we see Blatchu hiding in the bushes near the intersection. These branches hurt. Well, Sonichu is in my sight. I also see something blue coming as well. What a mess this'll make. Sonic and Sonichu carrying Rosichu are about to collide into one another. Boy, I need a countdown, says Blatchu. 5. Blatchu's eyes lock on the two hedgehog Pokemon about to collide. 4. Sonic picks up speed. 3. Sonichu picks up speed. 2. Aw, screw it, says Blatchu, as he emerges from his hiding space in the bushes. He grabs Rosichu. Meanwhile, Sonic and Sonichu collide at full speed. Sonic and Sonichu are both knocked to the floor. Ugh, says Sonichu. Oh, says Sonic. Rosichu is now being carried not by Sonichu, but by Blatchu. Good thing I made like a cat to get that dust out of my eyes, she says. Huh? Upon noticing her new carrier. You're not my sweet bolt, Sonichu. No, I'm not. Let me go, you creep, she orders. No. We're off to see my masters, Giovanni and Naitsirhc. Sonichu, help, she yells. You should have watched where you were going, says Sonichu. Speak for yourself, replies Sonic. You could have easily seen a blue blur coming your way. Wait a minute, they both exclaim in synchronicity. You're that hedgehog! You're Sonic the Hedgehog, right? Says Sonichu. Yes. So what's your name? Sonichu. I was originally a Pikachu, until you ran into me with your power. Yeah, I remember zooming into a poor animal. I didn't think that it was a Pokemon. I apologize. Apology accepted. I was also powered up with the 7 Chaos Emeralds. Their power must have caused your transformation. I see. It's funny how we ran into each other like this. Yeah, concurs Sonic. I was on my way home with my heart sweet, Rosichu. Where is she? Oh man. She's gone missing? Wait, do you see those? Yes, footprints. Ouch, they're on fire. Rosie was kidnapped. Let's follow them. I'll help you, Sonichu. Thank you, Sonic. Let's find Rosichu. Yeah! CWC's Sonichu site is a proud supporter of autism awareness. Visit autismsociety.org for more information. Ribbon logo is a trademark of the Autism Society. To be continued. Episode 6. Sonic and Sonichu in Black Metal Combat. The episode opens with Naitsirhc, Robotnik, and Blatchu standing guard over the imprisoned Rosichu. Oh, darn it, she complains. These bars are rubber-coated. When Sonichu gets here, he'll give you all a real shock. So, Robotnik, let's go over, once more, what will happen when Sonichu comes to rescue his girlfriend. Alright, Naitsirhc, replies Robotnik. Well, first, Blatchu will issue a challenge with Sonichu. Then, during the battle, Blatchu will lead Sonichu towards the X. Robotnik gestures towards an X he has painted on the floor. Then, I'll press this button, which will launch the dome to trap him in. Then I'll activate the energy drain, which will reduce Sonichu to a weakling in mere seconds. After that, you and your father can do whatever you want to him. Recharge him, mind control, string him along. Why should I care? Because I'm... Robotnik dons a comical top hat and begins to dance and sing. Robotnik, Robotnik, I'm a mad genius. Robotnik, Robotnik, I create chaos with my machines. I'm the darkest evil, and I'm mean. I have a monkey in my robot. Wait, the monkey is a robot. I turned the animal into a robot with the process that I call robotization. Chris-chan emerges on the page and begins to laugh at this spectacle. That is so lame. I idol Sonic. I hate Eggman. I'm sorry, but that has to be the stupidest thing I've drawn in my life. Meanwhile, Sonic and Sonichu are hurtling towards the gym. Rosie, I'm coming, says Sonichu. We must be close, says Sonic. I see a building ahead. Sonichu, stop! What's up, Sonic? I smell trouble. This is the face of my nemesis, Dr. Eggman, says Sonic, as he picks up a medallion with Eggman's face on it from the floor. You lead on, Sonichu. I'll back you up if there's a trap. Cool. Naitsirhc, release Rosie now, says Sonichu, as he storms into the gym. I knew you'd come for me, sweet boy. Sonic observes from the sidelines. I know Eggman. He'll have a grand trap in store. I'll get Sonichu out if needed. Is that his Rosichu, he thinks to himself? She looks like Amy. Boy, if those two met. Blatchu delivers a surprise mock punch to Sonichu. A sneak attack, huh? Here's my counter, he says, as he performs a spin dash. Grunts Blatchu. Not bad. Now it's time for me to dish it out. He performs a thunderbolt attack, but Sonichu evades it and mega kicks him in the back of the head. Getting tired, Blatchu? I'm just getting warmed up, says Sonichu, who has unwittingly been lured onto the X. Haha, chuckles Robotnik. The glass dome descends on Sonichu. Sonichu, no! Wails Rosichu. Sonichu threatens Robotnik. Why you, when I get out of here, I wouldn't waste my energy, Sonichu, Robotnik interrupts. That's tempered glass. You won't be able to shatter it or shock it. And now, I'll press the button that will sap you of your strength and energy. Sonic barges in. Not if I have a say in it, Eggman. What? No! What? You? You were expecting maybe Bugs Bunny? Says Sonic. Let Sonichu and Rosichu go, and I may go easy on you, Eggman. That's Dr. Robotnik to you, Sonic the Hedgehog. I had something else planned for that Pokemon's escape. Now I'll send it against you, pesky hedgehog. Go, my metal Sonichu. A shadowy figure begins to emerge. In the light, it is revealed to be a robotic replication of Sonichu. Hey, he does not look a thing like me. Boy and man, you sure lack in imagination compared to Metal Sonic. Metal Sonichu, attack! The Metal Sonichu releases a thunder bullet. Missed me, says Sonic as he dodges one. He taunts as he dodges another. Come on, is that the best you got? Sonic runs in front of the dome that Sonichu is trapped in. Come and get me, Metamon. Thanks, Sonic, says Sonichu, who is now wise to his plan. The Metal Sonichu lunges towards Sonic, but Sonic dodges the attack, meaning the full brunt of the blow goes towards the dome that is imprisoning Sonichu. The dome is shattered, and Sonichu is free. Sonic, spin dash towards me. Sonichu holds the rolled up Sonic in his hands. Ready? Aim! Lock on, they say, targeting the Metal Sonichu. Fire! A zap cannonball is sent towards the Metal Sonichu. Now to save Rosie, says Sonichu. But the Metal Sonichu has rolled into a defense curl, and when the attack hits him, he rolls out, knocking down the wall, rolling towards mountains, which serve as a natural ramp, launching him into outer space, towards the moon. Meanwhile, stay back, Rosie, commands Sonichu, as he destroys the bars imprisoning her. I'm free. Thank you, Sweetbolt, Rosichu says. Naitsirhc, Giovanni, and Robotnik stare on in shock. Well, Eggman, it looks like you were licked again, and shocked too. You all should have learned to never mess with true Pokelove, says Sonichu. Rosie, let's bolt. Just a moment, Sweetbolt, she replies. Oh, Black Sonichu? This is for kidnapping me, she says, delivering a backhanded slap which knocks out 2 of his teeth. My teeth, he complains. Meanwhile, on the moon we can see that the metallic Sonichu has crashed and formed its own crater. Its eyes look on, hungering for revenge. Epilogue. 2 days later, at Quickville Mall. Sonic's gonna really notice me in this new outfit, says Amy. Sonichu will want to snuggle with me after watching this DVD, says Sonichu. One day, Sonic and I will be married, thinks Amy. It's so cool that he enjoys romantic comedies too, thinks Rosichu. Oh? Huh? They both think, as they walk into each other. Wow, that girl looks like me. Cute outfit though, they both think. I love your outfit, they say in unison. Thank you, they respond, again in unison. I'm Amy Rose. I'm Rosichu, but you may call me Rosie. Shopping for anyone, Rosie? Just picking up a romantic comedy for my Sweetbolt Sonichu. He loves me. Me too. I've bought a new outfit to wear for my Sonic. It's so hard for him to express his feelings, but I can tell that he has some for me. My Sweetbolt treats me right, says Rosichu. He knows the right things to say, and he totally respects me. We spend a lot of time together. No way! I can't even get Sonic to stand still. You are so lucky. Their conversation continues. Pardon me, says Chris, but they're going to girl talk for a couple of hours, and I'd like to save time and money on my car insurance by switching over to Gitco. End. Sub-Episode 2, drawn March 29th, 2005. Christian Chandler in The Rise and Fall of My Heart. We open on Chris in his local McDonald's. Christian's previously shattered heart, approximately 20% repaired. Chris wonders. Well, it's been almost 1 year and 8 months now since I started my love quest. I'll try to attract after eating my 8 chicken nuggets. Maybe I'll get lucky today. A girl approaches him. Excuse me, but... Huh? I heard that you were looking for a girl, right? Inquires the blonde. Oh yes, Chris answers. I've been in need of a girlfriend. So what's your name? My name is Hannah. I'm Christian, but you may call me Chris. Well, I was wondering if you want to have coffee at Starbucks with me, asks Hannah. Okay, sure. Great. I'll meet you there in 15 minutes. Chris is ecstatic. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes, my love quest is finally over. Heart, approximately 100%. Moments later, we see Chris at the Starbucks. This is so fantastic, he thinks to himself. A girl has finally noticed me, and we're about to drink together and talk. I am so elated. I'm excited too, Chris, says Rosichu. Yes, Rosichu, I am also glad that all of my hedgehogs are cheering me on too. Why don't you go spread the word throughout Quickville? She'll be here soon. Okay, good luck. I'll check in later. She begins to talk on her cell phone. Bubbles, Rosie, you are not going to believe this. A few minutes later, we find Hannah and Chris sitting down, talking to each other over cups of coffee. So, how are you? Hannah asks. I'm fine, Chris responds. So what are your hobbies? Chris inquires. Well, I enjoy playing my guitar and reading Chuck Palahniuk. Chris's note. Chuck Palahniuk is the director of the movie Fight Club, rated R. I bet that you play great numbers, says Chris. I've only played for a couple of years, but I might play for you sometime if you like, Hannah says blushingly. That would be great. Also, please tell me about your necklace. Yes, my Sonichu medallion. This is the face of my electric hedgehog Pokemon, Sonichu. Let me show you my Sonichu scrapbook. Chris's narration resumes. And after Christian said bye, he gave Hannah a double-take flirt. Then he called his family, and he retired to his spot by the tree in front of Pac's son. He started thinking and writing about steps for future dats, and checked with his Sprung Nintendo DS game for more tips. We now look in on Rosichu, passing by Starbucks, talking to Wild Sonichu on her phone. Yeah, Wild, her name is Hannah. Uh-huh? You'd fall for her too, if you were human. Hang on, I hear some gossip. Rosichu leans in and listens to the conversation Hannah is having with two co-workers. Hannah, do I hear bells? Do you think he is dreamy? They ask. Well, I'll tell you. I never meant anything. I was yanking his chain. It was the boss's idea. Rosichu gasps. Wild, I'll have to call you back. Oh, poor Chris. I have to tell him. He'll be upset, but it's the right thing to do. We see Chris playing his Sprung DS game, thinking of potential pickup lines. So do angels have names? That sounds right. Chris? Rosichu interrupts. Yes, Rosie? I'm sorry, Christian, but I have something important to tell you. I overheard Hannah talking to her fellow Starbuckians. She said that she was playing you for a sap. She's not really interested in you, Christian. No, it can't be true, Christian replies. I'm afraid that it is. I'll go ask her myself. Rosichu, please watch my things and keep my spot warm. A few minutes later, Chris confronts Hannah. Hannah? Huh? Yes? I've just heard from a friend that you were pranking me. Please say it ain't so. I'm afraid that it's true. My friends wanted me to play around with you. They thought it would be funny. Come on, Chris begs. Didn't you find me a bit interesting? Didn't you care a bit about me? Didn't our mini-date mean anything to you? Didn't you want to see me most often? No. Smash, shatter, CWC's heart, 85% shattered, 15% intact. Christian moans. Please, pardon me for a moment. No! That night, at CWC's house, we see him writing an email at his computer, his mouse hovering ominously over the send button. Hannah, I just wanted to say that I appreciated you being the first to approach and say anything to me. I get very nervous, so I was hoping for that to happen. Also, I appreciated you taking the time to chat with me at Starbucks, and I was very elated, excited, and butterfly heartful. But it was not very nice for you to have led me on just to pull a prank on me. I was terribly hurt. Before you stepped into my world, my heart was previously shattered due to previous events, and it was 20% repaired. After you came in, my heart had a miraculous, speedy recovery to 100%. Then, after I learned from you that it was a lie, my heart was shattered back to 15%. There is a lesson to learn through this. Never make a joke or prank at the expense of another person's feelings and emotions. But still, after cooling off, I also want to say that I thought that you, Hannah, looked very pretty. I enjoyed your charming wit and personality, and I thought of you as a nice and lovely girl. If you should ever change your mind on how you feel about me, you may look me up. But please tell me 2 things in your reply. You don't smoke, do you? That stuff really turns me off. And are you boyfriend free? Sincerely, Christian W. Chandler. P.S. You may take this as a clue, but keep in mind that I did graduate from high school with honor roll, and I did make good grades at PVCC. You may want to look up censored in a search. End. Sonichu, Issue 3, Episode 7. Sonichu in Anchuent Prophecy. Sonichu runs towards a mysterious cave. In front of the cave is a stone tablet bearing the inscription, "Only the creature and his master of the prophecy may enter the Destiny Cave." Creature and master of prophecy? Sonichu thinks out loud. Yes, only those of the prophecy, answers a voice from inside the cave. What? Forgive me, says the old man who has emerged from the cave, though I am the keeper of the Destiny Cave. Oh my stars. You are the creature of the prophecy. We have much to discuss. Later, Sonichu and Christian are discussing that day's events. So let me get this straight, Sonichu. You found a cave, and an old man guarding it. The old man elaborated that you are the prophesized creature, and since I am your creator and father, I am the prophesized master, and I am able to receive a special power by entering the cave with you and the cavekeeper? Is this true? I know it seems far-fetched, but with the cave carvings, I say it's worth a shot, father. Okay. They return to the cave. Come, let's fulfill the prophecy, says the old man. Inside the cave. What? By finding this cave, I've released an evil? Boy, do I feel special, says Sonichu. Sonichu, it's not your fault. So, to jar this evil, I have to release the ancient powers? I'll do it. So I place my medallion on the pedestal, right? That is correct, sire. Then stand over there, and I'll perform the chant. Chris does as the old man instructs. The old man begins to chant. Anals alk amup oak ikabmal aa. Whoa, says Chris, as blue lines begin to glow around him. Father? Chris is transported to a mysterious place, greeted only by a pale, blue-eyed man dressed in what appears to be a yellow and purple replica of ancient Greek armor. Where am I? Chris asks. Sonichu? Old man, who are you? I am the ancient leader of the Cherokee clan, the man responds. And you are Christian Chandler, my reincarnation. Wow, I'm impressed. With the powers you have released comes great responsibilities. Use your powers to help others and yourself when necessary. Your rival will show up to fight you, but your lady friend will help you against him and the evil. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Now, to access your powers, explains the Cherokee leader, place your hands on your Sonichu medallion Feel the powers within you and say, Electric Hedgehog powers. Try it once to return to Sonichu. Thank you, Ancestor. I will do my best. Take care, Christian. Chris places his hands on the medallion. Electric Hedgehog power, he mutters. Chris begins to levitate, and his body begins to glow. His sleeved arm is replaced by a bare arm with a white glove. He sprouts a blue tail and ears. His face transforms to that of Sonic. And it is clear that his transformation is complete into Chris-chan Sonichu. Father? Father? Asks Sonichu to Chris-chan, who has returned to Quickville. Sonichu? Yeah, and it looks like you are too. What? Says Chris. Where are my shirt sleeves? What? A tail? Mirror, Sonichu. Found one. Says Chris, looking at his reflection. I see. This must be part of my new powers. Cool. Father, I'm pretty much freaked out by all this. Let's zap out of here. Okay. We see two human houses. Those of Sarah Hammer, age 22, and Wes Isley, age unknown. They both begin to glow with a mysterious light, and unknown artifacts are sent towards them. To be continued. Advertisement interrupts episodes 7 and 8. After using Axe body spray, I felt scentily delicious and confident, says Chris, holding the can of Axe before him like a weapon. Seriously? Wow, Sweetbolt, says Rosachu to Sonichu. You smell great. Did you bathe? No, my heart sweet. I use the Orion scent. Then, may I orbit your belt? Episode 8. Christian Chandler in Chaos and Serenity. An orange wizard is commanding Wes Izelli, who is donning his new medallion. Where am I? Says Wes. Who are you? What's going on? Wes Izelli, your ancient power has been released. Now, you must seek and destroy your rival, he says, gesturing to a picture of Chris. Rival? Who? This is your rival, Christian Chandler. You two were rivals in previous lives, and you still are. Okay, you did have a hint of jealousy against me anyway. What do I do? Release the power of your Fire Shock pendant by centering your anger and shout, Fire Burn Off. Transform now, and we'll begin training. Fire Burn Off, he says, clenching his fist, and in a burst of flames, he is transformed into an orange Sonichu, Wes Lee Sonichu. Let the training begin! Sarah is confronted with a pale, blonde woman dressed in Indian garb. Whoa! What happened to my room? Who are you? I am the queen of the Cherokee clan. My husband was the leader. Okay, why am I here? The ancient powers of me, my husband, and his rival were just released. You have been bestowed the lightning bracelets. I wondered why these things were on my arms, thinks Sarah to herself. You must use their power to bring serenity between my husband's reincarnation and his rival. Also, you three must work together to stop the evil that was also released. How will I recognize your husband's soul? Asks Sarah. His soul belongs to a friend of yours. Now, cross your bracelets and say, Graceful Lightning to transform. I will teach you the powers. Then you must bring peace to the world, Sarah Hammer. Wow, this is too much, but I guess this is destiny. Sarah crosses her bracelet, mutters Graceful Lightning, and with a wink and a smooch, turns into Sarama Rosachu. Wonderful. There is much to learn. Meanwhile, thank you, Sonichu, says Chris-chan Sonichu, for helping me learn my new powers. Electric attacks, Hyper Beam, and my speed. No sweat, Dad. but I just can't figure out what I need to do to change back to normal. Don't worry too much about it, Pop. We'll figure it out eventually, he says, patting Chris on the chest in an attempt to comfort him. Says Chris as he transforms back to normal. Wow! All I did was touch your chest mark and you changed back. What do you know? Yeah, thanks. Meanwhile, your training is complete, Wesley, says the orange wizard. Now be gone to destroy Christian. Okay, now to find my rival, says Wesley. Where is he? Aha! There he is. A little ways off, Sarah ponders her new task. The Queen said I'd find them around here somewhere. Alright, Chris, get ready for a barbecue, says Wesley, as she shoots out a fire blast. I wonder where... What the? Says Sarah, glancing at Wesley behind her. I'll tell you what, says Chris. Father, look out, says Sonichu. They duck, and the fire blast narrowly misses them. I saw that! That guy fired on that man down... Oh my gosh! That's Chris! Wow, what a blast. Thank you, Sonichu. That's okay, Father. Thank goodness his Sonichu saved him. But who... I'll get him this time, says Wes. Wesley rolls up into a ball and launches himself towards Sonichu and Christian. What the... Sonichu, run! You don't have to tell me twice. But during the Stone Age... Wow, it's getting tense, thinks Sarah. I'll use my bracelet's power to hear them. I see. As described in the prophecy, thinks Chris. I'm guessing that you also have a secret identity. If so, who are you really? Okay, I'll give you a clue. Your friend sat on my lap, and you had a jealous look on your face. No, not Wes Izelli. You are correct, says Wes. Who do you think you are for attacking us? I am your rival, Wesley Sonichu. No, I don't believe this. Okay, I'll admit that I was jealous of you, because you get to spend more time with Sarah than I do, says Chris. Yeah, whatever. My ancestor of the Wasabi clan? But I only felt jealousy because I cared about her. Wanted to rule the world, and the only way to do that, the reason I kept it inside me for all this time, was that I wanted her to be happy, all things considered. Was to steal the Cherokian crown from you lousy Cherokees. For centuries, after all, I respect her feelings, and if she feels happier with you, then I am happy knowing that. We've been lifelong friends, you know. The Wasabi clan cried trails of tears, because we were never able to kill the king of the Cherokee clan to get the marvelous Cherokian crown. Hey, I'm pouring my heart about how I care for my best friend, while you dig into your pot of greed. Enough talk. Time to fight, says Wes, charging towards Chris. He's coming fast. I need time to retransform. Good thing I laid this card down. Activate trap card. Magic cylinder. 2 magic cylinders emerge, knocking down Wes. Electric hedgehog power, says Chris, beginning the transformation process. He was jealous for me? Thinks Sarah. That's so sweet. Chris has completed his transformation. Hey Wes, are you okay? How many life points do you have left? Whoa, says Sonichu as he dodges a fire attack that hits him in the tail. Ow, stop, drop, and roll. You burned my tail. Now it's personal. Christian delivers a fearsome mock punch. Wes counters with a mega kick. Kamehameha, says Christian Sonichu, but his attack misses. Wes performs a sky uppercut, sending Christian Sonichu to the ground. How many life points do you have left? Thanks for the crown. That's it, I can't take it anymore, says Sarah, as Christian Sonichu moans on the floor in pain. Now it's time to say goodbye, Chris, says Wes. Wes Isley, says Sarah. She shoots him with arrows, pinning him against a tree. Ow! Where did this non-sacred tree come from? Wow, thinks Chris. She must be the Lady of Peace, as described in the prophecy. To be continued. Episode 9. Christian, Surma, and Wes Lee in The Evil That Stomped Quickville. Here, Chris, I think this belongs to you, says Sarah, as she returns the Cherokian crown to Chris. Thank you. Who are you? My hedgehog name is Surama. Excuse me. Wes Isley? I had given you my heart and soul, and you dared to harm my best friend? Sarah, realizes Chris. I can't believe you would do a thing like that, but you did. I should have never hooked up with you. Hooked up? Sarah, is that you? Asks Wes. Sarah removes the arrows pinning Wes to the tree. Yes, Wes, and I say that we are through. I do not love you anymore. No! Moans Wes. I should leave you bound to that tree, but the three of us are destined to destroy the evil being that is lurking somewhere. Ow! I hurt in 3 places, says Wes. Oh yeah, the prophesized evil. I wonder where it'll strike, says Chris. Father! Yes, Sonichu? I just got a call from Rosie. There was a rock monster destroying Quickville. Oh no! This must be the evil. Sonichu, go on ahead, and we'll catch up. Okay. Sarah, there's a rock monster destroying the city of Quickville. It may be the evil. Then, we have no choice. We have to go destroy it. Chris, stay there, next to Wes. What? Let's fly, she says, as bubbles form around all 3 of them. Chris, which way to Quickville? Right, Sarah. About 25 miles due north. That way. Alright. Whoa, this is the best levitation trick ever, thinks Wes. Whoa, he says, as they blast away towards Quickville. Moments ago. The city of Quickville. A vibrant community with happy people, cool chicks, business, and a frustrated male. What's going on? Oh no, it's a giant golem monster, and that witch, Mary Lee Walsh. Haha, cackles Mary. I can shatter many hearts with this golem. And we'll take over the world, says the golem. You bet, ancient spirit. The Cherokian and Wasabi clans may have put me away for centuries, but I will rule the world. Minutes later, our heroes arrive at the scene of the destruction. Oh no, says Sarah, that thing is huge. We have to take it down. Chris, you know this world. Any ideas? I think so. Sarah, shoot some arrows into its eyes. Wes, fire up its knees. Those things always have weak knees. I'll go for its heart spot. Let's... Oh, my heart was broken, interrupts Wes. And I don't know what's going on. What's the point? Buck up, says Christian Sonichu. My heart was previously shattered, and I'm not complaining. We have to destroy the monster, before it destroys the city. Let's move. Meanwhile, Rosacher stares at the scene of the battle, full of worry. Sonichu, Father, if you all are involved in fighting that monster, please be careful. All 3 hedgehogs execute Chris's plan. Let's finish this, he says. Team Blast. Blue Fireball Attack. The Blue Fireball Attack destroys the golem. No, says Mary Lee Walsh. The orb at the end of her scepter begins to speak. You 3 may have thwarted our plans, but we will meet again. For I am Count Graduon. That orb is talking? Thinks Chris. The evil we're supposed to destroy is him? And Mary Lee Walsh has his cage? Until another day, hedgehogs, Mary says. She flees. No use in chasing them now, since we will meet again, says Chris. Father, I got here as fast as I could, but it looks like I'm late. Don't worry about it, Sonichu. We 3 saved the day. Sarah, Wes, and me. All 3 shift back into their human forms. So, Chris, Sarah asks. How do we get back to Ruckersville from here? There's a warp portal in my mayoral office at Quickville Mall. I'll get us a cab. A cab pulls up and honks at our heroes. Epilogue. Later, in Christian's room, Chris and Sarah are seated on his couch, discussing that day's events. Are you okay, Sarah? Yeah, I'm fine. I just feel concerned since you broke up with Wes. Don't worry about it, Chris. We've had previous disputes. Besides, he did lack something. I see. So, do you have someone else in mind? Or are you going to take it easy for a while? Well, I did have someone else in mind. He's big, strong, and handsome. Really? Does he have a name? Yes, his name is William. Dope, thinks Chris. Well, as long as he makes you feel happy. If he ever lets you down and out, just come to me. You may cry on my shoulder as much as you need. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate your concern. Don't be a stranger, adds on Chris. Please be sure to stop by for a visit whenever you're in the neighborhood. It's always great to have you around, best friend. I, Christian Weston Chandler, dedicate this page to my lifelong friend, Sarah Hammer. We've known each other since we were about 2 years old. I now present some of our fun times together. Sarah Hammer, born October 13th, 1982. We shared fun on her swing set. We enjoyed the slide and individual swings. We both really had fun chatting on the swing built for two. Hide and seed was always worth a laugh. Counting at the tree, finding and tagging before reaching her front door. One time, she tried to teach me to roller skate, but I fell, cried, and gave up. It hurt a bit. Our last childhood memory was before I moved to Richmond for middle and high schools. We hit the T-ball, and I told her the sad news. But even after moving, I never forgot my best friend. Currently, I don't get to see he as much as I did, because she found herself a boyfriend while I was in Richmond. But I often wonder how she is, and if she is happy with him. I share my troubles with her in my illustrations, letters, and over the phone. I always appreciate the little moments I have with her. End.
Sub-Episode 3, Christian Chandler and Sonichu in Which Comfront? Drawn April 24th, 2005. We open with an introduction from Christian Weston Chandler. I've taken many blows in my life, but the most devastating were the blows from that Mary Lee Walsh. During the first months of my love quest, she intruded by destroying my advertisements, shattered my heart, hurt my soul, and threatened to make me look bad. She must be stopped before others feel her wrath. At PVCC, in the office of Mary Lee Walsh, the Witch of Hearts, we see Mary Lee Walsh stirring a potion in a black cauldron. Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble. I shatter hearts as I please, I hurt them hard with the greatest of ease. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a blue figure crashes through her window. Who dares intrude upon my negative influence? Cries Mary Lee Walsh. My name, says the intruder, is Christian. I am here to stop your heart shatters, but more specifically, in the name of Christian Chandler's heart, I shall punish you. That anime line and pose are so old, scoffs Walsh, but I'll destroy you with my dark magic. She fires a ball of dark energy at Christian, but he dodges it with his speed. Christian fires back with a thunderbolt, but Mary Lee Walsh spins her red pitchfork like a baton, batting away the ball of lightning. From her pitchfork, she fires a volley of dark energy balls, but Christian uses double team and creates 2 duplicates of himself. The duplicates use mirror coat, deflecting all 3 dark energy balls back to Mary Lee Walsh. Overcome by the onslaught, she is thrown off balance. Come on, she growls, beckoning the plucky intruder. I was told never to hit any women, says Christian. But if you insist, Christian strikes Walsh with a mock punch. She then kicks Christian in the groin. Christian fires back with a mega kick to Walsh's shoulder. With a look of pure rage on her face, Mary Lee Walsh stabs at Christian with her pitchfork. and makes contact with the white pattern on his chest. "No!" cries Chris Chan as he falls to the floor. "She found my transformation spot," he thinks as he reverts back into his human form of Christian Weston Chandler. "So, Chris Chan," says Mary Lee Walsh, looming above the beaten Chris. "You are also Christian Chandler, huh? Well, I took your heart and soul, so I'll finish it, and you will never attract a boyfriend-free girl, ever! Goodbye!" But before she can strike the final blow, a yellow blur knocks the pitchfork from her hand. "What?" she asks. The second intruder stops by the side of the fallen Chris. "I stood by," he says, "in case something happened to my father." "Sonichu," says Chris. Rising to his feet, he says, "I was down, but now I'm up. Now..." "Father," says Sonichu. "Since you will not leave me alone on my love quest," Chris says, "we have no choice but to fight you, Mary Lee Walsh." "Hee hee," laughs Mary Lee Walsh. "One shot is all we get," Chris Chan and Sonichu say in unison. Together they charge up their most powerful attacks. Sonichu charges up with electrical power, while Chris holds his hands to his side and says, "Curse ye, me." Hee hee, laughs Walsh, holding a pair of broken hearts in her hands and charging up an arcane attack of her own. "Ha!" shouts Chris as he launches the dreaded Cursey Hamea. "Thunder!" shouts Sonichu, firing a powerful bolt of lightning in the same direction. The two attacks converge on Mary Lee Walsh. "Hee hee! Ah!" she screams as the blast pierces her defenses. "Ah!" Her screams fall silent as she is totally destroyed. "Yes!" cheer Chris Chan and Sonichu, and they celebrate with a father and son high five. Before them, the cauldron of Mary Lee Walsh continues to simmer. The end. Sonichu number 3, drawn June 20th, 2005. On the cover, we see 5 creatures which look like multicolored variants of Sonichu and Rosichu. Above them flies a red bird. Episode 10, Sonichu Babies. Once upon a time, a powered-up hedgehog collided with a Pikachu, and a rainbow of chaos emerald energy stretched for miles across the land. From this rainbow, 5 mysterious eggs flew from it to locations around the region. Mysterious beams of light also shone from the rainbow, but that's another story or two. Anyway, one egg landed in a jungle, and it was found by a mother Venusaur and a father Skyther. Another egg landed by a beach, found by a mother Swampert. Another egg landed softly at a church stoop. It was found by a couple of nuns. Another egg landed in a dojo, occupied by young and old warriors. And the last egg landed in the mountains by its lonesome. See how these eggs hatched and grew. See premiere issue number 0 for Sonichu's origin. Christian Weston Chandler, the author of this comic, appears to address the reader. "Cute intro, huh? Just so you know," he says, "here are the original Sonny and Rosie, Sonichu and Rosichu Babies." To the right of Chris, we see Sonny and Rosie, which look like infant versions of Sonichu and Rosichu. "Goo goo," they say in unison. Wild Sonichu. In the jungle, the mother Venusaur has discovered one of the 5 eggs. "Venu," she says, holding the green egg in her vines. "Skyther." "Scythe?" says the Skyther, tapping the egg with his bladed forearm. Suddenly, the egg begins to hatch, revealing a green Sonny. "Sonny," it says. "Venu," says the Venusaur, and she pulls a coconut down from a tree with her vines. "Venusaur," she says, laying the coconut at the green Sonny's feet. "Sonny? Sonny, Sonny," says the green Sonny. Imitating his adopted mother's act, he performs a vine whip. A green tentacle shoots out of his hand, striking the coconut tree with sufficient force to knock a second coconut from its branches. However, this coconut breaks when it hits the ground, making the green Sonny sad. "Me," he says, upset over the broken coconut. He hugs his adopted mother for emotional support. "Venu?" "Venusaur," says the Venusaur. The Skyther then attempts to show the Sonny how to chop down a tree. He holds his bladed forearm in preparation for his task. "Sky, Sky!" he says, and with a single swipe the tree is cut across his trunk. sliding apart seconds after the Skylar's precision strike. The green Sani attempts to imitate this as well. Sani! Sani! He shouts, throwing a pair of leaves at another tree. The leaves miss their intended target, and the Sani becomes angry. Sani! He says, stamping his feet angrily. Skyther! Says his adoptive father. Skyther! Skyther! Sani, says the Sani. Eventually, the Sani begins to transform, evolving into a form that resembles Sonichu, only green and with a leafy tail. Oh yeah, he says, leaping through the jungle. Here we go! Woohoo! He uses his vine whip to grasp a branch and swing through the trees. I'm a hedgehog, not a spider monkey, he says. He stops at a coconut tree and thinks to himself, time for some cocoa soup. Using his vine whip again, Wild Sonichu snares a coconut with his retractable arm vines and pulls it back to his hand. He fires his leaf blades and chops the tree into firewood. Clearly, since his evolution, he has mastered the use of his powers. You think that is something, he boasts. I can use my leafy tail as a propeller, and I can run real quick. I also blend in with any tree to get my jump. I rule this jungle. Bubbles Rosachu. The blue egg sinks into the ocean until it is discovered by a passing swampert. The swampert takes the egg onto the beach and constructs a nest of sand for it. Swampert? It asks. It soon hatches, revealing a blue creature. Rosie, she says. Swamp, says the swampert. See, says the blue Rosie, playing in the water. She begins to generate bubbles. One day, Swampert and the blue Rosie are swimming in the ocean when a whale leaps over them and drops a boulder on the Swampert's head. Rosie? Rosie, Rose! Cries the blue Rosie as the Swampert sinks to the bottom. She dives in after the Swampert, but is unable to pull the more massive Pokemon up from the ocean floor. Rosie! She shouts, and suddenly she begins to transform, just as Wild Sonichu earlier, now resembling a blue version of Rosachu. She says, "Don't quit, Mama, I got you." She dives into the water again and fires an ice beam. The buoyancy of the frozen seawater lifts the Swampert up from the depths, and the blue Rosachu helps her back on the dry land. Later, Swampert? The Swampert says, amazed to see Rosie's new form. How are you feeling, Mama? Asks the blue Rosachu. Swampert, says the Swampert proudly. I nearly lost you as you sank into the ocean, but I saved you, says the blue Rosachu. My Mama Swampert was excited after I rescued her, says Bubble Rosachu, narrating her story. Now I freely swim the ocean that is my backyard. I found many new friends in the future, but I'll never forget what Mama said. Stay strong and true to your heart, and you will prevail. I'm so happy, I think I'll make a seashell necklace. Angelica Rosachu. The third egg lands at the doorstep of a church, where it is discovered by two nuns. Sister, says one of the nuns, our Lord has blessed us with a young one from above. Yes, says the other nun, let's bring it in and offer our prayers upon its health. Moments later, the egg hatches, revealing a white Rosie. Unlike Bubbles, this Rosachu has a pair of wings. Rosie, she says. The nuns save the eggshell as a memento, and from then on, the white Rosie is raised in the church, praying with the nuns and studying the Bible. With great difficulty, she learns to master the use of her wings. Keep trying, my child, the nun tells her. The Lord has blessed you with wings, so one day you will fly to angelic heights. One night, as the white Rosie sleeps in her room, she begins to transform into her evolved Rosachu state. Through the open window, Christian Weston Chandler leaves a pair of blue shoes and a band to tie her hair. Well, says Chris, she was going to need those shoes and scrunchie. Sleep well, Angel. Next morning, Angelica Rosachu tells of her transformation to the nuns. And I just awoke anew, she says. Well, Angelica, says one of the nuns, I knew the Lord would have a grand plan for you. Yes, says the other nun, he gave you a great script to follow. With that, Angelica soars into the air with her matured wings to seek her fortune. I am Angelica, humble servant to our Lord. Having faith over time will reward you very well, so keep your head held up height, and one day you shall be blessed with good health, true love, and pure happiness. Spread your wings of hope and fly. Gee, Sonichu. In Nabe's dojo shin, a fighting instructor named Nabe is complimenting his disciples. Excellent, my students, he says, standing next to a red egg. You all make this Master GGW proud. Now we will perfect our chopping technique, he tells the class. You never know when you'll need to cut a movie. Now, we get like this and... Nani? Master Nabe-san, one of the students says, your egg is shaking. The egg hatches, and a red creature leaps out. San, he says, unlike the other Sanis, this one has a pair of claws protruding from its knuckles. Great Excel Poimi Saga, shouts Nabe, as he waves his arms in shock. Sani, shouts the red Sani. Sani, Sani, Sani! I'll accept your challenge, says one of the students, apparently understanding his meaning. Because I, Maipo, calling myself Biyashiko, will not allow a grasshopper like you to hatch into my director's dojo shin so easily. Maipo, says Nabe, looking quite embarrassed. I am only your father in this setup. Stay in character. Yeah, says Christian, who has also appeared in the dojo. I'm the director of this anime, not Shinabe. That doesn't matter, Maipo says. I will win this fight. Reaching the Sani's backside, she grasps his tail. And my opponent, she says, does not need this weak point. Hiya! Maipo rips off the Sani's tail. Just then, the Sani begins to transform into its evolved Sonichu form. That really hurt, says Punchy Sonichu, as he sends Maipo smashing through the roof and into the sky with a devastating sky uppercut. Wow, says Nabe, you are strong. I know what Maipo did was wrong, but if you will let me, I can teach you how to center that power to a much better, less painful-looking style. I am Punchy, Strength Ninja. I studied under the GDW Shinabe, and I became the greatest fighter since Goku. I also learned to keep my temper down by watching TV comedies. Ha ha! They're so funny. McAttack, Sonichu. At a mysterious mountain, the fifth egg sits deep inside a cavern. The Sani inside the egg thinks to himself. It's cramped in here. He hatches from his shell and looks around. Wow, where am I? Am I alone? You are not alone, a mysterious voice says, communicating to the purple Sani through telepathy. Who are you? Where are you? What is this place? The Sani asks. I will be your mentor while you grow. I am telepathing with you from a grand city. You are in the cave northwest of here, where I temporarily resided. What do you want? Asks the Sani. I've noticed you had psychic abilities like me, the voice says. I only wish to teach you how to use your powers properly. And when I have finished teaching you, you will go out into the world and seek out your destiny. And so, for months, the mysterious mentor taught this Sani how to hone his prayers, lift objects, mentally and physically, and what the outside world was like. The mentor also showed the young one images of popular movies, some featuring Jackie Chan, the latest pop rock music, a few birthday parties, for a treat, and the monuments, parks, and other grand locations from around the world. One day, while meditating, the Sani says as he floats in midair, suddenly he transforms and continues his meditation. He says, until a brief flatulence interrupts his concentration. Oops, he says. 2 weeks later, McAttack Sonichu, says the mysterious mentor, I have educated you everything I have to teach you for now. You, as well as your powers, have grown marvelously. Master, asks McAttack, will I ever meet you face to face? We will meet in the future, says the mentor, but now, go out into the world and seek your destiny. Thank you, Master, says McAttack. I will not fail. On top of the mountain, McAttack teleports from the cavern and looks out over the land below. I predict success in my future, McAttack says to himself. where I see other hedgehog Pokemon and great adventures. My destiny is just a teleport away. Stay tuned for when these hedgehogs meet. Episode 11, the chaotic combo in When Hedgehogs Meet. We begin with an introduction from a strange red bird. Hello, I am Flame the Sunbird. I am not a Pokemon, nor am I related to one. I am the protector of the legendary Master Sunstone. The Master Sunstone controls how everything in the world grows. As long as it remains on my island's monument, everything will grow like Norma. But if it was to fall into the wrong hands, everything would fall into chaos. Humans could grow extra body parts, or lose them. Tress would grow legs and walk the earth in anger. But I, Flame, make sure the Master Sunstone stays in place and together to ensure proper growth. That makes it very powerful. Flame the Sunbird stands guard over the Sunstone and says, "Man, it gets lonely here, and I can use pants." Little does Flame know that a sinister-looking helicopter is flying towards the island. We see Black Sonichu inside, and he jumps off, carrying a hoverboard on his back. As he falls, he recalls his instructions. "Let's go over the mission once more, Black Sonichu," said Giovanni. "You'll swoop down onto the island, get the stone, and bring it to me." "I got it, boss," said Black Sonichu. "I won't fail you. You'll use the hoverboard to glide over the ocean at top velocity. Be careful with the stone," Giovanni ordered. "I will use its power to make our Pokemon stronger by making them grow. With our big, strong Pokemon, I'll rule the world. Ha ha ha! You got that?" With a smirk on his face, Black Sonichu activated his hoverboard. On the island, Flame hears something, and turns to see Black Sonichu arrive on the island. "Eh?" says Flame. "What's up, Doc?" asks Black Sonichu as he picks up the Sunstone. "Where do you think you're going with my stone?" demands Flame. "None of your bird's wax," says Blachu. "See ya." He speeds off the island on his hoverboard, and Flame barely has time to dodge. "Hey, you! Get back here with that Sunstone!" Flame shouts. He flaps his wings and chases after Black Sonichu across the ocean. From the map scope, we see that the beach is 20 miles from the island. Black Sonichu has already covered half the distance on his hoverboard, with Flame close behind. Flame tries to attack Blachu with a drill peck, but he evades with Double T. "I missed," thinks Flame as he soars past Blachu. Then, seeing something up ahead, he comes to a stop. "Big red light," he thinks to himself. Blachu passes him by. Heh heh, he laughs. Meanwhile, on the beach, Bubbles Rosachu is relaxing on the sand. "It's so nice to just lie under the sun with the ocean at your feet," she thinks to herself. Suddenly, Blachu reaches the mainland, and as he speeds over Bubbles on his hoverboard, a wave of water comes crashing down after him, drenching Bubbles in his wake. "Hey, I didn't want a bath," Bubbles says. "Get back here!" She chases after Blachu. Up ahead, Wild Sonichu swings through the jungle with his retractable vines until Blachu speeds past him. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa!" cries Wild Sonichu as the impact with Blachu sends him spinning around the branch he was swinging on. When he finally comes to a stop, we find his vine is wrapped around the branch like a spool, and he hangs from it, bruised and battered. "Man, that hurt! That jerk ain't gonna get away for that," he says. He discards his tangled vine and takes off after Blachu. Farther ahead, we find Punchy Sonichu breaking boulders with his powerful fist claws as part of his training. He lifts a large rock and throws it into the air. But when he raises his fist to punch it, his claws are caught on Blachu's hoverboard when it zooms by. "Duh!" Punchy says as he is dragged along underneath the board. As Wild, Flame, and Bubbles continue their pursuit of Black Sonichu, we find Angelica Rosachu using her powers to grow a bed of pink flowers, with yellow flowers spelling the words hope and peace. "Calm and soothing for the eyes," she says, admiring her handiwork from above. Suddenly, Black Sonichu streaks over the flower bed, and when he turns sharply, Punchy is knocked loose and sent careening into a tree. "Gasp!" says Angelica. She rushes to Punchy's aid. "Hey, are you okay?" she asks. "I think so," says Punchy. "Yeah. Thank the Lord," says Angelica. "Wow, pretty flowers," says Punchy. "Thank you," says Angelica. "You should see them from above." As they talk, Bubbles, Wild, and Flame stop to look at them. Bubbles and Wild are astonished, while Flame is exhausted from his long chase. "Oh man," thinks Wild Sonichu. "More hedgehog Pokemon like myself? I can't believe it." "Wow, I'm not the only one around here," thinks Bubbles. I wanted some friends, but I didn't expect this much. Am I seeing triple? Thinks Punchy. It's like being in a funhouse's mirror room. Bless this day, thinks Angelica. More hedgehog Pokemon. Why isn't anyone speaking, Bubbles wonders. Oh well, I'll break the ice. Hello, she says. It's nice to meet you all. My name is Bubbles. You can call me Punchy, says Punchy. I'm delighted. My name is Angelica, says Angelica. And I'm Wild, says Wild. I was following this black guy on a board on a castle overlooking Angelica's church. Magichan Sonichu is mentally alerted to the meeting of the other 4 hedgehog Pokemon. It seems my electric hedgehog group has just got together. But as they chatter away, Black Sonichu is getting away with Flame Sunstone. But fortunately, I foresee the original one crossing his path ahead and detaining him. I must meet my group and teleport them to the Black One's location. Sigh. Okay, I'm off. And so, Magichan streaks away from the castle in an aura of purple energy. Meanwhile, Sonichu is running through the area, conducting his own search for Black Sonichu. When I heard through the grapevine that Black Sonichu was stealing a powerful stone, I couldn't help but rush to intercept him and return it to where it came from, he thinks as he runs. Even as he searches, Black Sonichu has almost made it back to base. Man, too many obstacles, he thinks. I'll be too glad to return to Giovanni's lair. Then, just as he comes within sight of the lair, Sonichu rolls up beside him and cuts across his path, throwing Blatchu from his hoverboard and sending him tumbling into the grass. Banzai! You, he shouts, as he looks up to see the face of his nemesis standing before him. I will not let you and Giovanni harness such power and ruin the peace of our world, says Sonichu. You will not stop us, says Black Sonichu. Back with the other hedgehogs. Shazam! Magichan appears to the others and introduces himself. Flame, Wild, Bubbles, Angelica, Punchy, I am Magichan Sonichu. While the 5 of you were chattering, Black Sonichu has gotten away with Sunstone. Currently, he was intercepted by the original. We must join him, take Blatchu down, and get the Sunstone back. Yeah, shouts Punchy and Angelica. Yeah, shouts Bubbles and Wild. Yeah, shouts Flame. Right, teleport, says Magichan. Go, go, electric hedgehogs. Do-do, do-dee-oh, do-do. Near Giovanni's lair, Sonichu makes a grab for the Sunstone, but Black Sonichu punches him and takes it away. Black Sonichu, Sonichu says, give me the stone, or I'll zap you. You and what army, taunts Black Sonichu. Then both of them are distracted by the sound of the other hedgehogs arriving on the scene. What? Says Sonichu. Then he thinks to himself, my Calvary! Hail, hail! The gang's right here, he says to Blatchu as the other hedgehogs in Flame assemble behind him. What the hey do I care? What the hey do I care? Asks Blatchu, who thinks to himself, Flame. I'm still gonna take you all down one by one, he shouts. Huddle, shouts Sonichu, and the others gather around him in a circle. Alright, no time for round intros. Just call me Sonichu. Now, Blackie's got a weak defense. Avoid his attacks, and attack him with your punches, kicks, wing attacks. That sort. Let's win this one for the bird and get the stone. Ready? Break! As the others prepare for battle, we see Flame's tail sticking out of the bushes as it was thrown back when the others broke their huddle. I fell into the bushes, he says. Black Sonichu powers up an incredible attack, firing bolts of lightning in all directions. Ah! Sonichu avoids the attack with Double T. Wild Sonichu blocks the lightning with his Razor Leap. Bubbles deflects with Mega Kick. Angelica wraps her wings around her body to protect. Punchy digs into the ground to dodge the bolts of lightning, and Magichan uses a light screen to deflect the bolts coming towards him. In their counterattack, Punchy digs underneath Blatchu and punches him from underground. Dig Part 2. Blatchu goes flying towards Angelica, who strikes him with Wing Attack. He careens into Wild, who sends him bouncing back again with Mega Punch. Blatchu tumbles towards Magichan, who sends him to Bubbles with Psychic. Bubbles attacks with Double Slap, and then Sonichu strikes him at full speed. Oh no, thinks Blatchu. Like a pinball, Blatchu is knocked from one direction to another until he finally collapses in defeat. High score, 500,000 SCU. We did it, says Sonichu. Black Sonichu is temporarily paralyzed, and Flame got his Sunstone. What are we now? Winners, they all cheer. Sub-Episode 4, Christian Chandler in McAttack. Drawn June 20th, 2005. We open on Christian Chandler, sitting at a table and drawing. Adorning his head are a pair of anime wings, which he recently obtained. As he listens to his Nintendo DS, he ponders his current romantic status. Well, it's been over 1 year and 10 months now since I started my love quest. I still haven't found an 18 to 23-year-old, boyfriend-free, caring, smoke-free, non-alcoholic white girl to build a relationship from the ground up with. I detest the men, except for my father and me, because they take all the pretty girls, leaving me with none to choose from. This sucks. I'm very lonesome, and there are propos around here who do what they can to keep me from getting one. I feel the world is against me finding a girlfriend of my own. Sigh. I really like these wings I've earned at the anime convention. I feel the level up. Suddenly, his introspection is interrupted when a pair of unfriendly-looking men approach him. Oh, now what? He wonders. What do you think you're doing here? Asks one of the men. He's a black man wearing glasses and a suit of golden armor. I am McAttack, and this is my partner, Murray Saner Comic. And we are the McDuo of the city of CWCville, of the region of Malwart. Hey there, how you doing? Says the Murray Saner Comic. I have bionic limbs to keep me going. We've heard from the jerk heap of Foursquare that you came here to find a girlfriend, says McAttack. It is illegal here in the region of Malwart to have a mate at all. The jerk heap was in Sub-Episode 1 of Premiere Issue number 0. He also sent us a pair of his mecha jerk-ops to intercept you, solicitor. Oh, that's it, Chris shouts, rising to his feet. First off, I am not a solicitor. I'm only trying to find a boyfriend-free girl. And ever since I've started my love quest over 1 year and 10 months ago, I've had a lot of trouble from people, mostly men, who are all against me finding a girlfriend of my own. And I still carried on with spelling out my situation to find one, so no matter what you do or say, I will not quit. Then we fight, says McAttack. Mecha Jerkops, attack! Bring it on, says Chris, defiantly raising his fists. As the Mecha Jerkops advance toward him, Chris gasps as they are suddenly slashed into pieces. What the? Asks the confused McAttack. Ha ha! Who goes there? The McAttack asks. The interloper reveals himself to be a purple hedgehog-like creature, armed with a sword and wearing a purple cape with leather gloves and boots. He's here, thinks Chris, my latest hedgehog hero. I am the savior who dashes in the night, says the hedgehog. I am the Link who will save our beloved Princess Zelina Rosachu. I am Darkbind Sonichu. It's good of you to come to my aid, DB, says Chris. I had to come, says Darkbind, not just because you're the mayor of Quickville, Virginia, but my creator. Then, now is the time for action, says Chris. He places his hands over his Sonichu medallion and shouts, Electric Hedgehog Power! Once again, Chris is enveloped in the medallion's power. His sleeved arms turn into sleeveless arms. His back sprouts spiny blue fur, and he grows a tail. His face and body transform into those of a hedgehog, and the anime wings on his head become larger, completing his transformation into Super Christian Sonichu. Wow, Christian thinks to himself as he examines his body. My anime wings became real wings. I bet this was done with my Anchuent powers. I can fly! Awesome! See issue number 2. Darkbind, let's get him, he says. Okay, says Darkbind. McAttack takes to the sky with the rockets on his armor. With his new wings, Christian flies after him. Meanwhile, Murray Saner Comic produces a sword from one of his bionic arms, and he and Darkbind charge each other. The comic slashes at Darkbind, but misses. He tries again, but Darkbind blocks his attack with his own sword. Darkbind counters with his own attack, which slices the left arm from Murray Saner Comic's body. Now, stand down, worthy adversary, says Darkbind. It's only a scratch, the comic replies. A scratch? Your arm is off. No, it isn't. What's that then? I've had worse. Liar! Come on, you pansy, challenges the comic. Darkbind responds by hacking off the Murray Saner Comic's remaining arm. Victory is mine, declares Darkbind. He kneels in honor of his beloved. Oh, Princess Zelina, he says, I will collect the balls and away. He is interrupted when the comic kicks him. Have at you, challenges the comic. I'll have your bionic legs, says Darkbind, and with a swipe of his sword, the murried Saner comic lies helpless on the floor, his mechanical limbs all severed from his body. Alrighty then, he says, we'll call it a draw. Meanwhile, Christian faces the bee Manajerk in the air. Chris attacks with Aerial Ace, and the Manajerk draws a pair of guns. He fires at Chris, but he evades the bullets with Double T. Darn, says bee Manajerk, firing wildly. Which one is real? As he searches, the real Christian sneaks up behind him and shocks him with a Thunderbolt attack. Ah! Screams bee Manajerk. In his pain, he drops his guns. That tears it, he shouts, producing a large golden axe. Before he can attack, Christian quickly constructs a substitute of himself, using pixel blocks. Falling for the clever ruse, bee Manajerk smashes the decoy with his axe, causing the shattered pixel blocks to fly in his face. Ow! Says the Manajerk. Before he can recover, Christian comes in from behind again and strikes him in the back with a sky uppercut. No! Shouts bee Manajerk. For love, trust, and a girl for me, I shall smite thee, says Christian. The Manajerk crashes next to the prone body of murried Saner comic. Ah, you got you too, eh? He asks. Shut up, growls bee Manajerk. Well, Chris, I have to go, says Darkbind, but I am glad that I was able to help you in this battle. Thank you, DB, says Christian. I'm off, says Darkbind. As he leaves, Christian reverts to his human form. Now, as for you two Manajerks, he says, scolding his fallen adversaries, the pain that you both are feeling now should be punishment enough for going against me in my quest for a boyfriend-free girl to love and trust. I do not care about your rules, either of you, or any male other than my father and myself. But let me make it perfectly clear that in my quest it is very hard for me to find a girl due to the infinitely high boyfriend factor, and I do not want to risk getting a punch in the face from a jerk. Also, since the ladies are unable to notice my person because they mostly have shopping on their minds, I have to loudly spell it out. So please just leave me alone with my love quest. Over the intercom, a voice answers Christian. Not if I have a say in the matter. What? Who goes there? Asked Chris. I am the one that rules the Malwart region. I am the one who will destroy all your pitiful hops in ever getting a girlfriend of your own. Where those clowns have failed, I shall triumph. Chris turns, only to face a new enemy, wearing an even more powerful armored body. Oh my, he gasps. I am the WM Manajerk. Ha! 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 To be continued. Sub-Episode 5. Christian Chandler in McAttack, Part 2. Drawn June 25th, 2005. Christian provides a brief recap. As you may recall from the previous sub-episode, Darkbind Sonichu and I kicked those CWCville Manajerks behinds. Darkbind left after the battle to continue his quest for Princess Zelina Rosachu's reawakening. After my victory speech, the Manajerk of the Malwart region barged in to challenge me, which brings us up to date. Have some fistful fries, says the WM Manajerk. Ah! Shouts Chris as he is knocked off his feet. His anime wings fall off his head. With a crash, Chris lands in the soda fountain. Oh man, thinks Chris, all this soda pop gone to waste. I'd better take a shower and come out smelling like a flower. 3 seconds later. That was a mighty quick shower, thinks Chris. Now I'm mad. Chris charges the Manajerk, his fists raised for a mighty blow. Yeah! But the Manajerk catches Chris's hand in his own. Don't, says Chris. The Manajerk grabs Chris's leg with the other hand and raises him over his head. Ha ha! Try to get out of my evil grip, challenges the Manajerk. Darn, thinks Chris. I should have transformed. But even then, would I become able to defeat this Manajerk by myself? Don't sweat it, Chris, says a familiar voice in Chris's mind. There is a way to defeat him. What? Thinks Chris. Ancestor? Hello, Chris, says the leader of the Cherokee clan, appearing as a vision to Chris. It is you, says Chris. So good to see a friendly face. But I'm in a real bind now, so what advice do you have for me, wise one? What you need now is a woman's touch, he says. What? Asks Chris. Do you recall how your powers made your wings real? The Cherokian leader asks. Yes, says Chris. Look, he says, pointing to an image of one of Chris's possessions. My heart torch? Asks Chris. But it's made from pixel blocks. Yes, Chris, I understand. But I know that combined with your powers, you can use it to summon your dream sibling. She will be able to help you, much better than your mother even. Farewell, Chris. Summon my dream sibling, Chris wonders, as his ancestor fades away. Of course, he gasps. My twin sister, Crystal. Chris recalls a picture from CWC's Yu-Gi-Oh card. Crystal, the female twin. I get the heart torch. There it is, with the rest of my stuff, on that table. I may be unable to transform, but I can still attack. Electric Hedgehog attack! Growth! He cries, summoning the power of Wild Sonichu. Increasing in size, Chris becomes so large that the manager cannot hold him. Chris falls loose from his grip and shrinks to normal size once he has landed safely on the floor. Across the room, he spots his table with the heart torch sitting upon it. The manager draws a laser rifle, and he fires at Chris as he dashes across. Evading the blasts, Chris reaches the heart torch and shouts, Heart torch glow! The pixel block construct emanates a blue aura, enveloping Chris's body. A second form emerges from within him and takes shape. Chris opens his eyes and beholds the result of the heart torch's magic. Ah! gasps Chris. Well, fancy seeing you in the flesh, Christopher, my brother, says Crystal. She looks like a female version of Chris, with the same clothes. Around her neck is a medallion of Rosachoo, to complement the Sonichu medallion of Chris. And I'm elated to have you here too, Crystal, my sister, Chris says after he overcomes his surprise. Oh, swell, thinks the manager. There's two of them now? That makes my job a lot harder, but I'll do it anyway. He takes aim and fires his laser at Chris. Crystal gasps when she spots the attack, and tackles Chris to push him out of harm's way. Get down, brother, she says. Humph, Chris says. Oh, great, says the manager. Another hole-in-one. Thanks for the save, sis. No problem, says Crystal. I see your medallion. Do you possess the Anchuent powers, too? Yeah, I can transform. All right, let's get up first. And let's do it. Yeah, says Crystal. They each place their hands on their medallions and shout, Electric Hedgehog power! In tandem, they begin to transform. Like Chris, Crystal grows a tail and assumes hedgehog form. However, her fur is orange, and a dress appears over her body. A tiara appears over her head. Together, they have become Crystalina Rosachoo and Chris-chan Sonichu. The Manajerk fires again, but Chris-chan and Crystalina use Mirror Coat and Reflect to bounce the beams back to the source, blasting off the Manajerk's arm. No! Cries the Manajerk. They put their arms around each other's shoulder and leap into the air to perform a double corkscrew kick. Yeah, says Chris-chan. Yeah, says Crystalina. The impact buckles the Manajerk's frame, and he sways on one leg. Hey, sis, says Chris. Let's finish him off. By combining our ultimate attacks, says Crystalina. You read my mind. Of course, says Crystalina. Let's do it. Crystalina takes off her tiara and prepares to throw it. Shocking! Tiara! Magic! He says. At the same time, Chris-chan puts his arms to one side and says, Curse ye! Ha-me! Ha! Her tiara is swept up in the Curse ye Hamea wave, and they both strike the Manajerk in the chest of his armor. Before the blast hits him, the Manajerk launches his head to safety, and his body is vaporized in a tremendous explosion. I knew he couldn't get him either, says Murray's Saner comic. Yeah, says B Manajerk. We should go back to PBC citizens. Wow, says Chris, picking up the WM Manajerk's head. Just the head. Well, it shows that he can never be left behind. Ha ha, laughs Crystalina. That's a good one. But seriously, I have a few words for this Manajerk. Oh, great, thinks the Manajerk. Oh, boy. How dare you intrude in my brother's long and enduring quest to find a boyfriend-free girl? And not only that, you also had the nerve to attempt to hurt him emotionally and physically. How would you feel if you were in his situation? You'd understand that spelling it out is the only way to find that one true girl to make into a girlfriend from the ground up. Especially since he is very shy. But I pity you because you have no body, which leads to the obvious conclusion that you have no heart. You're missing out on some awesomely great emotions. Big time. You can't possibly feel the intense emotions from having frustrated hormones, as well as his loneliness, you jerk. Why don't you just... Okay, sis, says Chris. I feel that you have made your point. Thank you. Okay, says Crystal. But I want to know who sent this jerk, adds Chris. Fine, I'll tell you, says the manager. I am from the private villa of corrupted citizens, and I was sent by its president, Mary Lee Walsh. That witch, says Chris. It is so like her to attempt to murder my soul again. Let's send this bowling ball flying back to that witch, sis. All right, says Crystal. We kick on hike, sis. Hut, 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 hike! Together they kick the manager's head jar, setting it high into the air. Meanwhile, at the private villa of corrupted citizens, aka PVC citizens, the evil Mary Lee Walsh sits in her throne, observing Chris and Crystal in her crystal ball. Come, Crystal, I'll treat you to lunch, says Chris. Curses! That Chris has thwarted my efforts again, Walsh says. Hey, says Count Graduan, you'll get his soul yet. Well, I guess it couldn't get any worse, she says. Suddenly, the manager's head jar comes crashing into her room and hits her over the head. Ow! Cries Mary Lee Walsh, and she slumps over, unconscious. Just then, the cuckoo clock on the wall begins to chime. Cuckoo, cuckoo. If she thinks he'll never find a boyfriend-free girl with his method, then Mary Lee Walsh is cuckoo, cuckoo, and... Safari, pup? asks Sonichu. You're examining jerkops, not an elephant. Sub-Episode 6. Christian Chandler's Backyard Safari. Drawn July 9th, 2005. Hello, and welcome to another episode of my Backyard Safaris. I am your host, Christian Chandler. On today's show, we will take a close-up look at the carnivorous jerkops. They may look like your everyday males of justice, but take my word, folks, the jerkops are evil and mean. Let's look at one on this illustration. Now here, we see its head is a basic human shape, but it only thinks evil and naughty thoughts. Note its eyes are frowning. They'll stay that way 24/7. With this face, they rarely attract any women. This badge is a phony. It's really a cracker covered in glitter glue. It wards away all who approach it with its out-of-date breadstick. They wear basic black pants that cover their ego, yet ugly legs. Viands, hair, and sores, oh my. Some, not all, wear a black glove to cover the spot where one finger fell of as it grew up. They wear brown shoes because they are ashamed of their sausage feet. When attacked by one, you can take it down easily by kicking it here, in the sourdough area. This is the leader of the jerkops, mostly known as the jerk heap. It is the meanest, most strict and evil of all. Not only is it mean, but it is also related to the not-as-mean Lummox. You can look up information about the Lummox on the Ben and Stumpy show, available on DVD. Now, the jerk heap's head is bigger than a bowling ball, yet due to its triple chins, it is shaped like a light bulb. But it comes up with very few bright ideas at all. It also has the basic frown and has glassy eyes, literally. You can identify the jerk heap by its badge. Instead of a cracker, it uses a hunk of tree bark, showing the inside lighter side, and it has glitter glue all over it. Among with its natural color, the jerk heap wears all brown articles of clothing to cover its bulging blobbiness. Because of its monstrous bones and blubber, a jerk heap will weigh 1,500 pounds. A lot more than a Snorlax at 1,014 pounds. Its weak point is still at its sourdough region, but it would take 5 kicks to get it. Its blubber gets in the way. Instead of a breadstick, it uses a metallic slingshot to ward away all who approach it. The jerk heap really loathes virgins for some odd reason, and will attack one at first sight. When it attacks with its tribe of jerkops, and they shout threats, then they attack without mercy. The other day, I was hanging with some gal pals, and from out of nowhere, a jerkop tribe came and shouted their threats. As a lonely virgin, I was in danger. But luckily, my partner Sonichu was there, and he videotaped the encounter. So we'll show it to you now, and you can learn how to defend yourself if you come into a similar situation. Sonichu, would you care to do the honors? Yes, sir, mon capitaine, says Sonichu. He presses play on the remote control. On the video, we see Chris at a store. Hey, I was thrilled that you all stopped by the league to talk to me last night, says Chris. The angle changes, showing the Jerkop and his Jerkops confronting Chris. We no want you on our land, so leave now or we kill you. I'm only hanging with my friends, Chris protests. I'm not leaving, lousy Jerkops. I started off in a calm, pleasant mood, Chris narrates, because I was conversing with my gal pals. Just so you know, a gal pal is not classified as a girlfriend. They're just friends. Then they came, the squad of Jerkops, to threaten me, the lonely virgin. Ah, but I am not the weak person they think I am. I am much, much saltier. Let's watch and see how the battle went. On the video, Chris and the Jerkop stare down like gunfighters. The tension is thick, until... Hey, brother, calls Crystal. I'm coming out now. Sis, thinks Chris. Aw, man. Crystal emerges from the changing room, wearing a new outfit. What do you think, bro? She asks. Am I fashioned to jower or what? The Jerkops stand transfixed at the sight of Crystal, with streams of drool pouring from their mouths. You look fantastic, sis, says Chris. Please do your fashion show bit. Oh, Jerkops. I see, Crystal thinks, realizing her brother's strategy. You got it, brother, she says. Now's my chance to strike out, thinks Chris. Electric Hedgehog Attack! Psychic! He shouts, utilizing the powers of Magichan Sonichu. His eyes glow an eerie purple color as his psychic powers activate. Well, as we all know, says Chris, narrating the video, all male creatures of any species will always fall for a pretty face. And wow, does my twin sister Crystal have one. I seized the opportunity while the Jerkops were distracted and drooling. Now with my psychic powers, I was ready. First, I took control of their weapons, opened a dimension hole, and levitated the weapons into the hole. Once I was sure all the weapons had entered, I slammed the hole shut. Those less than 2-bit Jerkops were still drooling over my sister, not realizing the sitch. Leaving the Jerkop alone for a moment, I took control of the Jerkops' bodies, levitated them, and specially arranged them outside the store's entrance. Now it's your turn, Jerkop, Chris says in the video. You're not getting to me. No matter what you may try and attempt or threat, I will hang out wherever I want, when I want, and how I want. And I will never quit in my search for a boyfriend-free girl, either. So all you jerk-offs may as well go back to the private villa of corrupted citizens, and tell Mary Lee Walsh that if she is still intent on shattering my heart again, she can't. My heart is indestructible, and the more you haze me, I will grow stronger. Beware, evil, for in the name of my heart, soul, and love quest, I will punish you. With a gesture of his hand, the Jerkop is levitated in the air, surrounded by a field of purple energy. The aura surrounds him like a ball, which Chris aims at the Jerkops arranged outside the door. I aim, he says, positioning the ball with his hands in his mind. Fire, he shouts. I need one more strike for the win, and the championship, Chris says, as the psychic ball goes flying towards the Jerkops. It knocks them all aside. Yes, says Chris, I got 301. The battle ended. His eyes revert to their normal color. Have you ever heard of someone who got 300 and lose? Asks Chris. That's game. Stopping the video, Chris resumes his safari. Right after those Jerkops struck out, they all feared me and ran away with their tails between their legs. The Jerkops rarely reproduce due to the lack of females, which they would be classified as Janecops. So they brainwashed the slow-minded people with a Hypne gun. I managed to snag one from them that day. The beam only works on slow-minded, mentally handicapped adults. My mind, like most of the worldwide population, is not slow, so the ray has no effect on me. Although when functional, the beam makes the victim able to stand up straight, develop a terrible, aggressive attitude, and transforms him/her into an official Jerkop within seconds. That's all the time we have for now. Tune in again next time when we will trek upon the grounds of the private villa of corrupted citizens to investigate how these nasty, evil villains are made. Good night, folks. Watching the conclusion of the program, we see a menacing figure in a flowing robe and wearing a pince-nez. Introducing Scott Palazzo, manager of the Fosquare, Showmall region. How utterly ridiculous, he thinks to himself as he watches the end of Chris's show. That man has his own TV show and comic book? This world is so corrupt. I'll have to call PBC citizens and order more Jerkops to intercept it. He seeks love and companionship from a girlfriend. I will not allow it. For love is the one thing that makes this world so dizzy, and the less love there is, the better. I know this because my mother loved my father so much that she killed him, then herself. I will not allow that idiot, Christian Chandler, to ever succeed in his love quest. End. Sub-Episode 7, Christian Chandler in Off Target. Drawn July 23rd, 2005. Months ago, Chris Chan was cornered in the mall by the villainous Mary Lee Walsh. Mary Lee Walsh? This was a trap! That's right, Chris Chan, she cackles. There's no escape from my magic and my Jerkop squad. Want a girlfriend? Tough lightning! Bring it on, says Chris. He rolls into a ball and smashes through the Jerkops like 10 pins. But one of them manages to wing him with his baton, and he collapses to the floor. Ow! Oh, groans Chris as the Jerkops surround him. Dirty rats. Oh no, cries Rosachu, who has been shopping near the scene of this battle. Chris, says Sarama Rosachu, also shopping with Rosachu. I've got to save him from those fiends. She draws a lightning arrow and fires it at Mary Lee Walsh's flying pitchfork, sending her down in flames. Oh, shoot, cries Mary Lee Walsh. With their mistress defeated, the Jerkops power down. After changing backs. Chris, are you okay? asks Sarah. Oh, Sarah? You saved me, says Chris. Thank you. Well, tyranny and oppression are against your quest, huh? Let's rest for a while, then I will help you, she says. Want a girlfriend? You got it, best friend. On the ground, Mary Lee Walsh lays beaten with her pitchfork. Beside her, the villainous scepter that is Count Graduan plots his revenge. Ooh, one day, Christian, I will destroy you with the strongest, most evil villain ever! July 20th, 2005. In the office of Mary Lee Walsh at the private villa of corrupted citizens. Count Graduan and I have gone over your record, says Walsh. We have found that you're the best of the worst. You're even better than that jerky. So we're going to give you a very special assignment. In her crystal ball, an image of Chris appears, standing in a bullseye. Our nemesis, Christian Chandler, has been located at the new Guitar region. We want you to intercept and capture him, and bring him to us. I will send a hypno wave to the managers of the region to help you in the capturing. But if you fail, warns Walsh, you will spend the rest of eternity in a pool of hot lava. Do you understand? I will not fail you, Mistress Mary Lee Walsh, swears a man in a white costume and mask. See that you don't, she growls. In the Guitar region, we find Christian Weston Chandler, listening to MP3s on his Nintendo DS as he draws on a piece of paper. He imagines himself standing on a bullseye and saying, after being thrown out of regions because having a girlfriend was illegal, I lost all possible great watering holes. But that the new Guitar region is open, I feel that I am right on target in finding a boyfriend-free girl. This is a great setup, he thinks to himself. An open bar facing the path to the exit, $1 for a drink with free refills, and all the ladies will have to walk by me. I'm bound to be found by a boyfriend-free 18 to 23-year-old girl now, especially since this love quest has been going on for about 2 years now. Tutti frutti, drawing comics all day long. Only 3 days since I skipped my last deadline. Then, two men confront Chris. Hey, punk, we don't want you in our region. We've heard of your status. By order of Mary Lee Walsh, the headmistress of the private villa of corrupted citizens, you are to be banned from this region. Stop your cursed loitering and get out! Hey, are you listening? They ask. I'm sorry, says Chris, looking up from his work. Were you addressing me? Ah! Not again, thinks Chris. Oh well, I'll just blow them away. Electric Hedgehog Attack. Whirlwind, he says, summoning the powers of Angelica Rosachu. He blows at the two men, and they are caught in a powerful vortex of wind. Ah! They scream. 2 hours later, Chris continues to sit at the bar, drinking his dollar soda. Suddenly, he hears something and looks over to see a man in a brown uniform, twirling through the air with his arms crossed. He comes to a stop before Chris and announces his intentions. I am Beckett, Jerkop-tastropie, he says. For searching and wanting a girlfriend for about 2 years, and by the order of Mary Lee Walsh, I am taking you down, Christian Chandler. Behind him, the Jerkeef and two Jerkops stand ready. And we're here for backup, the Jerkeef says. Down to where? Chris asks. All that is down is only the floor. But if that's how it's going to be, he grasps his Sonichu medallion and says, "Electric Hedgehog power!" The transformation begins again. Chris's sleeved arms become sleeveless arms. Spines emerge from his back. He grows a tail, and his body takes the form of Chris-chan Sonichu. You're not getting to me, no matter what you may try and attempt or threat. I will hang out where I want, when I want, or how I want, because I'm making myself publicly visible in my quest for a boyfriend-free girl. So all you jerk-offs may as well go back to PBC citizens and tell Mary Lee Walsh that she will never shatter my indestructible heart. The more you haze me, I will grow stronger. You are all mean and vicious, so in the name of my heart, soul, and love quest, I shall punish you. I don't think so, says Baggett, drawing a sword. Chris-chan responds by summoning the Sword of Lightning. The two stare down as the crowd looks on. In the back of the crowd, Crystal's unable to see what's happening. "Oh," she says, "something's going on. I am afraid my brother may be involved. Too many people." The two warriors rush each other. Chris-chan uses double teeth, and in an instant, they stand facing away from each other. Chris-chan sheathes his sword, and Baggett succumbs to the precision strike of the lightning sword, overwhelmed with electrical energy. "As long as my heart beats," swears Chris-chan, "I will find my heart sweet. Now return to the darkness from which you came." "I don't think so," says Baggett. He presses his badge, signaling a giant robot which smashes its way into the building. "Holy Vector Sigma!" cries Chris-chan. Baggett leaps onto the robot's shoulder. "I have you in my hand now. Taste the arsenal of my change bot, made from parts imported from Cybertron. Cractor," he commands, "take him down." "Yes," says Cractor. He fires a laser cannon at Chris-chan, but he narrowly dodges it with his hedgehog agility. With his speed, he races up the body of the robot and strikes it with a mega punch to the jaw. Its head spins like a top, giving Chris-chan precious time to gather his wits. That will confuse them, he thinks, but I really need a spin dash and spark out, and I have just the... Before he can finish his thought, Cractor launches its hand from its arm. The massive fingers grab hold of Chris-chan's tail, stopping him in his tracks and tripping him. "No!" cries Chris-chan as he falls face first to the floor. When his chest hits the ground, his transformation spot is triggered, causing him to change back to his human self. Triumphantly, the jerk-offs surround their quarry. "Cuff him!" orders Baggett. The jerk-offs gang up on Chris, and after a fierce struggle, he finds himself in the grip of the titanic Cractor, his hands cuffed behind his back, and his legs shackled together. "Well, hero," taunts Baggett, "what sayest thou now? All I wanted for over 2 years was a boyfriend-free girl to make into a girlfriend from the ground up whom I can love and trust," Chris says. "Why is it illegal to find true love? But in this situation, I can only say one thing. Help!" In the crowd, Crystal gasps at the sound of her brother's cry for help. "I'm coming, brother," she calls out. Excuse me, coming through." Frustrated with Christian's defiance, Baggett chooses to toy with his prey. "Looks like we'll have to torture you until your trap is shut. Cractor, drop him!" Cractor releases Chris from a height of well over 10 feet. "Ah!" screams Chris as he falls to his certain doom. To be continued. Sub-Episode 8, Christian Chandler in Off Target, Part 2. Drawn September 2nd, 2005. CWC. Last time, I was encountered by a jerk-off in Power Rangers clothing. We battled and I paralyzed him. But he then summoned his change bot, and things became chaotic. I would have knocked that bot out if it hadn't tripped me over. I was then captured. After a cry for help flew from my mouth and into Crystal's ears, Badgett's bot dropped me. Now as my sister goes through the crowd, I am falling to the ground, hand and leg cuffed. As Chris braces himself for the worst, he finds himself stopped in midair. A psychic catch? He thinks to himself. Baggett is also confused. In the crowd, we find Crystal using the psychic powers of Magichan Sonichu. For now, she thinks, this is the best I can do to break his fall. Thank you, sis, thinks Chris, now safely lowered to the ground. How did he suddenly stop his fall, wonders Baggett. No matter, dogpile on him now! Dogpile? Thinks Chris. With pleasure, says the jerk heap, and together with his jerk-offs, he belly flops on top of Chris, crushing him beneath his girth. Ah! Screams Chris. Baggett joins him, leaping through the air to attack Chris's vulnerable head. but he stops short of striking him when he lands. "Here's a tattoo," he says, "on the house." Baggett grabs Chris's head and rubs his face into the carpet. "Ah!" screams Chris. When Baggett is finished, the carpet burn has left a smoking wound on Chris's face, and a single drop of blood drops from it, hitting a puddle. "Hog tie him," orders Baggett. "Tighten up his dominant hand and toss him into Cractor's cockpit." Crystal gasps as they prepare Chris for transport. Cractor, having transformed into a fighter plane, opens its cockpit for the Jerkops to load Chris inside. "Just toss him in the back, Jerkeef," says Baggett. "You ride with me. The rest of you head back to base in the car." "Stop it!" cries Crystal. "You're hurting my brother! Let him go!" With tears in her eyes, she charges the Jerkops. "I'm coming, Christopher!" But the Jerky sends her flying with a single punch. Crystal slams into the wall, defeated. How dare that jerk hit a lady like that, she thinks. "Oh no!" Horrified, she looks up to see the Cractor smash its way out of the building on its way to deliver its prisoner. "They have Chris," she thinks. "I have to go after them. But I don't know where they went. I know how to find out, though. Electric Hedgehog attack! Telekinesis!" she shouts, summoning the powers of Magichan once again. In her mind, she sees Baggett and Jerkeef running back to base. "Are we there yet?" asks the Jerkeef. "No," snaps Baggett. "We're just a few minutes away from serving Mary her worst enemy on a silver platter." "Mary," thinks Crystal. "They must be heading to PVC Citizens. Getting there on fast feet will be faster than borrowing Chris's car, so I have only one option," she says, grabbing her Rosachu medallion. "Electric Hedgehog power!" Crystal transforms, becoming Crystalina Rosachu. With her blinding speed, she chases after Cractor, which has nearly arrived at its destination. Later, at PVC Citizens, "I sense our servants are returning," says Count Graduan. "Good," says Mary Lee Walsh. "My mistress," says Baggett, kneeling in the presence of Walsh. "I have returned victorious. Here is the being you requested for dinner, one lonely heart and soul." He presents to her Christian, found on a silver platter, with an apple stuffed in his mouth. "This is the pits," he thinks to himself. "You've done great, Baggett," says Mary Lee Walsh. "I've been waiting for this. Hang him above the cauldron. Ha! Ha! Ha!" "Got to hang in there," Chris thinks as he spits out the apple. Meanwhile, outside the PVCC headquarters, Crystalina has arrived. "Hold on, Chris," she says. "I'm on my way. Look out, Mary Lee Walsh, you have another guest tonight." As she races up the walls of the fortress, Chris is suspended over the cauldron. "Before the mistress rends a verdict," says the Jerkeef, "would you like to beg for your life? It sometimes helps, but often doesn't." "If I could transform," says Chris. "Silence!" cries Walsh, "or you will be held in contempt of this court." "I have nothing but contempt for this court," says Chris. "Guilty or innocent?" asks the Jerkeef. "Innocent. Drop him in," says Walsh. Just as Chris is released into the bubbling cauldron, Crystalina smashes through the window. She leaps over the cauldron to catch him. "Chris!" she shouts, and reaches him just before he hits the cauldron. "Crystal," Chris says. "Thank you. I'm at a loss of energy." "Sit tight," Crystalina says. "I'll get the key." Facing the enemy, she says, "Mary Lee Walsh, you have tortured my brother's body, heart, and soul for the last time." "His sister?" Walsh asks, surprised. "You fools!" Count Graduan bellows. "Get her!" As they battle, Chris lays wearily in his bonds. "It's good that my sister's come to my rescue, but I'm still without a girlfriend. Not only that, she's in trouble, and I am unable to help her." "There is a way out," says the voice of Chris's ancestor, the leader of the ancient Cherokee clan. "Ancestor," Chris thinks, "please share with me your wisdom." "Realize the number of friends you've made along your love quest," says the Cherokian leader, "in person or over myspace.com, and believe that by stopping your foe will help them in some way too." "It's hard to concentrate with low energy," Chris thinks. "In that case," the Cherokian leader says, "call upon the Anchuent powers from your royal ancestors to give you a morality boost. Also, believe in your sister to aid you. May the Anchuent powers protect you. Sounds good to me. Thank you, says Chris. Ugh. I can't get to that key, Crystalina thinks, and I can't fight them all alone. I'll give Chris some of my power. She places her hand on his and embraces him. Please recover, brother, she thinks. I can feel the energy, thinks Chris. Suddenly, he begins to transform and breaks free from his bonds. This is so pretty cure, he thinks as he stands up. I'm back! Soldier of love and honesty, Chris-chan. Soldier of soul and heart, Crystalina. We are Chris-chan pure. No way, cries Walsh. Their power is recovered tenfold. I have a bad hand. I'll cover you, Mary, promises Graduan. Mary Lee Walsh, says Chris-chan. I will never forgive you for shattering my heart and soul. We are going to see to it that you never shatter any more hearts or souls ever again. I'm ready, bro, says Crystalina. They hold hands, and Chris holds out his free hand, shouting, Blue Thunder! Orange Thunder! Shouts Crystalina. Together they aim their power into the air and say in unison, Our unique, wonderful souls shall crush your evil hearts and dark souls. Aim for the crystal ball. Time to get out of here, says Count Graduan. Chris and Crystalina fire their blasts at the crystal ball, and the two beams merge to form the orange and blue Chris-chan Pure Pulse Jolt Lance. It strikes the crystal, causing it to explode with a brilliant light. And when the ball was shattered, the possessed facility returned to what it was, the beloved Piedmont, Virginia Community College. Sunny, happy days returned to PVCC, and all the enrolled students were released from Mary Lee Walsh's dark spell. Instead of the dark, grim, criminal, and corrupted courses, the greater, better math, English, biology, computer, business, and more courses have returned. Christian and Crystal returned to Gettar for his car and drove home. As for Mary Lee Walsh and Count Graduan, well, good thing we had a backup plan, processed Mary Lee Walsh. Together they float in a sphere of dark magic. Yes, says Graduan, we'll be back in dirty business in no time. Overtaking a high school should be easier anyway, says Walsh. Younger, stronger, more dim students ripe for brainwashing. And Sonichu number 5, drawn April 29th, 2006. On the cover, we see a gigantic Mary Lee Walsh holding a mirror with Christian Chandler trapped inside. Ha! 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 laughs Mary Lee Walsh. Well, this stinks, thinks Chris. You won't get away with this, Mary Lee Walsh, says Sonichu. Hang tight. I'll get you out of there, father. Somehow. Episode 12. Christian Chandler in My Best Friend's Cherokian Wedding. Drawn May 24th, 2006, for May 29th, 2006, Memorial Day. Tonight's special summon guest star, Jax Knight, plays the role of the groom, William Spicer. We open on a wedding ceremony. Sarah Hammer, who once aided Chris as Sarama Rosachu, is being married to William Spicer. As music plays on a phonograph, Christian Weston Chandler looks on, invisible to the other guests. At the chapel door, we see Wes Isley watching the procession. If I can't have her, he thinks ruefully, then I'll play magic. Inside, Chris has much more positive feelings about the day's events. It's too bad I can't stay to catch the bouquet, but at least I can watch my old friend lead for a happier life. As long as my barrier attack lasts, I can remain feasible only in spirit. I'm also happy because I found a real Supergirl who allows my heart to feel stronger with love. A sweet sailor soldier who I first met after having started playing the heart of the cards. Like destiny in a pyramid of light. But not just destiny, but a strong, pure love, sweeter than a passionate strawberry or the sweetest piece of chocolate. Suddenly, a strange sensation interrupts Chris's thoughts. My sixth sense is tingling, he thinks. Electric hedgehog attack. Future sight. Peering into the near future, Chris sees a flaming arrow streak across the chapel and pierce William Spicer through the chest. Ah! Spicer screams. Help! Cries Sarah. She is carried off by Wesley Sonichu. No, thinks Chris. Sarah's happiness will be ruined? I can't let that happen. Time to play a CWC spell, he says, holding up his dual-disc launcher, or in this case, a CWC trap. I'll play a reasoning first, he thinks. From the chapel door, Wes hears Chris's voice in his head. Wes Isley. What? Says Wes. This is your voice of reason. You don't have to do this. There are other girls behind the light magical curtain. I have no conscience. Flame sniper, says Wes. He fires his flame arrow just as Chris foresaw. Shoot, says Chris. Activate negative attack. A shield appears, blocking the flame arrow and saving Spicer's life. What is that? Asks one of the guests. Fire, says another. Liar, liar, cries the third. Show yourself, coward, demands Wes. I am no coward, Chris says as he reveals himself. Sometimes I'm a great duelist. Mostly I'm a loyal friend, and I can do wonders behind the scenes. But the truth is, electric hedgehog power! Chris transforms, his sleeved arms changing into sleeveless arms, his back growing blue spines and a crooked tail, and his body taking the form of a hedgehog. I am the legendary warrior of love and honesty, Chris-chan Sonichu. Chris-chan Sonichu. Feast. Effect. This monster can be summoned from your hand or deck by troubling a Christian Weston Chandler or a Virgin with Rage equipped with a Sonichu medallion. Attack 2300. Defense 2000. LP equals 2300 plus 500 equals 2800. See below. Christopher Chandler? Wes roars. How dare you interrupt my frank and cruel lovey-dovey plans, you autistic freak? Wesley Sonichu. Feed. Effect. If Chris-chan Sonichu is face up on the field, increase Chris-chan Sonichu's attack by 500 points. Attack 2300. Defense 2000. Life points equals 2300. Chris thinks. Remember, Meg-chan. Future happiness for us. Sarah's future happiness. Mostly Megan. Right, Chris says. I do not want to fight on my old best friend's happy-dappy day. We can be adult about this with you leaving in peace and letting the new Mrs. Sarah Nicole Hammer Spicer live her future in peace. You're right, Wes says. We can live peacefully like adults. There you go, says Chris. But I'm getting her, not that jerk, says Wes. What? Says Chris. Bam! The ceremony continues, as the guests are apparently unaware of the conflict. If there is anyone who objects to this union of Sarah and William, speak now or forever hold your peace, the minister says. I do, Wes says. Like an orange blur, he moves, leaving William Spicer to see Wesley holding Sarah over his shoulder, standing on Chris's head. The dame comes with me, Wes says. Wes, you jerk, cries Sarah. What's the meaning of this? Okay, who played the Megamorph? Chris asks. Wes flees the chapel with Sarah as his prisoner. Christopher, please bring our baby back, Sarah's parents ask. If you don't, it'll mean trouble for you. This is terrible. Demoralized, Chris's life points have decreased to 500. Sarah, Meg-chan, happiness for all. Need energy. Activate spell absorption. Infinity spell, increase life points by 500 for each spell played. Activate Diane Kato. Increase life points by 1,000, plus 500 for each spell absorption. Rejuvenated, Chris takes off after Wes. I'm coming, Sarah, he says. Time to activate my quick spells with my CWC spells. Activate CWC spells, quick spells, LP plus 500. Goodbye, magical mallet. Hello, helpful duo spells. Chris's LP is now 2,500. CWC spells, quick spells. Discard one spell card from your hand. Add 2 spell cards from your deck to your hand. Shuffle your deck afterwards. Soon Chris is caught up to Wes. Hey Wes, Apple Core. Baltimore, says Wes. Who's your friend? Asks Chris. Me? Asks Wes. Right, my turn, says Chris. Draw a card. Stand by. Activate creature swap. Both players select one monster on their respective sides of the field and swip control of those monsters with each other. The selected monsters can't change their battle positions this turn. Sarah suddenly finds herself in Chris's arms, and he turns around and runs back to the chapel. What, Chris? She says. Hang tight, says Chris. I'll get you back to the church on time. Darn him and his stupido magic, growls Wesley. I'm the one with the rabbit. Wesley locks onto Chris and fires his Fire Blast flamethrower. Yikes, says Chris. Sweet, thinks Wes as his blast catches up to Chris. But suddenly a flying tiara trips Wes, causing the beam to backfire on him instead. What the flame happened? Wesley asks. saved us, Sarah asks. Yeah, she's here, thinks Chris. The interloper reveals herself to be a woman in a Sailor Moon outfit, partnered with a lavender skunk. A wedding ceremony has no place for burned-up exes, she says. Plotting from behind a sacred column serves no love or justice. We are sailor soldiers, and to destroy the dreams of an old friend of ours is unforgivable, adds the skunk. And we stand for the lights of every heart and justice. And the hopes and dreams of the future happiness earned from tortured times are priceless. I am Magaji the Skunk. I am Sailor Megtoon. In the name of all hearts, we shall punish you. How dare you two, says Wes. I will not be taken down by the likes of you. He fires a flamethrower from his mouth. Megtoon, rockin' hurricane, says Sailor Megtoon. He uses a guitar to foil Wes's attack. Wow, that girl can sure rock, says Sarah. You sure know a winner, Chris. Christopher? Chris is on his knees, overcome with his love and admiration for Sailor Megtoon. Ah, Mega my heart, he thinks, as his life points skyrocket to 7,000. Magaji slaps him over the head. That hurt, Chris whines. This is not the time to oogle my maternal creator, she growls. You had to play that last CWC spell. Yeah, you're right, Chris says. You played your part well, he thinks. Activate Dark Core. By discarding one card from my hand, sorry, Dark Magician Girl, I can remove Wesley Sonichu from play and send him home. The Dark Core appears over Wesley, but he is still knocked out from Megtoon's attack. Oh, he's stuck in the shifting sands. I'll have to putt, says Chris, producing a lightning bolt in his hand. He swats Wesley into the Dark Core and he disappears. That's duel, Chris says. Later, at the church, sigh. Sarah almost lost her straightforward shot to long happiness. I hope that I will get to walk down that aisle someday myself, with no trouble, Chris thinks. Hazy, metrical feelings. I love Megan, yet she's not ready to return or seek it. I'd feel better if I could chat with her on the phone, although she's uncomfortable doing that. Our email communications are okay, but Spiok speaks louder than typed words. Chris, could you come up to the room with a balcony, please? Huh? Think fast. A bouquet of flowers drops into his hands. Chris looks up to see Sarah at the balcony. I wanted to thank you for the wonderful childhood years between you and me, and for being by my side today. I wish you the best of your Megan's love. Good luck to you, Christopher Chandler. Thank you, Sarah, Chris says. I wish you the happiest of years as well. Catching a bride's bouquet is a sign meaning a strong chance of marriage for you within a few years. And the city of Quickville, where true love blossoms between the true loving couples. Whether it's at the park, Harriet, Joseph, love's first kiss. Wham! Harriet and Joseph's kiss is interrupted by a policeman and his baton. By the order of our mistress, love is forbidden. What was that? At a local coffee shop. Julia, I've held this in for so long. Yes, Nick? Julia, Slap! Another officer interferes. MLW forbids love confessions. Jeez. Well, how about close to... I gotta call 911. Ow! Hand-holding is forbidden in the name of Mary Lee Walsh. Oh, how troubling. And where's our favorite hedgehog and mayor? Chillin' at Quickville Mall. The best mall ever! CWC's note. I've designed the shopping center of Quickville as my capstone for my computer-aided graphic and design degree, which I have received in May 2006. So I have a copy of the set of plans among my Sonichu drawings in my Sonichu scrapbook. Inside, we find Chris and Sonichu chilling on a bench as father and son. Well, Sonichu, says Chris, I've been feeling lots better since I first met Megan. She's the sweetest, and she has the right spunk amount among all ladies. Yeah, Pop, says Sonichu, just like me and Rosie. Mega's yet to return feelings, right? Yeah. But I've been very patient with Meg-chan. By being a kind and understanding friend for her, giving her time and space, and helping her feel good, she's warming up to me. Not only that, but with each amount of time I spend with her personally, with each of her warm, tender smiles, and with each loving thought about her, my heart grows fonder with the true love I feel for Megan Schroeder. At least she knows that I have those feelings for her. I had the guts to tell her personally. Well, Rosichu, the other Hedgehogs, and I wish you the best of luck with her, says Sonichu. Thank you. Speaking of which, says Chris, did you know I haven't used that dumb sign since that fiasco at the Guitar region? Yet all it took was turning to the heart of the cards to find the best moment of the rest. She's irreplacable. And boyfriend free too, right? Adds Sonichu. That was a fortunate bonus. I easily mistook her brother at first, though, admits Chris. Overhead, the intercom plays the local radio station. Alright, we're rocking with the best of light rock and anime hits here at station KCWC, Quickville's #1 radio station. You're keeping it real with gems to Sonichu. Yowza! I've just been handed an urgent bulletin. Apparently a jerk-off squad has been harassing loving couples around the city. The true men and women in blue and black can't keep up with these minions of the dirtiest of PVC citizens, Mary Lee Walsh. We really could use the help of my main dudes, Christian Chandler and Sonichu, about now. More news after this groove track from Monica Ryle. No! Shouts Chris, rising to his feet. I can't believe it. I thought her reign of heart-shattering terror was over. Well, I won't let her get away with it. It was a good thing I've informed the citizens about the difference between the jerk-offs and the true police people. Chris recalls his public announcement of the jerk-off threat to his citizens. And so I urge you, the citizens of Quickville, to remember, with the police, only black and blue are true. All other colors are vice. Chris and Sonichu race out of the mall, and Chris flips open his Nintendo DS. Note, I'm using a special DS card and matching pack that links up not only to Wi-Fi, but to the Quickville satellite. Within the options, I can search within 100 miles radius of where I'm standing for villains, special items, and where my friends are currently located. Wow, says Chris, there are jerk-offs everywhere, and my Quickville police are vastly outnumbered. Let's go, Sonichu. Using the DS stylus, he activates Vehicle Call and summons an Eschew Air Rider. Meanwhile, the true police have formed a defensive line in the street, while the jerk-offs, clad in white, brown, and red, assemble for battle. Among them flies their mistress, the Dark Lord, Mary Lee Walsh. She hovers over the road, looking at a rectangle carved into the asphalt. Yes, yes! With my battalion of jerk-offs at the ready, and a monster in my shadow, I'm sure to lure that new-sense Christian into my trap. When he stands in the rectangle below, I'll have him in my clutches. Ha! 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 With that Cherokee out of the picture, thinks Count Graduan, I will be able to take over the city, then the world, especially with a dark shadow within the adopted child in Viridian. Chris and Sonichu streak to the battlefield, Sonichu relying on his awesome speed, while Christian soars through the city on his Eschew Air Rider. As they arrive on the scene, a figure in a dark alley makes a phone call. Megan, it's me. Come to Quickville, quick! Glad to see you, Your Honor, says one of the Quickville police. At ease, Constable, says Chris, returning his salute. I've assessed the situation. Wow, organized evil. She pulled out all the stops. Leave it to me and my Hedgehogs. Constable, keep all the civilians out of the Metroplex. That's an order. Yes, sir, says the officer. I have to call my Calvary, thinks Chris. CWC Spell Magic. Electric Chaotic Summon. In various locations, the Hedgehogs are immersed in a strange blue glow. Rosichu, Wild Sonichu, Bubbles and Angelica Rosichu, Punchy and Magichan Sonichu. Heart Torch Glow, Twin Sister Call. In the mall, Crystal is also immersed in the blue light. Oh, my brother needs me, she thinks. I was having fun sampling this wonderful perfume. Well, duty calls. As the Hedgehogs rush to the scene, Crystal and Chris each begin their own transformations. Electric Hedgehog Power! Crystal transforms into Crystalina Rosichu, while Chris becomes Chris Chan Sonichu. The Sonichus and Rosichus of Quickville. Warrior of Love and Honesty, Chris Chan. Warrior of Love and Hearts, Crystalina. Episode 13, Smash Hearts and Entrapment. We are Chris Chan Pure and the Chaotic Combo. Evil Witch of Dark Descent, says Chris Chan, return to the darkness from which you came. Not only will I not retreat, says Walsh, but I will send out my big man to destroy you, Chris Chan. Come out, Kenaru Meneth. A giant robot dressed in a red shirt and chef's hat emerges from behind the jerk-off lines. Hello there, Chicos, he says. Your mall design is expletive deleted. I have grade F destruction for you. Oh, it is on, says Chris. Sonichu, take the chaotic combo. Disperse and attack the jerk-offs. Crystalina, Help me in taking down that CAD chef imposter. Let's go! Right, says Crystalina. Right, says Sonichu. Chris charges the CAD chef. Yeah! He shouts. With Crystalina close behind, they spin dash into the mighty machine, but bounce off harmlessly. Construction steel? Chris thinks. Crystalina, follow me, he says. They run up the robot's body and race around its head, using quick thunder. But this strategy has no effect. You can't unscrew his head, nor make him dizzy, taunts Walsh. Ha ha! She fires a magical dark sphere attack, which strikes both Chris and Crystalina, knocking them to the ground. Oh, cries Crystalina. Ugh, says Chris. He looks to find the robot ready to step on them both, but before it can, a tiara flies through the air and knocks the CAD chef over. What? Says Walsh. Meanwhile, Sonichu has just beaten the Jerkop army. Well, those Jerkops gave us all a run for our money, he says. Oh? Well, look who's joined the party. Standing on two lampposts are Sailor Megtoon and Megaji. Terrorizing the weakened and threatening to destroy a masterpiece of the heart? I will not stand for that, and we won't let you get away with it either. We are sailor soldiers, and we stand for every heart's light and justice. They leap down to the street to announce themselves. I am Megaji Laskamp. I am Sailor Megtoon. In the name of all hearts, we shall punish you. Aha, thinks Count Raguan. First we've had the parodic transformations, says Walsh. Now we actually have a pretty girl sailor soldier? What a kooky world. Chris-chan, Megtoon shouts. Finish that monster! That's Megtoon, Crystalina thinks. Wow, my brother sure can't pick up a real winner of a girl. Chris and Crystalina hold hands, prepare for their ultimate attack. Blue Thunder, says Chris. Orange Thunder, says Crystalina. Our unique souls shall brighten and crush your black hearts, says Chris. They turn and fire the Curse-chan Pure Pulse Jolt Lance. In a flash, the CAD chef is destroyed. All right, Mary Lee Walsh, says Chris. It's your turn. As he prepares his next attack, he fails to notice he is standing in the rectangle in the road. Curse ye, ha, me? We don't think so, thinks Count Graduan. Dark mirror hole. Ah! Says Chris-chan as he falls through the rectangle, his body transforming back to Christian as he passes through. The others look on in horror, as Chris sinks deeper and deeper into the dark mirror hole. Soon, only Chris's hands are left. But just in time, Megtoon and Crystalina grab hold, keeping him from falling entirely into the mirror. Well, this stinks, thinks Chris. Girls, let go, or you may be sucked into this darkness. I don't want you both to suffer. Then again, if I don't get out, they will be sad. Meanwhile, in Viridian City, Naitsirhc has a sudden flash into Chris's thoughts. This stinks. Huh? He says. This plan doesn't stink. Suddenly, a black Sonichu medallion appears over his chest, and he collapses in pain. Ugh! My head! My chest! What's going on? Ah! When the original metal is submerged in darkness, the dark metal will appear, and he whose name is in reverse will transform into the ultimate dark being. Just then, Black Sonichu enters the room and sees what appears to be Chris inside. Huh? What are you doing in Naitsirhc's room? Look, just because you're my so-called father and director doesn't mean you can barge in and... Wait, you're not him. What the heavy metal rock band is going on here? Naitsirhc? In Quickville. How futile, thinks Count Graduan and Mary Lee Walsh. Why do those two give a darn about him? Wait, I have it! I can make Christian really suffer by stealing his two girlfriends in the mirror instead of him. Time to turn the tables. Ha! 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 With a pulse of magic from Count Graduan, the dark mirror begins to click and whir. Hang in there, Chris, think Megtoon and Crystalina. I won't let you go! What the, thinks Crystal. Is the ground flipping? I can't let my brother go. Yet I don't want Megan trapped either. There's only one thing I can do. I'm sorry, Meg. She wraps her tail around Megan's neck and throws her clear of the dark mirror. Christian, she shouts. Crystal, no! And so, Crystalina pulls Chris out of the dark mirror and becomes trapped within it herself. Oh, says Chris. Christopher, says Crystal, now trapped in the dark mirror. No, says Chris, with tears in his eyes. Crystal! Well, I got one anyway, gloats Mary Lee Walsh. Oh, Christian. Your sister, thinks Megan. What can I say that can atone for your loss? Such tender feelings. No! Due to past events, I have to ignore those feelings. I can't help but feel sad and sorry for him. He looks so pitiful. Besides, if I'd lost my brother, he'd do what he cowed to mend my emotional wound. You may have taken down my squadron, laughs Walsh, but I have your sister, mister. Ha! 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 Finished comic book on June 20, 2006. To be continued. Sonichu number 6. Drawn July 4th, 2006. On the cover, we see a dog-like creature, dancing on its hind legs, waving a decorated bone. Around it fall large golden coins, each depicting a moment in the life of Christian Chandler's beloved pet. Episode 12.5, One Lucky Dog. CWC. Allow me to introduce my sweet dog, Patty. She was born on March 17, 1988, St. Patrick's Day, and she's part beagle and part Spitz. We open on the night of June 26, 2006, where she's looking towards the moon from the safety of her pen. Oh, thinks Patty, I haven't felt as spry as I used to, and my rump's so itchy. But the moon is pretty tonight. That one twinkling dot lures me more with its sparkliness. I wish I could walk and talk like my master, so I could tell him in his language how I feel, thank him for his years of kindness, and let him know that I love him. Howl, says Patty, howling at the full moon. Well, I'll have a quick snack before my nightly slumber, thinks Patty. She eats some grass in the yard, catching a 4-leaf clover in her mouth. Then she lays down on the grass and falls asleep. Little does she know that an ominous gleam of light has begun to shine down on her. The next day, Christian Weston Chandler comes outside to find Patty. Okay, Scamper, hello, says Chris. I have to feed Patty now. Patty? Patty girl, tweet, tweet. Oh, there you are. He finds Patty still sleeping in the grass. Her forehead and the end of her tail have turned green. Come, Patty, it's time for food. Come on, girl. Patty wakes up and opens her eyes. Okay, okay. I'm coming. Ah! Screams Chris. Patty, you can talk. Not only that, you look different, too. What are you, huh? Wow, says Patty. I can speak your language. Hooray for me. Patty attempts to stand up on her hind legs and succeeds. A little dizzy. Wow, I'm standing like you, Master, she says. My wish came true, she wonders. Oh, Master, I can't begin to tell you how elated I feel, she says. Come to think of it, I feel so young, like as if I was 3 years old. That's 21 in dog years. Well, I'm still in shock over your transformation, says Chris. I am happy that you feel happy. Come, let's get some food in you, give you a bath, and a makeover would be good too. Thank you, Chris, says Patty. After bathing and eating, Patty sits on the porch swing with Chris. She is now wearing a green skirt with a clover medallion around her neck. Oh, Chris, she says, I am so grateful for your care over the years of my life, and I love you so much. Yet, I am tired of being confined in my pen. With my new form, I can now roam free, but I wouldn't want to put worse wear on my paws. Wow, says Chris, I understand how you feel. He considers the problem for a moment, and then scratches behind Patty's ears. I can help you, he says. I know of a great place where you can run free and have great friends to be with, and not have to worry about scaring the natives. He takes her by the hand and leads her back into his house. Where are we going? Asks Patty. To get there, we have to take a shortcut in my bedroom. After you, he says, holding the door for her. Chivalry ain't dead, he thinks to himself. Inside Christian's bedroom, we see a massive assortment of toys, video games, drawings, comics, Legos, DVDs, videotapes, electronics, and more. Much of it is stacked on the numerous shelves or tables, while others are hung on the walls or suspended from the ceiling. Watch your step, he says, leading Patty in. Wow, she says, your room is a bit crowded. I can see one reason why you need a woman's touch. Yeah, thinks Chris, among other good reasons. He stands in front of Patty and holds a portable video game in one hand. Open sesame, he says. The video game sends out a signal, which causes a portal to open in the middle of Chris's room. This way to CWCVille, says Chris, jumping through the portal. Patty thinks nervously. However, she follows him in, the portal closing just behind her tail. From my house to Quickville any other way would be a longer walk, explains Chris. In Quickville, we see the Quickville Shopping Center, which houses the mayor's office, and from a special door inside. And here we are, says Chris, opening the door from the other side of the portal. The city of Quickville. Oh, says Patty. Where in Quickville are we? Chris kneels down and puts his arm around Patty. Patty, he says, you and I are in the heart and epicenter of Quickville, my mayoral office. It is located above the shopping center's north entrance. Not only is it a home away from home, but every city document, every public decision, every single fun event that goes on in this community are all planned and stored here in these four walls. Wow, says Patty. How do you handle all these responsibilities while you were not here, she asks. Excellent question, Patty, says Chris. I have a secretary who takes in the incoming documents. After looking them over, she calls me on my cell phone and gives me all the details. She then scans and transmits the data of the document through a special PC program to the Quickville satellite, which sends it to my DS. Then I can read the document, including the fine print, and sign my approval on the touchscreen. The signature gets printed onto the original document, and it's a done deal. Editor's note. It would be really nice if Nintendo made a PDA program with a personal notepad function to take notes and memos with. A bit-o time later. So, with that scepter and those bracelets I made for you, you will be able to defend yourself from the villains with some of my power that I bestowed unto them, says Chris. Thank you, says Patty. Now, before I forget, Ms. Amber, Chris says. Yes, Mr. Chandler, says Ms. Amber. Patty Chan, says Chris, this is my secretary, Miss Allison Amber, former movie star. She retired early to pursue her dream of being the aide of a big cheese like me. Allison, this is my sweet lucky dog, Patty. She has gone under a grand transformation, and she wishes for more free roaming space, so I've brought her here. Allison Amber, age 26. In a relationship with her, boyfriend. I'm delighted to meet you, Miss Amber, says Patty. I am happy to make your acquaintance as well, Patty, says Allison. I have heard nice things about you from Chris. Suddenly, Chris's cell phone rings. Its ringtone is Britney Spears' Drive Me Crazy and Feel So Lonesome by Christian Weston Chandler. Excuse me, Chris says. Hello? Oh, Sonichu. What's up? Oh. Okay, I'll be right down. I gotta go. Sonichu and Rosachu need me, Chris says. He kneels down to embrace Patty. Patty, I will come visit you time and again, but consider Quickville your new roaming grounds, and this office your new home. Do you have those items, Miss Amber? Thank you. Patty, take this cell phone with unlimited minutes. Use it to call Allison or me when you are hurt. And show this card to the cashier of any supermarket, grocery store, or restaurant. They will give you the food you need and treat you with high respect. Golden Quickville card. Mayoral issue. Patty Chandler. 0679-8543-3412-4587. You take care, Patty Chan. I will always love you, my sweet friend. This episode is dedicated to the sweet, loving memory of Patty Chandler. One sweet, pretty, lucky dog. Patty Chandler, March 17, 1988 to June 27, 2006. Themes. Last time, the city of Quickville was under the terror or Mary Lee Walsh. Christian Crystal and the Electric Hedgehogs battled with her squad of Jerkops and Giant Cad Chef. The pretty soldier, Sailor Megtoon, and Majiji showed up in the nick of time to help. Just as Christian was about to finish the witch, she turned the tables, and now she has Crystal in her clutches. Stay tuned to see who will triumph in Part 2. Episode 14, Evil is Afoot. Christian, says Walsh, waving the scepter of Count Graduan, if you ever want your sister back, you and your crew will bow down to me and surrender your hearts and souls upon my clutches. Ha ha ha! Easy on my handle, witch, thinks Graduan. On the other side of the road, Chris and his allies look on in horror. Darn, thinks Chris. She's so high up. One wrong move and Crystal may become worse than heart-shattered. What should we do? Overconfident Mary Lee Walsh continues to laugh. Ha! 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 But then, out of nowhere, a boomerang strikes her on the head, knocking her off her flying broom. At the same time, a beam of energy levitates the mirror containing Crystal and lowers it to safety. "Behold the power of the inspired knight," says Darkbind Sonichu, catching his boomerang. "Behold the power of the well-trusted dog," says Patty, maneuvering the mirror. "Yay, Patty-chan and Darkbind came to help," says Rosachu. "I met Patty at the mall earlier," she thinks, "and who doesn't remember DB?" With effort, Patty moves the mirror away from Mary's influence. Suddenly, Mary regains her composure. Wasting no time, Sailor Megtoon goes on the offensive. "No one messes with my sweet friend's heart," she says. "Unless they like super heavy metal. Megtoon rockin' Hurricane. Magic rockets blaying off again. I'll be back with more terror," says Walsh as she teleports away from Megtoon's powerful attack. 2 hours later, at the mayor's office, the chaotic combo, Magaji and Patty, sit at the conference table. Some discuss the day's battle, while others brood over their own thoughts. "I had this dream that I was seeing my father with long hair in the mirror," says Sonichu. "Aw," thinks Rosachu, as she listens to his story. "My sweet Bolt is so stressed. I can tell from his shaky knee." Patty watches the door, waiting for Chris's return. Crystal will be well protected in my sphere, she thinks, but poor Chris. I sure hope she doesn't go after my friends on Paradise Isle, thinks Magaji. I sense 2 more crystal balls nearby, thinks Darkbind. But I need to wait before I search for them. Selena. I wish they'd hurry up, thinks Wild Sonichu. "What terror do you think may happen?" asks Bubbles Rosachu. "I don't know," says Angelica, "but Mary is truly a wicked witch." "I'm missing my samurai pizza cast," thinks Punchy. Chris and Magichan Sonichu enter the room. "I'm afraid it doesn't look good for Crystal," says Magichan. "That love-hating witch did a real number." "No," says Sonichu. "This is the worst. She made about as hard as Chris's dream coming true." Grrr. Rosachu takes his hand. "Sweet Bolt, I'm just as worried as you, and it looks very bad," she says. "But I'm certain there's a way to free Crystal, so there's no need for a bombastic tone." "Speaking of bombs," says Bubbles, "wasn't Bionic just totally da bomb at this last B-ball game? I think he'll win it for the Lancers all the way." "I know," says Angelica, "and he has yet to beat his own record of 125 baskets in one game. Then again, the ball has to be shared between him and team. He's so generous." "What a dreamboat," they both think. "Bionic the Hedgehog," grumbles Wild. "If I wasn't kicked off the team for Musu of Vinyl Defense, I could have easily broken his record, and I could have had the ladies for my choice." "Ladies," muses Punchy. "One time I thought strength impressed them greatly, but they would rather date a man with a sport ball than a man of iron glory." "Sheets," says Magaji. "Boys can get so darn jealous when they can't ever find themselves a pretty girl to be with, or otherwise they're feeling so lonesome. In rare cases, it gets so bad that one jealous man can detest 99.9999999999996% of the world male population, excluding himself and those within the margin of error remaining percentage. Magaji, says Patty, not all men are like that. Well, for a time, Chris was one of those rare cases. Since he met Megan, his eyes were reopened, and his heart made a miraculous recovery. Yet, during his 25 years on Earth, he's been kind and sweet at heart. He's the coolest. Patty, you're just saying such flowers because you're his dog, argues Punchy. No way, I love him truly, she says. Yeah, well, enough, says Chris. Yes, it is, says Magichan. More importantly, we've tried every spell, trap, poke power, and trainer abilities we had, as well as every attack we could muster, but it was no use. However, we did come to a conclusion that the only thing that weakened the glass a bit was the power of the crystal Sonichu ball. Out of 7, we had on hand. We will need the power of all 7 to pull Crystal out of the Dark World. Similarly, if we cannot acquire the 7 crystal Sonichu balls, the power of the 7 Chaos Emeralds should open the portal as well. As Magichan holds up the yellow Sonichu ball to show to the group, it begins to glow. Huh? He asks. My 2 balls, thinks Darkbind, as the red and cyan Sonichu balls on his belt also begin to glow. Thinks Magichan. Looks like Darkbind has secured 2 Sonichu balls ahead of us, for his beloved Princess Selena Rosachu. Why do the crystals have to attract each other, Darkbind wonders. I cannot be deprived of my balls, yet I need all 7 to awaken my beloved Zelena. If It seemed like just yesterday we were a blushing couple, strolling through Rule Quick, ever so happy. But on the night of her ball, the evil wizard Clawdorf cursed eternal sleep over our princess as he unleashed the power of the crystal Sonichu balls from the ancient tablet. Well, it backfired on him by turning Clawdorf to stone. Zelina, sob, collapsed into slumber as I was about to propose to her. I was devastated. I heard his demonic cackle echo through Rule Quick. I then swore that I would retrieve the balls and lift his curse for my beloved princess, Helena Rosachu. Darkvine's thoughts are interrupted when he and the others hear a powerful explosion. Something's happening downstairs, Chris says. Sonichu, Magichan, come with me. Everyone else, stay here until further notice. One floor below, at the jewelry store, we find Black Sonichu following a new green hedgehog as they depart from the scene of their daring daylight robbery. Behold, this Sonichu ball is the first of many keys towards my global reign, says the green hedgehog. He holds up the purple Sonichu ball. Behind him, Chris and the others have teleported in. Hold it, fiend, says Chris. You will not get away so quickly after such a loud disturbance. Ah yes, thinks the mysterious villain. The goody-goody sad-sack virgin is in the house. Dark Hedgehog power, he shouts. Dark Dome Stadium! Sonichu, Magichan, charge! Orders Chris. Before Sonichu can attack, Black Sonichu intercepts him. Stay back, Sonichu. Leave my master alone, he says. Insolent pest, says the green hedgehog. As Black Sonichu levels Sonichu with a mock punch, he swats away Magichan with a shadow ball. No, says Chris, watching as both hedgehogs fly past him, dazed. Sonichu! Magichan! Chris then finds himself engulfed in the evil hedgehog's dark energy field. Oh, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, he says. You! Where in the wide world of extreme sports are we? And just who are you? Ha! 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 Laughs the green hedgehog. We are in the dark dimension of my creation. Everyone else remains in Quickville, so it's just the two of us here. As for who I am, if you recall the Anchuent Prophecy from where you got your powers, if the metal is plunged into darkness, even for just a few minutes, upon the one who looked similar to you, and had your first name spelled in reverse, the Dark Sonichu Medallion would be created, and the victim would have the sleeping evil within him awakened and emerge. I vaguely remember such a detail, admits Chris. I may have missed the fine print, but that doesn't place a name yet. Who are you? Very well. I was the adopted child, known simply as Naitsirhc Giovanni. In this form, I am Reldnak-Hatak, Sonichu. But of my true form, I am very similar to you, Christian Weston Chandler. But I possess very opposite traits and characteristics compared to yours. I am darkness. I am evil. I am open. I am Reldnak-Not-So-Naitsirhc. Reverting to his human form, the green hedgehog becomes a near double of Chris. Instead of one blue eye and one green eye, his eyes are red and orange. His left ear is pierced, sporting a safety pin for an earring. A chain dangles from his neck, and instead of a Sonichu medallion, Reldnak has a black Sonichu medallion, held on his chest by a strange green harness. Aside from the green harness, he is nude from the waist up. A black codpiece covers the crotch of his pants, and the legs of his pants are ripped. Ah! Oh my dog! Screams Chris, covering his eyes. My fantasies blow vastly towards my opposite gender. I am so offended. Put a shirt on! Meanwhile, from outside the dark dome, the three Sonichus wait tensely for the others to emerge. Magichan attempts a psychic probe. Anything, Magichan? asks Sonichu. No, says Magichan. I am unable to send my mental wavelengths into the dark dome. The only way to learn Christian status is to wait. Black Sonichu, calls Sonichu. What's the score? 2-1, says Black Sonichu. Spill it, demands Sonichu. Well, sigh. My master, Naitsirhc, has gone under a real dark transformation. He wanted to take over the world and kill Christian, so he wants the 7 crystal balls of legend. and he anticipated this confrontation upon the snatching of his first Sonichu ball. Yep, it was all his idea. I'm concerned, though. He shoved his father out of his path without remorse. He's been insulting me at every moment, and to top it all off, he put whipped cream in my rockets. Ugh. Telepathically, Sonichu and Magichan confer. I sense honesty in his mind as he explained, thinks Magichan. I'm surprised Naitsirhc could be that cruel. It has to be some dark curse or something, thinks Sonichu. I can certainly tell you that Chris would rather be listening to his father's bickering now, thinks Magichan. By the way, asked Black Sonichu, how is Bubbles, that luscious set of water and electricity? Back in the Dark Dome, you weakling, taunts Reldnock. Your feeble autism and big heart hinder you vastly beyond Beliar. I have no such whackness, therefore I am the strongest. Cowardly liar, says Chris, you dare put me down with your insults. Where I lack in confidence, I make up for in heart, strength, and the caring, loving boost from my sweet friend, Meg-chan. Wanna bet? I'll whomp you to next Tuesday, challenges Reldnock. I will fight in defense with true might, says Chris. I will never be tempted towards your gross standards. Let's rock. Electric Hedgehog power. Dark Shocker power. The two men begin their transformations. As Chris's medallion gives him blue spines and a crooked tail, Reldnock's black Sonichu medallion gives him green spines and a green crooked tail. They each assume hedgehog form and become Warrior in Love and Honesty, Chris-chan Sonichu versus Reldnock Attack. The two emerge from the Dark Dome, facing each other in the mall as Sonichu and the others look on. Chris-chan, says Sonichu. Reldnock, says Black Sonichu. Thinks Magichan. Like gunfighters, the two stare each other down, searching for the slightest vulnerability. Magichan holds out his arms to stop Sonichu and Black Sonichu. Neither of you should interfere, he says. The intensity of this battle would be too much for any of us. Chris and Reldnock continue to stare down, and then, without warning, they speed into action. Chris lands the first blow, and they go smashing their way out of Quickville Mall. Yep, says Sonichu, looking out from the broken glass. The combatants streak all over town, too fast for the human eye to follow. Chris fires an energy blast, but Reldnock dodges. He returns fire, but Chris jumps out of the way and lands a kick to Reldnock's crotch. However, his cod piece protects him from injury. They run alongside each other, and Reldnock tries to shake Chris with another energy attack, but Chris rolls into his path and strikes him squarely in the face. Chris follows up with an energy blast, but Reldnock fires his own, and the two beams collide between them, causing a tremendous explosion of power. The blow sends Chris flying into an empty high school gym, and he smashes into the wall, creating a huge dent. Seemingly unfazed, Reldnock stands over the fallen form of his adversary and holds up the purple Sonichu ball. With the power of this crystal Sonichu ball I have in my hand, he says, I will deliver the final blow. How befitting is it that I get to destroy you in the school where you felt most happy? Too bad you won't be able to meet your fellow gal pal Lancers at the reunion. Ha! 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 Farewell, Christopher Christian Weston Chandler. Suddenly a basketball strikes Reldnock from the side, knocking out one of his teeth and rendering him unconscious. Later, Chris opens his eyes and finds someone with him. Hey, Christian, are you okay? Please, say something. Megan? He asks, bruised and back in his human form. What happened? For a while you were unconscious, Megan explains. Magaji led me here, then you went back to Paradise Island. Your hedgehogs restored the damage from earlier. What of Reldnock? Chris asks. That other guy? Ugh, don't get me started. He was just too weird, Megan says. Anyway, he hit his head on the bleachers, and he was still breathing, so he was sent to Quickville General Hospital. That jerk was about to finish me, Chris says. How did his head meet the bleachers? I can answer that, old buddy. An orange hedgehog stands on the court, holding a basketball. I was shooting some hoops when I heard the crash. Stunned and surprised, I watched as the green guy made his speech. When I heard what he was going to do, I threw my basketball with gusto. Direct hit and beyond. Not bad for a Lancer. Bionic the Hedgehog, cries Chris. I haven't drawn you since 2004, when I made your Yu-Gi-Oh card. And before that was back in '99, in that War Against Autism drawing, says Bionic. Still, it has been about 10 years since I jumped out of that locker and met you. Yes, says Chris. That was back in my freshman year. By the way, have you two met? Bionic, this is Megan Schroeder, my sweet friend. Megan, meet Sonic's long-lost, but found, b-ball playing brother, Bionic the Hedgehog. Hello, it's nice to meet you, says Megan. I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Megan, says Bionic. By the way, Christian, Sonichu came by and explained this ball to me. He holds the purple Sonichu ball in his hand. The other guy had it, but he dropped it, so I'm giving it to you. Cool, thank you, says Chris. Speaking of that yellow rat, Bionic adds, I understand that soon after you met him, you found a girlfriend for him. I could have had my pick from among my fellow Lancers, but our genes just don't match well. Why didn't you hook me up, Christian Weston Chandler? Gee, I'm sorry, Bionic, says Chris. Back then, I was naive on dating and all that, so I just didn't think of it at the time. But if you need a sweetheart, Megan has created quite a few foxy characters. If she's cool with it, you could go out with one of them. Cool, that sounds good, says Bionic. Thank you. Shoot, thinks Chris. 25 years old, and I still haven't even had my first date. Oh well. At least I'll still have something to show of it, he says aloud. Oh yeah, Christian, says Megan, that DVD you've told me about. I don't know about it. Please tell me, says Bionic. Well, while the master copy stays at home, a few copies will be generously shared with a few relatives, friends, and good old Providence Middle and Manchester High Schools. It is titled Christian Weston Chandler. Yep, I'm on TV. It will feature my 2 news segments, my Mario Kart Lego movie filmed on Game Boy camera, my Nintendo Power-worthy Animal Crossing documentary, a slideshow of photographs, art, and comics projected from my PSP, a message for the future from me, and more. Also, there's an homage to my friends, teachers, family, and MHS's 1997 varsity basketball team within the slideshow, all of whom were remembered from my heart, as well as my yearbooks. This DVD will not be sold anywhere, so that's a no-brainer. Conked on his head against the bleachers, huh? Ew, that had to hurt. I wonder if Reldnock will ever recover, and if he does. 10 weeks later, we find Reldnock laying in the hospital, his head bandaged from hitting the bleachers. He lays unconscious until he suddenly opens his eyes, his face twisted with dark hatred. Funky monkey, he thinks. Huh? Where am I? Last thing I remember was... Gasp! Yeah! I was about to kill that straight, goody twin of mine when I was hit on the head by a basketball? Who threw that? On the TV in his hospital room, a newscaster discusses local sports. In sports news, Bionic the Hedgehog won the game against Monroe High with a record-breaking 130 baskets without overtime. And the Lancers now head to the finals against... You, thinks Reldnock. It was you. Right before passing out, I saw an orange guy in blue shoes. It was him. Bionic the Hedgehog. The end. Finished comic book, February 21st, 2007. CWC turns 25, February 24th, 2007. Sonichu, number 7. Drawn March 5th, 2007. On the cover, we see Magichan Sonichu standing behind the 7 Sonichu balls, which are arranged in a circle around a pair of clock hands. In the background are numerous images from the past of Christian Weston Chandler. Episode 15. Sonichu, Magichan, and Christian in Time for a Ball. Our story begins in the basketball court of Manchester High School, November 2nd, 2007. Christian Weston Chandler and his friend Megan are talking with Bionic the Hedgehog, who is practicing on the court. Megan, I wanted to thank you for hooking me up with Magaji, says Bionic. Our first date was good. We had fun, and she called me for a second date. I'm happy. Well, no problem, Bionic, says Megan. I'm glad things are working swell with you both. Behind her, Chris thinks to himself, Ah, Meg Chan is truly a sweet gal, pal. Oh, how I yearn to hug her. Unfortunately, she will only let me hold her hand now and then. Well, maybe time will... Oh well, I'm still happy to have her for my sweet friend. Just then, Magaji enters the court. Hey, B-Hog, she says. Are you ready for paintball and love potion? I'm raring for a big mess. And maybe, if you're lucky, I'll let you kiss me at the end. A kiss after this date, says Bionic. And after the third, wee-hee, yah-hey! Yay! Good for you, Bionic, says Chris, who's somewhat uncomfortable. Come on, Tan Hut, says Magaji. Coming, says Bionic. You smell good. What is that, he asks. Me with strawberries, answers Magaji. As they leave, Chris becomes depressed. Great, he thinks to himself. Remind me that I'm a frustrated virgin. Why not invite Mary Lee Walsh over with a sledgehammer to smash my heart again? Megan takes his hand into hers, surprising him. Chris, she asks, are you feeling okay? My sweet friend, Chris thinks to himself. You look like you were about to cry, says Megan. Was something the matter? Only a minor irritation, says Chris. Thank you, Megan. I feel better. Wow, too much, thinks Megan. Okay, let's go see what Magichan and Sonichu have learned in their search, she says. She had a little too much excitement, thinks Chris, so she changed the subject. That's so cute. She truly cares about me. On the other side of the court, Sonichu and Magichan Sonichu search for the Sonichu balls. Well, I'm getting a strong reading from this crystal, says Sonichu, but I don't see number 5 anywhere. Are you getting any psi waves of energy? Magichan closes his eyes and concentrates. I'm detecting the energy of the next crystal, yet I'm sensing another person's deja vu moment. Darkbind did say that the crystals are able to scatter through space and time. It has to be in the past, at this very location. The question is, who came into contact with it? If we can find the person or animal who was here at that time, I can calculate the precise date and second of contact. It couldn't have been me, says Sonichu. I may not have existed back then. Hey guys, says Chris. What's the update? What a mood recovery, thinks Megan. Kinda of a Goku get 'em attitude. Well, Chris, says Sonichu, we're so close. We found that the next crystal may have gone back in time. We need to locate the person who might have... Wait, says Magichan. What, Magichan? asks Sonichu. Magichan stares at Chris and Megan, gesturing with his fingers. The vision is clearing up, he says. Looking into Chris's mind, Magichan sees Bionic the Hedgehog emerge from a locker, nearly slamming the locker door to another hedgehog-type creature. The scene was narrated in Chris's mind with the words, Mighty the Armadillo being slammed away as the orange basketball player first emerged. That's it, cries Magichan. Approximately November 13th, 1996, during a scheduled basketball practice at 2:31:29 p.m., the crystal bonked Christian Weston Chandler on his head at the exact moment the locker slammed open in his imagination. That's crazy, says Megan. At best, that's only a random access guess. Actually, he is correct, says Chris, much to Megan's surprise. I remember being struck in my old bean as I imagined Mighty reclining against a locker, as the situation was read from a Fear Street novel from my favorite author, R.L. Stine. At that moment, at random, that locker door slammed open, and Bionic the Hedgehog entered my world. I had thought it was mistakenly thrown basketball. This corrects that throwery. Chris thinks to himself. I feel as silly as the time I temporarily gained weight, became stupid, and went to watch television at Ghost Command. Now addressing the audience, he says, Seth MacFarlane, here's a funny sketch idea for a Family Guy episode I fully approve for you to use as you see fit. As Chris flashes back to the time he visited Ghost Command, the rating TV-14 appears. However, the rating applies to this sketch only. Chris is sitting at the couch watching TV with 3 others when the television says, I gotta use the bathroom. Excuse me. Says Chris, I gotta use the can too. As he gets up to use the bathroom, we see that Chris is indeed fat and stupid. He comes to a door labeled Ghosts, Neutral, but the television is already inside. Sorry, occupied, says the television. Chris continues his search for a vacant bathroom. He comes to a chamber constructed from bones. Ah, here's a can, he says. He enters the compartment, closing the door behind him. He says, I wonder what these buttons do. Suddenly, the entire chamber is raised into the air atop a giant telescopic column. It raises Chris into some sort of nether region, surrounded by ghosts. Giant metal hands open the door and pluck the fat, stupid Chris out of the chamber. The hand throws Chris into a massive spider web, but the impact is not shown. Scene omitted. Too gross and silly. Chris is then launched onto a conveyor belt, entering a green tube and emerging with an orange uniform. Another mechanical hand picks him up by the seat of his pants and places a backpack on him. He is dropped unceremoniously back on the conveyor belt. A toilet plunger descends from above and plants a pilot helmet and goggles onto his head. Chris is then flung onto a trapeze, which swings him into the direction of a mattress. He is launched onto the mattress, landing head first and bouncing into a tunnel. Elsewhere, a car with a face is sleeping in some sort of garage. Chris falls into the back seat with such force that the car is awakened with a pained look on its face. "Oh, my axles!" groans the car. A footnote informs us that the ghost buggy's face was revised by Evan 1203. In the back seat of the ghost buggy, Chris says to himself, "Oh boy, this is not the bathroom. Whoops." The story returns to the present, accompanied by the revised rating of TDY7. "That's settled," says Magichan. "I can sphere you, me, and Sonichu and take the three of us counterclockwise around the world, thus setting us back in time. But we have to keep in mind that if there was a change made, it could change our present and future." "I agree," says Chris, "but we have to get the crystal for the sake of my sis." He is interrupted by a voice from behind him. "Excuse me." Chris turns to see his fat, stupid self from his flashback. Is it possible that I may keep this outfit?" Fat Chris asks. "It's hard to find clothes that fit me." "Sure, no problem, Sammy," says Chris. "We may need you for another sketch in the future. Anyway, your medal was not only built bigger than the original, while it was painted with the legal words on the back, it lacks the additional writings and symbols, so there's no mistaking yours for mine." "Neat," says Sammy. "Thanks. Say ya." Magichan closes his eyes, concentrating his psychic powers. With a gesture of his hands, a blue energy field appears, surrounding himself, Sonichu, and Christian. Inside the sphere of energy, Magichan addresses the others telepathically. "Viewing from the outside in," he explains, "this psychic orb is invisible, and so are we three as long as we stay within it. Sonichu, run backwards." "Why?" asks Sonichu. "To revolve this sphere in reverse, to go back in time," Magichan says. "Ah," says Sonichu. As instructed, he begins to run backwards. From outside, the sphere disappears, leaving only a brown stain behind. A woman sitting on the bleachers using a laptop labeled Kelly Andes shouts, "Oh my god, Chris!" End. Episode 16, CWC and Sonichu in Time Hogs. Suspended in Magichan's psychic sphere, Sonichu runs backwards to propel himself, Magichan, and Christian back through time. As they plummet down the time screen, they pass 31st century robot Bender Bending Rodriguez on a mission of his own. "So the plan is," Sonichu says, "we get there 5 minutes earlier, we wait in the sphere to stay undetected, and just after the crystal hits younger Chris, I dash out and grab it and return to within the sphere. Not totally creative, but okay. I've often pondered and observed the idea of time travel," says Chris, "and the idea of changing the past for a better future / our present. After much pondering, I've realized that if we were meant to tamper with the past, it would only go unnoticed, as if the trip back was originally supposed to happen in the first place. Like if we went back to prevent the mishap at Target, I would still likely have to take the punishment anyway. Pointless. See sub-episodes 7 and 8. "I get it, Dad," says Sonichu. "Like in the Futurama Roswell, New Mexico episode, it turned out Fry was his own grandfather, freaky and messed up. Or in the Bender's Big Score movie, with Fry trying to live his missed Y2K life, he still had to end up back in Y3K anyway. Good matching storyline." "Yes, I agree," says Chris, "although Megan Marie Griffin strikes me more fondly television-wise. Why doesn't Magichan offer his input on the conversation?" asks Sonichu. "Cat got his tongue?" 0011001110110110110110011. "He's concentrating on the strength of the sphere," explains Chris. "It takes a lot of mental power to keep it sound for time travel." "Thank you for understanding, Chris," thinks Magichan. The sphere has nearly arrived at its target date of November 13th, 1996. "Stop, we've arrived," says Magichan. Using his telekinetic powers, he freezes Sonichu's body, stopping his backwards run, and the sudden stop causes Chris to fall over. "Oomph!" says Chris. A little warning next time you use your Psychic Precision Force, Magichan. Manchester High School Gym, November 13th, 1996. 2:26 p.m. Inside the sphere, Chris looks around. Age 26. 5 foot 10 inches. Wore glasses since Groundhog Day, 1998. On the outside, he sees his younger self. Age 14. 4 foot 10 inches. Naive about dating during young adult years. Sigh, says the teenage Chris. Another day of managing the varsity basketball team in my freshman year. Hey Joe, what do you know? He says to Joseph Herring. His age then, 16. Fellow varsity man. Graduated class of 1998. Not that popular, but a cool dude. Looked up to him like my half-brother, Joseph Cole Smithy. Oh hey Chris, says Joe. Well, I've already filled the water bottles for the team, so I'm just chilling till practice is over. Young Chris stands against the wall with him. You look sad, buddy. What's up? Well, says Joe, I went on a first date with my gal, Lindsay, last night. We had dinner at a good restaurant, but it turned wrong with spilled soup, tossed salad. It was a mess. She blames me for it. I later asked her for a second date. She yelled me to get lost and slammed the door in my face. I took a cold shower later and cried the night away. Sigh. Life sucks. Yikes, says Chris. Well, there are a lot of cute girls here, like Laura Beth Dorzio, the cheerleaders there. Wow, she's so fine. She's gonna be mine, Chris thinks to himself. But I'll chill with you, man. We stick together like the Three Musketeers, Huey, Dewey, and Louie. Oh, my pom-pom, says one of the cheerleaders. Hey, Joe, calls one of the varsity team. I need more H2O here. IJKLMN, Todd, says Joe. I'll get that water for you. I'll talk to you later, man. Cool, Joe, says Chris. I'll be reading R.L. Stine here. The younger Chris reads and imagines Sonic the Hedgehog characters in the book, talking in front of a row of lockers. Yep, when I read a Goosebumps or Fear Street book back in the day, says the 2007 Chris, I'd fill each character role with ones from the wide world of Sonic the Hedgehog. Sometimes I would put myself in a lead role, but before I was able to, I had to train my brain to visually remember what I looked like from a mirror. You guys, look, says Sonichu. The crystal is appearing. The white Sonichu ball appears over young Chris's head as he imagines Armadillo sulking against the lockers. Suddenly, Bionic the Hedgehog emerges from the locker next to him and takes form in Chris's imagination. Happy birthday, Bionic the Hedgehog. As this happens, the Sonichu ball bounces off of Chris's head. There goes our ball, says Sonichu. Faster than the human eye can see, Sonichu speeds out to fetch the Sonichu ball, positioning a basketball in its place to ensure that it will not be missed. What the, thinks young Chris. Who's the orange guy? Sonichu re-enters the time sphere and passes the Sonichu ball to present-day Chris. Here, man, take this, he says. Don't stop me, I'm on a rollout. He begins to run forwards, and the time sphere heads back into the future. In 1996, young Chris recovers from the impact and discovers Bionic. I'm going to dub you Bionic the Hedgehog, and I dub thee to be Sonic's long-lost brother. I have the story in my head. I'm going to go to my locker, get some paper, a pen, and my markers, and draw this hedgehog into existence. Now, who threw this basketball? Oh, sorry, little dude, says Bionic. That was me. My bad. In Chris's imagination, Bionic leaves the open locker. Beavis and Butthead come across it. Apologies to Mike Judge.
Check it out, Butthead. Somebody left their locker open.
Let's close it for him.
Let's close it again.
For some joke, Beavis and Butthead's substitute. Inside a classroom, someone says, "Who wants to make love today?" "Great, I'll take all the women here," says someone else. As the time sphere nears its destination, Christian braces himself for a sudden stop. I'm not going to fall again, he thinks. I'm keeping both feet on the psychic ground. Little did I know that God had planned a twist of fate that would force me into a long, emotional, forced, stressful hiatus. As the time sphere arrives, the yellow and white Sonichu balls hanging from Chris's belt begin to glow, and when the time sphere stops, Chris is flung forward, propelled by the balls into the time stream. Whoa! Ah! Screams Chris. In front of the Quickville Shopping Mall, November 2nd, 2007, 2 hours after leaving Manchester High School's gymnasium. See page 17. Well, we have returned to our present, says Magician. Granted that we may have overshot it a bit. Yep, says Sonichu, checking his watch. It was 5 p.m. when we left. Now it's 7 p.m. No big deal. My date with Rizachu isn't until 8. Then later at 10. Tonight! Ah yes, says Magichu wearily. The bonus round of honest true love and romance. You and Rosie have well earned it for sure. While Black Sonichu is trying to date Bubbles, and it's a coin toss between Wild or Punchy for Angelica. And I'm ignorant to the matter, with too much gray matter. Aw, buck up, Sonichu says. You'll find your woman, at least by the next season. Speaking of odd men out, where in the bottle of Pepsi is Christian? Asks Sonichu. I know he was in the sphere with us. Magichan conducts a psychic search. I'm not picking up his presence nearby. Wait! Ah! We lost him! Shenhui stopped. The crystal's power made him unable to pass through my sphere. The crystals activated like rockets upon his friction for the stop, and he was propelled into the void of time. There's nothing we can do for him right now. All we can do is wait for a time warp to pen. And if I can sense his presence at that moment, there's a chance I can go in and retrieve it. The time warp may open at any random time in the future. Oh my god, says Sonichu. Later that night, Sonichu relates the fate of Chris to Rosachu on his date. Oh my god, says Rosachu. Is he gonna be alright? Well, Magichan told me that he will survive, but depending on the events between now and when we can rescue him from the void, he will either feel richer or poorer in emotions. In the meantime, he will receive the accumulative memories of the passing moments, so in a way, he is looking down on us, like our Lord and God are able to, but the vision may be blurred. Oh, says Rosachu, wiping a tear from her eye. Well, at least his secretary Allison can handle the city decisions, but I just don't know how his family will cope with the pain of temporary loss. And I worry how the defense forces can deal with the possible invasions from our number of villains. Aw, hey, says Sonichu. Whatever happens, we can give the bad guys our combined shock therapy if need be. We'll see him again, and I can promise you that I'll be with you for comfort and support, honey. Aw, thank you, says Rosachu. You truly are my sweet bolt. Hold me. The two of them stand and share a loving embrace. Let's go back to our place and do our thing, says Rosachu. Ooh, I love you, Rosachu, says Sonichu, and your seductive ways. You are the woman. We gotta stop by Walmart on the way for a raincoat. The weather's just right. Oh yeah, says Rosachu. Meanwhile, at the private villa of corrupted citizens, high school district. Sub-episode 8. A figure enters the school and passes an armed guard at a stairwell. He climbs the stairs and comes to a door, also defended by armed guards. He enters to find a conference table with a massive portrait of Mary Lee Walsh and Count Graduan looming over them. He takes his seat, and we find, invited at the council table, Scott Palazzo, manager of the Fosquare Show Mall region. He banned all virgins from his region, sub-episode 6. Around the table sit the dreaded enemies of Christian and Sonichu. Cad Chef, episode 13. P. Manager and Murrayed Sanor Comic / Kirby, sub-episode 4. Reldnock Not So Naitsirhc / Reldnock Attack, episode 3. Baggett, Jerkop-tastropie, sub-episode 7. Jerkop Leader, sub-episode 1. WM Manager, sub-episode 7. In front of Scott Palazzo sit Turdajerk, Manager of Guitar, and Trevor Catman, Accomplice, sub-episode 7. Wes Isley, Wesley Sonichu, episode 7. Dr. Ivo Robotnik / Eggman, episode 4. To Mary Lee Walsh's right, to her right in front of Count Graduan, Giovanni, episode 4. Kathleen, Jason's woman slave, and Jason, new villain. At the head of the table, beneath her own portrait, sits the dreaded Mary Lee Walsh. My fellow villain brethren, the time has risen for our divine retribution against Christian Weston Chandler, she cackles. At her side sits the wicked scepter, Count Graduon. Yes, he adds, the autistic virgin has fallen into another dimension. We can seize the moment, after extensive plotting, and take down all that which he has protected. The villains cheer. In the void, Chris continues to be propelled through time. He grasps the two Sonichu balls, and they disappear, incorporating their power into each of his arms. Suddenly, he is assaulted with images and emotions from the time stream. I can't believe this, he thinks. In space, no one can hear you scream. In time, you are heard to infinity. What the? Ugh! Random, new memories, popping in my head. Joshua Martinez, I haven't seen him in years. Vanessa Hudgens and me, she is cute. She and I never met personally, only chatted over the web. She dumped me in favor of Josh. I said that? Joshua deceived me? Mary Lee, with all those villains? Terror around Quickville? My Hedgehogs fighting the countless enemies. Numbers shortened over swift lightning. Good, we won. What? An email from Megan? Dumping me? But why? 4centgarbagemagazine.com? Mocking me? Slanderous filth? A drawing of me and Megan? Intimate? And I drew that? She dumped me over that? Oh, that hurts. Still, curse your 4-cent garbage! And this season is not over yet. Stay tuned for more stories. Sonichu number 8, drawn August 20th, 2008. On the cover, the Sonichu logo has been covered with a Rosachu logo. Beneath it, we see Rosachu, Loliza, Angelica, and Bubbles playing on the beach in swimsuits. Spring Break concert featuring Blanca's Jigliami. Hey, loyal readers, Sonichu and I, we wish to take a moment to inform you. Although our little fun moment has been removed from episode 17 by popular demand, we still want to remind you to practice safe sex with condoms or birth control prescriptions from a certified medical doctor. Information on safe sex, as well as STDs, can be found in the books in your local library, or legitimate medical websites on the internet. We, Christian West and Chandler, and everyone in this hand-drawn series, fully support safe sex and the proper use of condoms during vaginal penile intercourse. Also, in addition, while we also fully support sexual education in every high school, Christian West and Chandler also highly recommend and would gladly support dating education classes. Because, while sex ed is great for the eventual well-earned intercourse after 3 or more dates, it is vital to learn what to do before that moment. It should be well taught how to approach and ask one's member of the opposite gender out for the very first date. Our generation, and future generations, are apt. Thank you all for your support. Episode 17, Prologue. Continuing from after Sonichu and Rosachu's date, 10 a.m., November 3rd, 2007. For your information, Sonichu turned 19 March 17, 2007. Rosachu turned 18 December 22nd, 2006. Sonichu and Rosachu have been living together in a cozy single-story house, fully paid for from Quickville funds. This is a map locating their house in city relations. From left to right, we see the Quickville Mall and Quickville Park. 1/4 mile from the mall is the subdivision area, where Sonichu and Rosachu's house is. The area spans another 2 miles. After that are the Target mini-marts and Walmart mini-marts. After that is Quickville City, which is 10 miles in diameter. Beyond this is the jungle mountain areas. Basically, their house is located midpoint between the mall and the metropolis. Within that subdivision at humble 14 Brunchville Lane, Quickville, Virginia, 02024-1982. Thank God I took computer-aided drafting and design, CAD classes, to make these accurate measurements. Episode 17, Rage Against the Garbage. Sonichu and Rosachu's master bedroom, November 3rd, 2007, 10 a.m. We find Rosachu using a computer wearing pink lingerie. Sonichu comes up behind her and strokes her tail. Good morning, too cute to bolt, he says. Last night was awesome. I had a dream that we double dated with Bionic and Magaji. How'd you like to sing? Call ya cuddlin', Sonichu, says Rosachu. I was just checking out this webpage Kelly told me about yesterday, and it seriously drags Chris's and our names to major fuck. What? Really? Hex yeah, says Rosachu. Take a look at it. Wow, says Sonichu. This is some major 4-cent garbage.com, yes, says Rosachu, but it gets worse beyond the text. What? Says Sonichu. When was that photo taken? Did someone sneak through our neighborhood watch and intrude our house just to put in a camera in here to take peep shots of you and me? Not only that, but Bubbles and Black Sonichu? And since when did Angelica did that? When did Mary Lee Walsh sell herself out? And when did Christian and Megan? Sonichu, says Rosachu. Those are hand drawings, not photographs. Oh, says Sonichu. But still, they look so lifelike. Sigh. And this, Rosachu says, showing him another part of the site, to my most distressed distaste, is the apex of the page. As she scrolls down, Sonichu covers his mouth and his cheeks begin to swell. I almost feel like crying that game as well, thinks Rosachu. But thank God for blessing me with a healthy pair of ovaries, a vagina, and the uterus. How dare they betray me otherwise? Curse every last idiot behind this garbage. Rosachu turns to find Sonichu doubled over next to the bed, dry heaving. I can't believe those monsters, he says. The last time I checked, you were an all-true, full-fledged woman, and you were the main woman in this month's Pokeboy magazine. If the centerfolds in this magazine do not prove that you are all woman, then you'd have to go down there and prove it to them. Oh! Overcome with disgust, Sonichu collapses. Oh! Oh my God! Sonichu! Cries Rosachu. She rushes to his side and helps him into bed. Aw, my sweet bolt, you got stressed out from the shock. I'm sorry. Here, rest your weary head and recover your strength. We'll go to their main building together later and try to reason with them. As she leaves Sonichu in bed, Rosachu takes another rueful look at the offensive website. Lousy dickhead idiots, thinks Rosachu. If they think they can get away with putting a strap-on over my glorious, beautiful pussy, their behinds are going to get spanked hard. She notices her digital camera and gets an idea. I'll start with replacing their slanderous mockeries with an equal number of my own self-centerfolds. Rosachu takes the camera and enters the bathroom. Closing the door behind her, we see a heart-shaped sign identifying that the bathroom belongs to Sonichu and Rosie. Setting up the camera, she sits on the edge of the bathtub and splays her legs to take an upskirt photo of herself. In another photo, Rosachu removes her gown and bra. In the next, she sits on the bathroom floor and fondles her own breasts. In the next photo, Rosachu bends over the sink and holds her tail between her legs. Next, Rosachu opens the linen closet and shows off her backside to the camera. In yet another photo, Rosachu wraps her tail round her waist like a decorative belt. In still yet another photo, Rosachu leans over the sink and displays her legs yet again. Astonishingly, another photo. Rosachu fills the bathtub with water and kneels in front of it, turning her back to the camera. Finally, Rosachu empties the tub and poses next to the door, her tail slung over her shoulder like a jacket. Her photo shoot completed, Rosachu returns to the computer with a 2GB SD card from the camera and uploads the photos to 4centgarbagemagazine.com. 30 minutes later, Rosachu returns to the site to check on her handiwork. Shoot, she thinks. About 10 or so more of those dang images than were there earlier. I should ask Bubbles and Angelica for their assistance. 1:45 p.m. that afternoon, in front of the 4-cent garbage building in Clarksville, Tennessee, Sonichu, Rosachu, and Wild Sonichu stand before the 72-story building. Wow, now that's tall, says Sonichu. Sonichu, stay focused, says Rosachu. We're here to meet the head of this company and reason with it. Yes, my blossoming zap bud, says Sonichu. It was good of McAttack to teleport us here, says Rosachu. By the way, you called earlier to make our appointment. What's the name of who we're meeting? Well, he did not give his last name, says Sonichu. He only introduced himself as Jason. As they talk, we see an elderly couple walking along the street. Nubby, if I've told you once to a million times, you shouldn't leave your purse at our mansion, says the man. I'm sorry, Thurston, but we were on that island for so long, I've gotten used to strolling without it, says Lovey. Indeed. Guess Jason's last name now. Well, says Wild Sonichu, while y'all are wheelin' and dealin', I'll search for the 6th Sonichu ball crystal that McAttack detected in the building. A day doesn't go by when I can't help but appreciate the stealth teachings of my father, says Wild. He was leader of his cut-sharp clan of Skyther and Skyzer. One day, on a mission for swift revenge upon the Charmeleon cult for burning down their jungle dojo, he was captured by poachers. I was close behind his trail when it happened. I wept as I saw him being put into their van. I tried to release my father, but he told me to stop. He said there was no way I could cut through that steel, and they drove off, and the last thing I saw of him was the passing of the torch look in his eyes. Since then, I swore revenge on those monsters. The second chapter of the story of Wild Sonichu, thought up on August 28th, 2008. Just be safe, Wild, says Rosachu. Don't get yourself caught. We support you, man, says Sonichu. If you get caught, we will come to your rescue. Wild Sonichu's conversion. Using his powers, Wild Sonichu blends in with the surroundings, becoming virtually invisible. I learned it from a passing Porygon, he thinks. Wow, says Sonichu. When Wild blends in, he doesn't fool around. Now let's clean the mud off our good names. Hand in hand, Sonichu and Rosachu enter the 4-cent GarbageMagazine.com building. The interior is decorated entirely in red. Wow, says Sonichu, taking in the decor. Yeah, says Rosachu. On the ground floor, they see lit furnaces all along the walls, each with a roaring fire. From the atrium, Sonichu and Rosachu can see every floor of the building, with rows of doors running along the wall. A red central column is in the center of the building, running all the way up the atrium to the top. Before them is a reception desk. It really sets the mood, says Rosachu. Yeah, says Sonichu. You live in a volcano. They approach the receptionist desk, occupied by a red devil with bat wings and cut-off blue jeans. Excuse me, Sonichu says. My lady friend and I have a 20 o'clock appointment with the head of your company. Yeah, sure, says the devil, never turning to look at the visitors. Go to the opposite side of the column and take the elevator to floor 66 plus 6. Wouldn't that be the 72nd floor? Asks Sonichu. Yes, growls the devil. If you want to get technical, get going, I'm busy here. Gee, thanks, says Sonichu. Rosachu presses the button for the elevator. Says Sonichu. Can you believe how rude that guy was? He wouldn't even turn around for simple eye contact. Sonichu, I understand that he offended you, Rosachu says, but remember Joseph's story. Forgiveness. Suddenly the building turns white, and a cross appears with a dove symbol hanging from it. Sonichu gets down on one knee, and Rosachu pats him on the head. Thank you, Rosie, says Sonichu as he takes her hand into his. You are my best voice of reason. The elevator car arrives, and they step inside. It makes me wonder, Sonichu says. If there's a jerk like that on this floor, I can only imagine what else could be on the other floors here. Meanwhile, Wild Sonichu enters the building through the emergency exit and uses one of the Sonichu balls to track down the other. He fires his vine line from his arm. The line snares a chandelier at the high ceiling of the building. Wild retracts the line, pulling himself up through the atrium. In respect to Sonichu and Rosachu going up in the elevator, the next few pages will need to be read from the bottom to the top of the pages. Although they wish to go to the 72nd floor, the elevator opens on various other floors, allowing Sonichu and Rosachu to see what else goes on in the 4-cent garbage magazine building. Hey dude, did you get over your hangover yet? Asks a technician on the second floor. Feeling ready to work? Yeah, think so, says another. Among them lay other technicians, all passed out at their workstations. Great, says the first technician. I'm gonna check out of my shift. He passes out as well. Yep, says the second technician, and he begins drinking beer. On the third floor, a jolly bear is enjoying a bath with 3 small girls. I don't understand, says Sonichu. What's the deal with that? On the fourth floor, they see a giant stamp bearing the face of an anime girl. I don't get this either, says Rosachu. On the 7th floor, Rosachu leaves the elevator to punch out a technician uploading a drawing of her. I have a vagina, uterus, and ovaries, you freak! On the 8th floor, Sonichu spin dashes the technician looking at a drawing of Mary Lee Walsh nude and holding Sonichu captive with a ball gag in his mouth. That just infuriates and ticks me off, shouts Sonichu. On the 9th floor, they combine their power and electrocute a technician working on a drawing of Sonichu and Rosachu. He dies instantly. On the 10th floor, Christian Weston Chandler emerges from the temporal void to scold a technician who is working on a drawing of Chris, sucking from a massive pipe. That was a beverage cup from a Target cafe, Chris says. And what did I say against that sour vegetable? Bravo, Chris! Sonichu cheers from the elevator. Good show! On the 11th floor, they see a family. Yeah, 2D, says the mother. It's easy to change a nappy. You, like all men, just don't have the courage. You have courage only to watch those useless zombie movies. I could name many things that can show you my courage, the man says, but I don't think you need to remember the day we got married. Dasu, 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 says the baby. Well, that's just plain sad, says Rosachu, crossing her arms and closing her eyes in judgment. Yeah, says Sonichu, doing the same. On the 12th floor, they see Knuckles the Echidna, dressed in gangster attire, and surrounded by female Sonic the Hedgehog characters. Wow, says Rosachu, when did Knuckles become so popular? On the 13th floor, they see female versions of Sonic, Knuckles, and Tails. What? They both cry out. On the 14th floor, they see the bear from earlier, announcing, I'd hit that. Geez, it's that bear again, says Rosachu. On the 51st floor, we see the entire White House, which has apparently been relocated within this building in Tennessee. Arizona Senator John McCain, New York Senator Hillary Clinton, and Alaska Governor Sarah Palin look on from the road as a man on a ladder paints the White House black. Hey, shouts McCain, you can't decorate the White House until you've been elected. On the ladder, we see that the man is Illinois Senator Barack Obama, wearing a paper hat. 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush, notices it from the second-story window of the White House, and, with a mischievous smile, shoves the ladder over with a broom. Ah! Screams Senator Obama. This single joke was originally thought up by RFC, my dad. On the 69th floor, we see a diagram of Xbox 360 code, an anime girl cyborg themed after the Xbox 360 video game console. From the director, CWC. I wish to take a moment to inform you, the reader, that even though this image of the Xbox 360 was drawn in the form of an anime girl android, it does not reflect in any shape or form my ideas of women. So the following act I will do unto a hand-drawn recreation of the console only reflects my hatred for the Xbox in general, not any feelings towards women, anime or real. Ladies, I care about y'all, although only one will be my true sweetheart. On the 70th floor, Sonichu and Rosachu see a massive axe splitting a Xbox 360 in half. The controller is also split in half. Yeah, kill that Xbox, cheers Sonichu and Rosachu. On the 71st floor appears an image bearing the PlayStation logo. Trophy unlocked. Killed the Xbox. Now play your PlayStation 3 or Nintendo Wii in peace. Meanwhile, on the 36th floor, Wild Sonichu continues to search the building. Insert Henry Mancini's Pink Panther theme. As he sneaks into a hallway, we overhear Sonichu in the elevator. What card game is that from? Wild uses the Sonichu ball to find the room with the missing ball inside, and he approaches it. Locked, he thinks, as the doorknob refuses to budge. He produces one of his razor leads and slides it between the door and the jamb, cutting through the deadbolt. Wild reaches for the safe inside the room, then notices that the Sonichu ball is simply sitting on top of a dresser. He picks up the blue Sonichu ball, only to find that his invisibility has worn off. Shoot, thinks Wild. The crystal's power have overridden my conversion. Desperate, he attempts to contact Magichan telepathically. Magichan, do you read me? Magichan, respond, over. Dang, there must be some kind of force field blocking psychic links. I gotta get out of here without being spotted. Holding the two Sonichu balls in his hands, Wild commands them with his mind. Legendary crystals, rest your power in my arms and remain dormant. With effort, his command takes effect, and the Sonichu balls absorb inside Wild's arms. 72nd floor, 2 p.m. Sonichu and Rosachu approach a cloaked figure in the spacious, empty room. At his side is a woman on a leash. Visitors, welcome to my heck, he says. I am Jason Kendrick Howell, a 20-year-old troll who offers only slanderous mockeries. And this is my minoree, 17-year-old woman, Kathleen Nicole Wallace. Everything I do with this woman is absolutely illegal within these 50 states. You two are here to talk about the Christian page on my 4-cent garbage website. Sonichu and Rosachu look to each other and nod. Mm-hmm, says Sonichu. Mm-hmm, says Rosachu. Yes, sir. My loving, caring sweetheart and I have come to discuss the web page in question, says Sonichu. We humbly request that it would be removed from the internet for good. For you are not just dragging Christian Weston Chandler's name in the mud, you also drag the American hopes and dreams and ideas of the majority of these great, humble United States of America along with him. You've had your laughs, but ask yourself, is it really worth it to continue on with these slanders that drags the names of the good people within this country that was founded with love and peace within it, that those before us have fought valiantly to withhold? That I was born and raised under the old glory that is the red, white, and blue. As Sonichu speaks, Rosachu takes hold of his arm in loving admiration. In my humble answer, says Sonichu, I say nay. What is your answer, Mr. Howell? I'd say you are a sap, replies Jason. I am a troll with no such beliefs. I know that we are born, then we die. I intend to make the most of my pitiful life by tormenting every person within my grasp until they all die from the shame and the distress of their existence. The page will stay up. This meeting is over. What'd you say? growls Sonichu. Enraged, Sonichu attacks Jason with a powerful blast of electricity, but Jason calmly deflects the attack with a force field from his hand. Sonichu charges Jason with his blinding speed. Ah! He shouts, throwing a punch. But he finds himself frozen in midair, suspended by Jason's telekinetic power. His fist inches from Jason's hooded face. Rosachu looks on in horror as Jason raises Sonichu into the air and flings him across the room. Whoa! Says Sonichu. Rosachu holds out her hands to catch him, and he lands with a thump into her arms. Sonichu? She asks, cradling him in her arms. Are you alright? Sonichu? Sonichu? Sonichu mumbles. What? Asks Rosachu. My angel was right on time, Sonichu says wearily, to catch my home run. Ah, says Rosachu, hugging him. Helping him to his feet, Rosachu turns to leave. Sonichu, let's go, she says. There's no reasoning with that jerk. But, protests Sonichu. Forgiveness, she says, just like Joseph taught us. They leave, arm in arm, and Sonichu takes one last, bitter look at the villain who has humbled him so completely. I wish to pause for a moment to elaborate a from-behind hug between Sonichu and Rosachu. As pictured in Figure 1, for either one, his/her spikes are somewhat flexible, to be bent in towards the owner's body. And, as shown in Figure 2, the other's body is capable of pushing the spikes inward towards the owner, thus not, in any manner or form, able to hurt the hugger's body. Also, the skin for both Sonichu's and Rosachu's, under their fur, is leather tough. Thank you for reading. On the 36th floor, Wild Sonichu clings to the ceiling to sneak out of the room, and uses his vine line to snare a nearby wall. Clinging to the main column at the center of the building, Wild climbs out and drops to the ground floor. On the 72nd floor, Jason taunts the Hedgehogs as they leave. That's right, Rosachu. Go, he says. Go and play with your pickle. Adding injury to insult, he throws a pickle at the two, hitting Rosachu on the back of her head. Overcome with rage, Rosachu kneels down to pick up the pickle and crushes it in half in her fist. Seething with fury, Rosachu's eyes turn blood red, and a crimson aura of rage surrounds her body. She glares menacingly at the shadowy Jason while a confused Sonichu looks on. "Sonichu," she says, unzipping her shoes, "get ready to fetch my clothes." Sure," says Sonichu. Rosachu leaps into the air, leaving her shoes behind. Rosachu's thoughts. "I am the power. I am the warrior. I am the almighty woman. True to all of my gender, I will overpower any evil or good man who defies us, and make Hum succumb to our will. I have the almighty uterus. That makes me strong and super powerful enough to protect the loved ones within me until they emerge to their glorious birth. By my ferocious will, I shall punish he who has defiled my people with the worst unnatural addition ever by this one's heinous hand. I am woman," Rosachu screams. "Hear me roar. Roar, 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 roar," she screams as she looms menacingly over Jason's head. Completely nude, she hits Jason crotch first in the face and wraps her legs around his neck and her tail around his back. Horrified, Jason makes no move to defend himself as Rosachu sneers with a sadistic smile on her face. She plants her fingers into Jason's exposed scalp and rips into the flesh of his head. Like a crazed demon, she gleefully bites down on the wound she has created and releases a titanic surge of electrical power. "Whoa," thinks Sonichu, observing the carnage from afar. Jason collapses, his true face revealed. "I should be dead," he thinks, lying on the floor with blood pouring from his head. "But dark forces keep me alive. What a show!" Landing at Sonichu's feet, Rosachu collapses in exhaustion. "Rosachu, are you okay?" asks Sonichu. "Sigh, I'll be okay," says Rosachu. "I just need to recover." "Here are your clothes," says Sonichu. "I will wait for you." 2 minutes later, "Wow," says Sonichu. "Rosie, I never thought you could be so strong. You even had me going. Wow." "Yeah, great. Thank you, sweet bolt," says Rosachu. "What happened?" she thinks to herself. "I became so angry, and I transformed into some monster? It took over me, like some primal instincts. I couldn't control it. I hope this thing doesn't emerge again." "No worries," says Sonichu. "We'll get you home, and you can rest for a while. You were awesome." Reaching the floor, Wild swings up to the ceiling of the first floor and makes his way to the exit. 2 minutes later, Sonichu and Rosachu exit the Force End Garbage Magazine building and meet Wild outside. "Wild," says Sonichu, "glad to see you safe. Did you find the crystal?" "Yes," says Wild. "I got it. I had to hide their power within my arms. I'll release them when I give them to Patty-chan." "Well, I'm afraid our mission was not a success," says Rosachu. "That Jason K. Howell is a real jerk. I guess all we can do is pray for his downfall." "Well, let's get back to Quickville," says Sonichu. "Magichan?" "I read you all, Sonichu," says Magichan via telepathy. "I shall teleport you three back to Quickville now." Later, in the Quickville mayor's office, Allison Amber, Chris's secretary, is bogged down in paperwork. "Sigh. Sign that, deny this, approve that," she says. "I shouldn't have left Hollywood." Inside Chris's mayoral conference room, Patty and Magichan meet with Wild. "You have the crystals," says Magichan. "Yes," says Wild. Holding out his hands, he thinks, "Legendary crystals, hear my call. Reveal your powers from my arms' hallowed halls." The purple and blue Sonichu balls reappear in Wild's hands, and he places them onto the display with the other two. "Well," says Patty, "with my master in possession of 2 of the crystals, there's only one left for us to collect. Come back soon, Master." And Epilogue. Later, in Sonichu and Rosachu's backyard, we see Angelica, Bubbles, and Lolisa Rosachu standing with Sonichu and Rosachu outside. "Thanks again for coming over to help, Lolisa," says Rosachu. "No problem," says Lolisa. "I'm happy to help. It really bothers me knowing that such a slander against our womanhood is going on right now. But once we get our centerfold shot and uploaded, hopefully those bastards will see and admire our beautiful lights." Louisa Rosachew, age 20. Jamsa Sonichu, age 21. Normal types. With our Lord's support and our peaceful protest, says Angelica, we can win this fight. Yeah, says Bubbles, and if nothing else, we can still have a lot of fun trying. Victory for women's live. Votes for women, step in time. Votes for women, step in time. Never need a reason, never need a rhyme. Votes for women, step in time. Votes for women, votes for women, chants Rosachew. And the downfall of 4-cent garbage is garbage. Well done, Sister Hedgehogs. Well, says Louisa, my associate should arrive soon with the backdrop so we can get this party started. A line of displaced earth moves through Sonichu's backyard. Ah, I think she's here now, says Louisa. From the ground emerges an orange hedgehog-type creature with a shell and a drill on one of her arms. Her eyes are covered with a thick red membrane. I hope this is the right place, she says. I hate making that mistaken turn in the wrong place. You are in the right place, Simonla, says Louisa. Louisa, excellent, says Simonla. Simonla Rosachew, age 19. Ground, bug type. You are right on time, says Louisa. Well done. Sonichu, ladies, this is Simonla. Simonla, let me introduce Sonichu, Rosachew, Bubbles, and Angelica. Hey, Simonla, the others say. Hey, y'all, says Simonla, shaking the turd from her hair. I've got the backdrop, she says, reaching behind her back to search her shell. Hang on. Here's the lot. Louisa told me about your protest. I'd like to volunteer my services as a model. No worries about me, gal. I'm 19, and my shell is removable. Splendid, says Rosachew. With our protest group growing, we will really hit those garbage sacks hard with our glamorous womanhood. Suddenly, a yellow blur zips past Rosachew. What was that? She asks. The blur streaks by again, eventually coming to a stop and revealing herself to be a yellow hedgehog creature with wings. Oh, hi, gasps Rosachew. Hi, says the newcomer. May I help you with something? Rosachew asks. As a matter of fact, I am here to help you. My name is Zapina. I apologize for zipping by so fast, but when I get excited, it's hard to stop me. Anyway, I have heard you were looking for models. I wanted to volunteer my services of cuteness. I see, says Rosachew. How old are you? I've just turned 14 years cute, says Zapina. Zapina Rosachew, age 14, bug electric type, ability levitate. For added effect, Zapina winks. Aww, well you certainly are a cute little thing, says Rosachew. But listen, Zapina, while I truly appreciate your kind offer to be a model, I'm afraid that as a responsible adult, I can't accept it because you are still too young. That's cool, says Zapina, but I can still help. I can sit in a tree and use my tail as a spotlight on an area in your backyard. I don't know, child, says Rosachew. What with the dumb laws? Hey, says Louisa, I couldn't help it over here. This little one can shine light in the backyard? Yes, Louisa, says Rosachew, but the... Rosachew, says Louisa, this is a volunteer gig, and she's volunteering for being an important spotlight. I will personally supervise her, and I will take responsibility should anything go haywire. All right, says Rosachew, I will leave Zapina under your watchful eye and fully responsible care. Thank you, says Louisa. All right, people, we have a lot of work to do, so let's get this party started, Rosachew says. Simonla, set up half the backdrops on the back porch and the rest between those two trees. Sonichu, make sure the camera is fully charged, has an SD card in it, and ready to work. All the posing models need to have been cleaned up and have makeup applied. Louisa, have Zapina set herself on that tree and make sure her light can shine upon both backdropped areas. Later, as Rosachew prepares for her photo shoot, she thinks to herself, for our rights as women among all people, I will overpower those slanderous jerks. End. A tribute to John Chris Falusi, from the creators of Lala. we proudly introduce the Knothole. Kids, check out the hours of fun you can have with the Knothole. Wear it as a cool ring. Fashion it in fun available outfits. Custom paint it to support your home team. Use it as a napkin and utensil holder. Stuff Silly Putty in it and make a cake for the wedding of Mr. and Mrs. Log. Log sold separately. If it's this much fun, it must be Knothole from Blammo. This comic book is still yet to be completed. Given that inspiration is a big variable, and I may have been lacking of it, the comic book will be completed as soon as possible. Thank you for your patience and patronage. Sincerely, Christian W. Chandler. Episode 18 Prologue. December 22nd, 2007. In Sonichu's living room, we see Rosichu celebrating her 19th birthday. She is surrounded by her friends, and Sonichu kisses her on the cheek. "Rock on," says Punchy Sonichu. On the table, we see a large cake with a custom candle shaped like the number 19, and written on the icing is, "Happy Birthday, Rosichu." Keeping a low profile is Black Sonichu, one of Sonichu's deadliest enemies. February 2nd, 2008, at the Pokemon Center store in Quickville Mall. We see the Chaotic Combo celebrating their 19th birthday together as they were all born on the same day. In attendance are Sonichu, Rosichu, Flame the Sunbird, and curiously, Black Sonichu. March 17th, 2008, Sonichu and Rosichu's house. Our heroes enter their home, returning from Sonichu's birthday dinner. Both are dressed in formal attire. "Ah, Rosie," says Sonichu, "that was a nice dinner. This is the nicest birthday of mine yet." "Hang tight," Rosichu says. "It's gonna get way better." But when she flips the light switch, they find all of their friends with balloons, confetti, and a banner that says, "Happy 20 Sonichu." "Surprise!" they all cheer. Once again, Black Sonichu is in attendance. March 21st, 2008. The Jungle's Beach near Bubbles' house. We find Bubbles, Rosichu, and Black Sonichu. "Here, Blake," says Bubbles. "I got this cupcake just for you. Happy birthday." "Thank you, Bubbles," says Black Sonichu. "But I've already told you I was cloned from Sonichu's DNA. I was not properly born from a Rosichu." "That does not matter," she says. "You still came alive today, starting straight with a 2-year-old body. You're 20 now, man." "You are awesome," says Black Sonichu. "Now blow out the candle and make a wish," Bubbles says. "I'll blow out the candle," he replies, "but I already have my wish." "You will meet me at the Quickville Beach tomorrow for the spring break concert, yes?" asks Bubbles. "Yes," he says, "and I will put on my act for your gal pals." And in the light of the candle on Black Sonichu's birthday cupcake, the two share a passionate kiss. Saturday, March 22nd, 2008. On the televisions. This is TV, and we're rocking with spring break. Wahoo! Hey, sisters and brothers, this is PHI, and we're rocking wild with spring break. Yeah! And on the news. Leaving hundreds injured. For FQX News, I'm Greta Squall. Keeping it real and rocking hard, it's spring break! Gia! Wahoo! Greta, 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 Greta Squall! Now coming live like a high five on the radio from Quickville Beach with station KCWC, it is episode 18, Spring Break 2008. Hey there all you guys, gals, duds, and dudettes of all ages. We are rocking hot at Quickville Beach for Spring Break 08. Y'all know me as Jamsta Sonichu, the DJ with the power. And proudly winging it again as his Girl Friday, I'm Louisa Rosichu. Louisa sits behind a lemonade stand which bears the slogan, "Everything, station KCWC," and see Jigglyami tonight as she sings her debut song. Jamsta Sonichu continues his introduction of the day's festivities. We have a lot of great events and giveaways going on here today. Thank our mayor, Mr. Christian Weston Chandler, that Quickville is a clean city. Nobody has to go home drunk or somky. We've got coolers and kegs full of our famously delicious Quick Cola, Diet Quick Cola, lemonade, grape, and orange soda, compliments of our local Quick Cola bottling company. Founded and opened proudly in 1985, 3 years after CWCVille was founded by our mayor's father, Robert Franklin Chandler Jr. You can enter to win a 40-inch Sony HD TV from Quick Circuit City or drive home in a shiny new 08 Chevy Camaro Concept. Also tonight, our rising star Jigglyami will be singing her debut single, War of Love, on the concert stage here at CWCVille Beach. So stay tuned to CWCVille, Virginia's #1 radio station for all this and a lot more. Awesome, Jamsta, adds Louisa. Well, I'm thinking of taking a swim in our clean beach's ocean, but I'll leave you to partay as we hear from Ricky Martin's party with La Vida Loca. Everything. Station KCWC. Meanwhile, on the stage of Jigglyami's imminent debut, we find Jigglyami peeking through the curtain with eager anticipation. Oh my god! This is going to be just fantastic, Blanca. Our first concert ever. Thousands of fans. I couldn't be more excited, even if I became just as famous without having to leave my house. I'm excited too, Jigglyami, says Blanca. I play my tune and noise, and you'll sing with the power to energize the crowd. I'm proud of you. After this concert, we will be superstars, says Jigglyami. We can have any man we want, and with that kawaii haircut of yours, you are as cute as Sailor Mercury. You're the flirtatious diva of this stage, girl, replies Blanca. Besides, there's only one heart I'm most interested in. Although he's currently in another state of mind and dimension, I will wait for it. You, the guitar hero of this stage, will wow the hearts of the audience, says Jigglyami. On the beach, Sonichu picks up his surfboard and heads for the ocean. Hey, Rosie, he says, I'm going to hit some waves. You and your gal pals have fun. Thank you again so much for putting sunscreen on me. And I thank you for doing my back as well, sweet bolt, says Rosachu, rubbing sunscreen on her arm. Be careful not to get electrical. Of course, Heartsweet, says Sonichu. I'll check in later. Rosachu relaxes in her lounge chair with Angelica and Bubbles Rosachu. So explain it to me again, Angelica asks. Why do you not need sunscreen? You see, Angie, Bubbles explains, I am a water type. My body is 90% water, and my fur is capable of adapting to my surroundings. And as I am on land, my fur adapts itself to reflect the sunlight off my skin, so my skin is unaffected by sunlight. No sunburn. Ah, okay, says Angelica. My only flaw with the bodily function is I can't really enjoy getting a tan with y'all. A social flush, Bubbles adds. Just then, a black Rosachu with purple eyes and lipstick walks by them and gives them a strange look. What a weird woman, says Rosachu. Do you know who she is? I do not, says Angelica, but I got a bad vibe from her. Later, Magaji and Bionic the Hedgehogs stroll by. Magaji, Bionic, what's happening? Hey, gal pals, we're just enjoying the festivities. Oh, the other day, I saw this cat gal flirting with Bionic, so I presented my claws of ownership, Magaji says. Bionic smiles vacantly and says nothing, utterly emasculated. Later, Magichan Sonichu contacts Bubbles telepathically. Bubbles, I've just detected a Sonichu ball crystal in the ocean. Please fetch it. I'll fetch it in a minute, Magichan, Bubbles says. Then Black Sonichu passes by. With a powerful swipe of his leg, he kicks sand into the faces of all three Rosachus. Hey, they shout in unison. Black Sonichu, what did you do that for? Rosachu demands. Don't blame me, he replies defiantly. The sand was in the path of my foot. Why, I oughta... Rosachu mutters as she gets up to attack. Rosie, no, Bubbles says. Don't get up. I'll deal with this jerk. Grabbing Black Sonichu's wrists, Bubbles holds his hands behind his back. Ah! Wails Black Sonichu. You're doing great, Bubbles whispers to him. Good, Black Sonichu whispers back. Still holding his hands, Bubbles marches him away from the others. Alright, big man, I'm gonna show you the power of a woman. It's not as gentle as you think it is. As they leave, Rosachu and Angelica exchange knowing glances. She thinks she can fool us, but it's so obvious that she and Blake are true lovers, says Rosachu. It's so cute, says Angelica. On the ocean, we find Sonichu surfing, as depicted by PandaHalo. Bubbles looks behind her to make sure they are out of sight, then releases her grip on Black Sonichu. He gasps with relief. Aw, did I hurt you badly? Bubbles asks. Only a bit, my bubbly, says Black Sonichu. I'm sorry, Blakey Boo. Bubbles says. How long can we keep up this charade? He asks. You're doing very well. Listen, I have to go dive for the last Sonichu Ball crystal, Bubbles says. After I get it, I will text your cell for mine, wait 15 minutes, and I will meet you under Pier 969. I'll make it up to you then. That sounds good, Black Sonichu says. I will wait for your call, then meet you under 969. Good, they both say in unison. Bubbles leaves for her mission, after which she will text Black Sonichu, then meet him under Pier 969. Little do they know that the Black Rosachu has eavesdropped on their conversation. With a violet aura, her body changes, assuming the form of Bubbles Rosachu. A note from the author. To best introduce this new Rosachu, we have to go back to the fateful rainbow that originated from Episode 1. In addition to the 5 eggs that hatched into the chaotic combo, numerous other eggs of various Sonnies and Rosies emerged as well. This one was projected into space and landed on the Earth's moon. So now, I introduce Sylvana Rosachu. Flashing back to the origin of Sonichu, we find a black egg with purple spots being flung into space from the rainbow. It lands on the moon's surface and hatches immediately upon impact. Hatching date, Earth time, February 1st, 1989. Seconds later, the Rosie is enveloped in a purple beam of energy, and its point of origin is the wicked Prince of Darkness, Count Graduon. Ah, new light, thinks the Satanic Scepter, for me to corrupt. Using his arcane magic, Graduon communicates with the Rosie telepathically. Little one among many, I am Count Graduon, illustrious wizard, revered by all, more powerful than most. I have taken heart of you being born all alone on the Earth's moon. I'm here to take you in my wing and rear you properly under my careful and wise judgment. I'm a well-practiced of a young lady, much like yourself. Now she is a warrior princess, my beautiful Sylvia. I miss her every day since being ensphered in my wand of a prison cell. I only wanted to bring peace and order, but a Cherokian chief sealed me in. Sylvana, says the Rosie. And with that, which was your first word, Graduon says, I dub thee, Sylvana Rosachu, but my care for you has a small price. To better you, I am going to grant you the power to transform like a ditto. My price is that you will have to relinquish your ability to give birth, and you will be upgraded to have both parts. So with the biological upgrade complete, your years of training can begin. Sylvana Rosachu, age 19, psychic type, ability, oblivious. And so, from after birth, Sylvana mentally and physically became a strong warrior under the wicked guidance from Count Graduon on the Earth's moon. Without maternal guidance and low social interactions, Sylvana had never learned to truly love. Yet she, or he, learned to flirt without emotions. I can only take pity for this unlucky soul. A few minutes later, Bubbles Rosachu is near the ocean floor, searching for the Sonichu Ball. According to my psychic link, the crystal is about 5 miles from the shore, and about 2,000 or 5,000 fathoms deep, thinks Magichan. I'll find it soon enough, replies Bubbles. Around her, various Pokemon flourish off the Virginia shores, including a Squirtle Yannick and Mudkips. Also, a Corphish sings lines from The Little Mermaid. Under the sea, down here it's better, down where it's wetter, take it from me. Meanwhile, Black Sonichu emerges from a drugstore holding a package of Trojan condoms. He does a triumphant gesture with his fist and says, "Oh yes, Bubbles, you will make up for earlier." Suddenly Bubbles, or rather Sylvana disguised as Bubbles, grabs his fist from behind. "Oh, Bubbles, you surprise me," he says. "For you, Blakey Boo, I am full of surprises," she says, possibly referring to the male genitalia nestled within her body. "What happened with the crystal search?" he asks. "I suddenly felt more ready for you, so I came back to play," Sylvana says. "Oh, awesome. I've just picked up our insurance policy," he says, referring to the condoms. Oh, forget those, Sylvana says seductively. You're not raining on my parade. I want you. Black Sonichu drops the condoms and points to the pier. To our 969, he says. Thinks Sylvana. When Sylvana does it with either a Sonichu or Rosachu, he secrets a paralyzing sleep solution, rendering the unprotected victim asleep and defenseless. Later, under Pier 969, here we are, says Black Sonichu. Let's do it right here, right now, says Sylvana. Okay, says Black Sonichu. The two embrace, and soon Black Sonichu has penetrated Sylvana. Oh, says Black Sonichu. Yeah. More. Yes, says Sylvana, ecstatic from the collision of Black Sonichu's member with her own. With a splash, Sylvana reaches orgasm. Ah, Bubbles, you got there before I did, Black Sonichu says. I'm still feeling buzzed, yet I'm feeling kinda before he can finish. Black Sonichu collapses and falls into a deep sleep. Enjoy my sleep nectar, you sap, quotes Sylvana. Just then, Black Sonichu's cell phone rings, and Sylvana picks it up to read the text message from the real Bubbles. Bubbles. Blake, I've had to travel a 10-mile round trip, but I found the crystal. Meet you in 15. XOXOXO. Closing the phone, Sylvana transforms into Black Sonichu. Bubbles, thinks the real Black Sonichu as he fights to stay awake. She's in danger. Must stop that impostor. I must hide the sleeper, thinks Sylvana. Lifting the real Black Sonichu over her shoulder, she teleports away. Geez, you're heavy, she thinks. Meanwhile, hey, Angelica, says Bubbles, returning from the ocean. I've just found the final crystal. Please take it to Patty-chan for me. I have to go meet up with my boyfriend. Sure, says Angelica. She takes the green ball and soars into the air with her powerful wings. Below, Wild and Punchy admire her. Hey, Wild, asks Punchy. Isn't Angelica just the cutest? I guess so, says Wild. You guess so? She is simply the sweetest, charming Rosachu in the world, Punchy says. I fell for her back on the day we all met, but I've been too shy to ask her out or even talk to her. I just don't know what to do or say. I'm befuddled. Well, I've heard the Quickville University is offering a dating education class, says Wild. I'm going to sign up for it because I've been feeling lonely, and I need to learn the whats and hows of approaching and dating a gal. Ah, perfect, says Punchy. I will sign up for it too. Then I'll be able to ask Angelica out. Thanks, Wild, for informing me of that class. No problem, Punchy, says Wild. Back at the stage, Jigglyami walks past the closet when she hears a thump. Suddenly, the sleeping form of Black Sonichu falls out of the door, and she gasps with shock. At Pier 969, Bubbles arrives to meet what she thinks is Black Sonichu. Blakey Boo, she calls. Hey, Bubbly, Sylvana replies. Come on over for our little romp. Cool, says Bubbles, but before she can approach, she receives another telepathic signal from Magichan Sonichu. Bubbles, he calls. What now, Magichan? She asks. I gave the crystal to Angelica. That is not Black Sonichu, he informs her. It looks like my man to me, she says. Let us be. Your questioning is reasonable, Magichan says, but you should test his electric powers and prove his true identity. Yeah, like I'm gonna drop all my trust in him just like that, Bubbles retorts. But before she can go on, she gets a call on her cell phone from Jigglyami. Bubbles, she says over the cell phone. I've just found Blake unconscious in a backstage closet. Bubbles hears the real Black Sonichu groaning. Bubbles, groan. Listen. The Black Sonichu at the pier is a transforming imposter. Stay away from him. He fell unconscious again, Jigglyami says. I'm gonna rush him to a Pokemon Center. I'll call you back. Blakey Boo, Bubbles thinks. Looking at the imposter on the pier, she wonders, who is this Black Sonichu? Play it cool, she thinks as she approaches him. What kept you? Sylvana asks. Nothing, Blakey, Bubbles answers. Hey, let's start this right. Give me a Thunderbolt attack. It'll turn me on. Sure thing, Sylvana says, thinks to herself. Thunderbolt? Aw, man, I can't even make a spark. But I can't say no. She suspects something. I'll have to fake it with a psychic attack. And so, the heinous hermaphrodite fires a purple and green burst of energy at Bubbles. Psychic needles. She says as she is enveloped in the attack. That felt good, Black Sonichu, she says. Black Sonichu, thinks Sylvana, but that was not a Thunderbolt. Who are you? With a Whirlpool attack, Bubbles surrounds the faux Black Sonichu with a wall of water. Ha! Says Sylvana, clearly unimpressed. Saw through my disguise, did you? Well, I'll tell you that you did better than your flaky boo did. Sylvana reverts to her normal form and continues to gloat. And as for who I am, I will say that I was sent by a friend of your mayor, and that this is not totally a girl talk. What did you do to Blake? Demands Bubbles. Oh, sweetheart, taunts Sylvana. I never kiss and do tell. Enraged, Bubbles fires lightning bolts in all directions. Bee! She screams, but the devilish dick girl teleports away before the attack can connect. How can you even think that word when, unlike you, Bubbles, I'm not woman? With that, the guileful Gynandramore disappears altogether, leaving Bubbles to drop to her knees in exhaustion. Magi-chan, she thinks. Yes, Magi-chan replies mentally. Please teleport me to Blake, she asks. Soon she's at the bedside of her beloved Black Sonichu, still recovering from the effects of Sylvana's sleep nectar. Bubbles, he says weakly, you're safe. Blakey boo, she says, are you okay? What did she do to you? Can I even refer it as a she? Bubbles wonders. If it was not a woman, then what was it? What a world we live in with such trolls in it. At the beach's stage that night, ladies and dudes, Quickville Shopping Center, Quick Cola, and station KCWC are proud to present for her pop star debut, Jigglyami. Jigglyami walks out on stage and greets the crowd. Thank you, citizens of Quickville, Virginia. My debut song was inspired by my old Pikachu boyfriend, who suddenly disappeared from our home field. I have missed him a lot and yearn for a safe return. I present to you all, War of Love. War of Love. Lyrics written by Blanca Weiss, August 20th, 2008. I can't hide this feeling anymore. Don't you notice the fever of love? Dark clouds were hanging low. A busy city had lost its colors. Sunshine hiding away. Twilight fading out. And shadows nearing me now. The world is not how it used to be. I don't know if love has changed, but do I still want you? What could I do? What should I do? Baka Dana Watashi. It's the war of love. I can't give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you. I can't give you up. I hate to see you smile to every girl except for me. I want you so bad, too heavy and too deep. Please focus on me. I will show you how much you love me. I screamed out to you with a megaphone to find it broken. I try to reach up as high as I can, but your eyes are never on me. Now I look up to the sky. I find it has been cleared. But it was not done for me. I can't stop these feelings. They're getting out of hand. Oh, what could I do? What should I do? I swear in this love, I'll never give you up. Daisuke, it's the war of love. From the temporal void, Christian provides an epilogue. After the concert, Blanca found her boyfriend and left for their home state of Kentucky. Jigglyami stayed in Quickville to record her albums in accordance with Jive Records through Quickville Studios. Currently in the time void, or rather within my heart and head, a consequential, conflicting decision had to be made. At this time in my life, I had met, and unknowingly to myself, flirted with 3 women on the internet. Could choose only one, but with the help of God and Jesus, 2 paths were taken away. Christian, 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 call 3 voices from the 3 paths laid out before Chris's heart. Also, I'd like to take this moment to remember Sonichu fan Mr. Ryan Cash, who committed suicide when I impulsively said that I would stop the comic series in protest against the trolls of the ED page. Ryan, I'm sorry. Returning to the matter of the 3 girls, Chris informs us, sadly, one died. We see a depiction of the tragic death of Sarah Jackson as she is brutally murdered by Autobot leader Optimus Prime. In memory of Sarah Jackson, a true Sonichu girl and gal pal, died October 2008. As for the second girl, Chris says, one turned out to be an alliance with the Trolls. The word Trolls has a backwards numeral 2 instead of a letter S, which Chris explains. The 2 is backwards to reflect the movie, Troll 2, as well as Troll, available as a 2-sided DVD featuring both movies, depicted as one of the titular creatures from the movie and his magic ring. But the one true, honest, compassionate, understanding, fun, a true Sonichu girl, and a sweet singer from the flip side of the world, Chris says of the third girl. My true sweetheart, who I have promised my first time to, and will remain loyal to forever, Sarah Cassandra McKenzie. I love you, Sarah, from Christian W. Chandler. A drawing of Sarah McKenzie is included, as well as a diagram of Chris's heart, and normally stable. CWC at 100%, and normally stable. Number 8 comic book finished January 1st, 2009. Next book, I get out of the time void. Sonichu number 9, drawn December 1st, 2009. On the cover, we see Sonichu, Rosachu, and all the other electric hedgehog Pokemon heroes of Quickville, joined by Bionic the Hedgehog, Hattie-chan, and Nagaji. As they charge into battle, Sonichu has caught the broomstick of Mary Lee Walsh, causing her to catapult forward. A blurb on the cover announces, featuring corrected version of Timmy 1984's Sonichu fan promos presented on YouTube. Episode 19, Date Ed, aka Dating Education, even though the idea sounds dated. We open on Quickville University, 8:30 a.m. Approaching the building are 2 of its newest students, Wild Sonichu and Punchy Sonichu. Ah, Quickville U, says Wild. When not in classrooms, it's a great social spring. Oh yeah, says Punchy. I'm going to take every note possible, and I'm going to show Angie a great time by May or June. Yeah, Punchy, Wild replies. Sue ambitious. I wonder who my woman will be, Wild wonders to himself. Don't pull my leg, God. Don't belabor it. Behind them, we see Simona Rosachu, seeing Zappina Rosachu off to class. Have a good day at Bolin High, Zappina, Simona says. Learn a lot, find a good 16-year-old boy, and your mom and dad will pick you up later. Simona Rosachu, age 19, ground bug type, ability, inner focus. Thank you, Simona, says Zappina. They ought to pay you more for being the best friend ever. You enjoy your classes too. See ya. Zappina Rosachu, age 14, bug electric type, ability, levitate. As Zappina flies off to attend her classes, Simona enters the grounds of the university and ponders her fate. Maybe I'll get paired off with a great man. I have a dream of having a boy, nurturing him, and loving my hubby. My son's name will be Reginald Sonny. Later, in the classroom, we see Wild and Punchy sitting in the front row of their classroom. Simona is also in the front row, but neither Sonichu appears to notice. Wow, thinks Simona, there are an equal number of genders in this class, counting myself. I'm so nervous. My head is paralyzed, thinks Wild. It won't turn at all. Meanwhile, Punchy is far more confident. I'm gonna ace this class and wow my Christian angel, he thinks. Soon the teacher enters and the course begins. On the chalkboard is written, Miss Jackass, Dating Ed, DAT 303. Good morning, class, the teacher says. Welcome to Dating Education. I am Miss Jackass. I will now pass around the syllabus for this course. Please read over them at your own pace. We will be cutting to the chase in this class, even though it is only the first day. I will be pairing you all up as boy and girl couples secretly, and any remaining single S will be paired up with a friend or associate of mine. I, myself, am not available, as it would be against school regulations, and I am already going out with a good cowboy. Today, I will be lending out barber dolls for the men in this class, and Robert dolls for the women. After each of you has handed to me your written reasons for attending this class, and what you each hope to learn or acquire by the end of this semester. For the first few weeks, you each will practice what I teach you in communicating with real people of your individual opposite genders. On your dolls, I will have loaned each of you. The first item of great importance is to remember to always remain calm, and to keep all flustered emotions off your minds when first approaching a person of your opposite gender. It will take practice to tweak your minds to hold your fears back, but I assure you it will be well worth it at the end, with all your lucky nights. Just messing with you, D. You will need to start any of all relationships by being friends first. If you start off with beyond friend in mind, then the other person will feel nervous and will likely walk away, ignore you or whatever. Let the romantic emotions grow between the two of you over a reasonable amount of time. A few weeks to even a few months with multiple meetings and dates with a person are well recommended. And as a gentleman, you should ask before even touching her. Or ladies, you may ask him if it's cool for you to touch him as a gesture of respect and kindness. And now that I have established all that, I will take roll call. Amy, Clem, Clyde, Emily, Lawrence, Fred, Geraldine, George, Layla, Ivy, Punsy. Here, 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 here. Here, says a blonde creature. Here, says a red-haired woman in green. Yo, says Punchy. Reginald, Simona, Wild, as Jackass continues. Here, says a blue creature. Here, says Simona. Snurgenflargen, says Wild. What? Miss Jackass asks. Here, Wild says. Okay, let's start with the greetings, Miss Jackass says. To quote a wise 9-year-old, if you want to start a conversation with a girl, first you have to say something like hi. If she says hi back, you are off to a good start. As Miss Jackass continues her lesson, the blue creature begins to admire his blonde classmate. Wow, she is so cute. The class syllabus says that pairings will be made for the IM portion. I hope I get matched up with her. Reginald Sneasel. Age 18. 3/28/2009. Created by CWC. Unaware of Reginald's hopes, the blonde creature takes notes from Miss Jackass's lecture. If he doesn't like you, do not worry. It happens. Another good way to. Layla Flappy. Age 18. 3/15/2009. Created by Ivy O'Niel. Next to Layla, the red-haired woman is also taking notes, when suddenly she experiences a psychic vision of Christian Weston Chandler. Meanwhile, deep in the time void, Christian has a similar vision of the woman. They soon find themselves together in some supernatural realm. Behind them is a heart-shaped image of the two of them, with the woman's arms around Chris's naked chest as he waves his shirt like a flag. Above them appear two disembodied voices like those of men.
Children, I am God,
says the white-haired face.
and I'm Jesus.
Says the other face.
Sup?
Asks the King of Kings.
I have summoned you two here because I am answering Christians' prayers.
Says the Lord of Heaven's armies.
Chris, this is Ivy, your sweetheart-to-be. You will recognize her, then acknowledge her as your sweetheart, because from a favor on her half, your internal clock will be restored fully,
says the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob.
Your enemies of force and garbage will be vanquished, so you will live with Ivy and yourself in peace. Live freely,
commands the Alpha and Omega, who is and was and evermore shall be. Before the Almighty, Chris and Ivy engage in small talk. Hello, Ivy, says Chris. Hey, Christian, says Ivy, what's going on? I'm living safe and well, says Chris. Tell me about yourself. I'm okay. I'm living in... My father is a... I often shop at... It is all checked out, Chris says. You are true. Wow, my biological clock is fixed. Aw, I'm just happy for you and I'm happy to help, says Ivy. I trust you, says Chris. I believe you. I love you, Ivy. My heart is dedicated to you. I love you, Chris, says Ivy, and the two share a passionate kiss. And then, as suddenly as it began, Ivy's prophetic vision ends, and she finds herself back in the classroom. Stunned by what she saw and heard, she drops her pen and stares blankly into space. 45 minutes later... Okay, class, as our time is almost up, I need to inform you all that I have gone through my roster, and I have randomly matched each student, male and female, and I have each of your screen names written on these slips, along with the screen names of your matched partners. I will be handing out the slips now. No trades, swaps, or changes are allowed for any of the pairings. You all each will be chatting with your partners in instant messages online sessions in the computer lab for the next few classes. For your homework tonight, converse with your assigned G. Joes, ladies, and likewise your assigned Barbies, gentlemen, like you were conversing with that person of your opposite gender. Handwrite out your pretend conversations as it happens, or shortly after from memory. Then handwrite a minimum 50-word essay on your thoughts about the conversation. Class dismissed. As the partner assignments are passed out, Reginald imagines with glee that he will be paired with Layla. Oh, what fun, he thinks. She'll have my screen name, Sneaselfox, and I'll have hers. Punch-a-Bunch 35, says silently, Layla says aloud. No! Reginald thinks as he realizes the awful truth. His card confirms his worst fears. Reginald Sneasel, a.k.a. Sneaselfox, matched with Floridora 217. Layla Flaffy, a.k.a. Flaffy LA 237, matched with Punch-a-Bunch 35. Meanwhile, Punchy reads his own assignment. Flaff LA 237, he thinks. Whatever, I have my eyes on Angie Rosa 938. Wild reads his card. Wild Sonichu, a.k.a. Spider Shock 38, matched with Big Dougette 416. Ivy chooses not to look at her assignment. I'm not going to look yet, she thinks. I'll hold out for Chris. Simone La Rosachu, a.k.a. Dig Dougette 416, matched with Spider Shock 38. Florence Fisher, a.k.a. Floridora 127, matched with Sneaselfox. Meanwhile, a boy in a blue coat is paired with Ivy, but he accidentally obscures his own name on the card. Oh, got smudged, he thinks. Illegible, a.k.a. Solid Blue Coat, matched with Sweetest Ivy, George Miller. Shortly later, we find Punchy Sonichu standing in front of the vending machines in consternation. In his hands are 5 coins inscribed with the letter W. Just then, Wild Sonichu walks by. Hey, Punchy, he asks. Why the face? I want a soda, Punchy answers, but it only takes C quarters, and I only have W quarters. Do you have change? Let me check, Wild says. Reaching deep into his anus, Wild retrieves a handful of C-shaped coins. You're in luck, Wild says. I have 12 C quarters. I'll give you 10 for a W quarter. Cool, thanks, says Punchy. As Punchy drinks his can of Quick Cola, Reginald watches him from a nearby corner. I should have been the one paired up with that cute Flappy, he thinks ruefully. Layla, I think was her name. You shall not win her heart. Next class day, April 8th, Tuesday. In the computer lab, Miss Jackaris begins the day's lesson. Welcome to the iDate lab, she says. To ensure anonymity in your partners, all gentlemen will work on one side of the lab, facing away from the women on the other side. Okay, log in and meet your faceless partners. Montage coming up. Hello, types Wild at his computer terminal. Hello, replies Simona. Nice day, isn't it? Asks Wild. Yes, it is. How do you like the class? It's cool. Even though I am usually wild, I feel shy around women. You? Meanwhile, Layla and Punchy begin their online conversation. Hey, sup? Asks Punchy. Hello. I'm feeling bashful, responds Layla. It's cool. I would be shy myself if I had not set my eyes on my goal, Punchy boasts. Oh, how do you know you'll still want her at the end of the semester? Layla asks. To herself, she thinks. My mind is a blank. I think I stand in good chances, Punchy explains. She is a good girl, smiley face. Really? Layla asks. Won't you even give me a try before you go bye-bye? Ooh, are you jealous? Smiley face, Punchy asks. Hey, Punch, says Reginald, typing at the terminal next to Punchy. I hear your partner had a daddy Taurus and loathes the color red. She likes women. Don't mess with me, man, thinks Punchy. At Simona's terminal, her conversation with Wild continues. Same here. I get goose pimply around guys a bit. No worries, answers Wild. I promise not to bite. Do you like me so far? I'm enjoying our chat so far, smiley face. You're doing good. Complimented each other. Found lots in common. Few opposites. Flirt, 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 smiley face. Got each other excited. Ignited rarest inspirations. Loving every moment. Layla talks and gains Punchy's interest. Found lots in common. She really turns on the charm, B. Punchy starts to fall for Layla over Angelica. Also, Punchy checks the rumors from Reginald with Layla, most of which were verified false. Reginald feels jealousy, sadness, loneliness, and contributed little for his partner. Florence feels dumped, lonely, and yet she tries and tries to cheer Reginald up. Later, as Wild leaves the campus, he thinks about the time he has spent with his IM partner. Wow, Dig Dug Ed is a fun treat. I wish I knew which girl she was. A 1 out of 7 chance. Just then, he overhears Simona and Layla talking. Oh, I hear you, Layla girl. Spidey was fun for me, and he was a real gentleman to talk with. Spidey, thinks Wild. He looks over at the two girls, and Zapina Rosachu joins their conversation. Hey, Zapina, says Simona. I was just chatting with my new laughy gal pal, Layla. Hey, Layla, says Zapina. Hi, says Layla. Laffy, you're one to talk. You have your arm drills. You only need a pump to fully dig the dug. Beside Wild, Punchy also notices the girls' conversation. April 10th, Thursday. Punchy continues his online conversation with Layla. I think I know who you are. I overheard an IRL chat between you and a friend. Oh, you naughty boy, smiley face. We're not supposed to have gone real life yet. I know, smiley face. Well, what did you have in mind? You have moved me better than Angie, Punchy says. How about dinner and a movie after class? Well... Little does Punchy know that Reginald has shrunken himself to 1/3 his original size, and has climbed down to get the cables connected to Punchy's computer. With a single snip of his pincer, Reginald severs Punchy's connection, leaving him unable to reply to Layla. Unaware of this technical difficulty, Layla answers Punchy's invitation. Okay, I'd love to, E, but let's only have dinner tonight. I'm in the mood for a grilled chicken salad at McD. Is that cool? Punch? What the? I can't type anything in, Punchy realizes. Wild! Wild! He cries. Please go tell the Flappy girl I said it is cool. I will meet her outside the school, and my keyboard stopped working for me. Wild does as Punchy asks, and somehow manages to determine that Flappy LA-237 is in fact Layla Flappy. Excuse me, Punchy, Punch-a-Punch, sent me to inform you his keyboard stopped working, and he will meet you outside the school building later. Oh dear, says Layla. Well, please tell him it is good. I'll meet him at the school front at 4:30. Thank you. As Wild turns to relay the message, he notices Simona's computer screen and sees the last entry as BRB. Gasp! I thought so, Wild says. What? Asks Layla. Wild points at Simona. I've been talking to her this whole time. Oh my god! Spider shock? Simona asks. Yeah, says Wild. Wow, you're more handsome than you gave yourself credit for. And you are simply dazzling, Wild replies, staring directly at her chest. The pair hold hands and gaze longingly into each other's eyes, oblivious to the computer lab around them. Abandoning their class completely, Wild takes Simona to his home, using his vine line to swing through Quickville. They stop at a treehouse. Wild activates a generator to turn on the lights, and Simona takes in the decor. Ooh, says Simona, impressed by the sight of Wild's bed, table, and blank walls. Big C donated the mat press, rechargeable battery, fish tank, lights, and pillows, but I built this treehouse and furniture myself. Big common factor, thanks Simona. We bought, build, tinker, and construct. Afterward, the pair traveled to Quickville Park, located just next door to Quickville Mall. Simona leads Wild to a hole in the ground, surrounded by a flower bed. Please don't take roots here yet, Wild, Simona says. On one side of the hole is a power line leading underground, and on the other is a mailbox that reads, Simona Rosachu, Constructor, 1 Quickville Park. It's 10 feet down to her ceiling from upper ground. Impressive, thinks Wild as he looks at Simona's home. Wild Sonichu's treehouse, Simona Rosachu's rabbit hole. 4/10/2008, 4:30 p.m., after the class a few pages back. Layla wanders around the ground, searching for her date. Punch-a-Punch? She calls. Yo, he answers. You can call me Punchy, he says, leaning up against the wall. Call me Dazzle. I'm Layla, she says. Well, Layla, Punchy says, I have a bike and a sidecar. Let's paint Ann McD red, white, and yellow. Oh yes, says Layla. Oh, I prefer to exercise a lot by walking. It's okay. I'm sure your feet need a break. Let's go, says Punchy. Together, they ride the roads atop Prower, Punchy's Autobot companion who can transform into a motorcycle. Later at McD. I'll have a Caesar salad, pickles on the side, and a Diet Cola. Oh, and ranch dressing, please, Layla says to the cashier. I'll have a number 5, grill, no mayo, no salt on to freedom fries, says Punchy. Fortunately, the cashier is able to decipher their order, and the lovebirds sit down for their romantic dinner. As Layla begins to eat her Caesar salad, Wild offers her one of his fries, and she dutifully opens her mouth, allowing him to insert it into her orifice. Outside, Reginald watches the happy couple from a window, depressed that his meager efforts to win Layla's heart have failed. Suddenly, a hand touches his shoulder, and he turns to see Angelica Rosachu. I heard from Flo that you need a friend, Angelica says. Later, at Quickville Park, Angelica consoles Reginald on a park bench. I feel for you, she says. An important lesson from your class that should be on the test is that you have to forget your fears and talk to the woman before she can be swept away by someone else. Yeah, says Reginald. Thank you for listening. Layla was cute, but I guess I'll get over it. You're pretty too, Angelica. You probably wouldn't go out with me. Nonsense. I think you're sweet, handsome, and honest. I would love to continue hanging with you, Angelica says. Really? Asks Reginald. Really, Angelica says. How would you like to have dinner at my place tonight? I'd love that, says Reginald. Angelica puts her hand on Reginald's claw, and they look deep into each other's eyes. By the end of the day, all 3 of the new couples are sitting in the park watching the sun set over the lake. Can this really work, Wild? Simona asks. You're electric, I'm ground, you're grass. I don't care, Simona, Wild says. I love you, no doubt about it, 333. I love you, 333, says Simona. And at Quickville Mall, Ivy watches the same sunset, sitting alone on the roof. I pray for your safe voyage to me, she thinks. I will wait for you, as God and Jesus has guided me to. And as Ivy continues her silent vigil into the night, she looked up into the starry sky and wondered when the one she loved would return. Tuesday, May 6, 2008. Final exam of DAT 303. Instead of their usual teacher, a pink-haired woman with glasses stands before the class. Good morning, I, Rita Jackass, Sarah's sister. Sob, sorry, Sis recently passed in automobile accident with truck. But Sis tell me lot about you all and the class. I am capable of issuing exams and grade with answer key. I was impressed with successful love relationships that have developed in class. I hope y'all study well from Sis's teachings. I wish you all good luck on exam and future in your individual relationships. Please begin. The individual students took the exam, and they each got their final grade results in the mail a week later. Here is a chart of them and their grades by seating arrangement. Fred Shiflett, 91%. Amy Testa, 87%. Punchy Sonichu, 100%. Wild Sonichu, 98%. Geraldine Beglin, 93%. Simone LaRosachu, 99%. Layla Flappy, 97%. Ivy O'Neill, 99%. Florence Fisher, 86%. Emily Ryan, 82%. George Phillip, 90%. Reginald Sneasel, 98%. Clem Jennings, 89%. Clyde Raymond Quash, 65%. N.
Hi, Billy Mays here.
And now, a special message from the Honorable William Mays, Jr. Hi, Billy Mays here. Now, I was never appointed mayor of Quickville, Virginia. Miss Allison Amber was appointed vice mayor upon being originally hired, so she has been running Quickville very well during Mr. Chandler's absence into the different dimension. Anyway, I am here today to put my kaboom on this good CWCville hand-drawn and run well by the red, white, and blue striped-shirted hero, a true patriotic American. Quickville has and always will be as pure, beautiful, majestic as the dogwood tree. Yet it shines brighter than, and with, Sonichu and Rosachu's combined thunderbots, as betrayed every July 4th before the fireworks at Quickville Park. Quickville is as well respected as Charlottesville, Virginia. Do not diss either city, their pure glow communities, or Christian Chandler himself. It is cool to respect and honor him as you would yourself and your friends and family. Come to Quickville with a good honest heart and a warm smile, and we will welcome you warmly. I will see you at the next Dogwood Festival. Dedicated to Mr. Billy Mays II. Please come back soon. Charlottesville, Virginia would be happy to have you and yours attend one of our Dogwood Festivals. I salute you, good sir. Christian Weston Chandler. DAT 303, Dating Education Exam. Name. Date. Question 1. About blank percent of regular girls ditch boys, and blank percent of pretty girls ditch boys. A. 10-100, B. 50-50, C. 73-98, D. 75-13. Question 2. Which of the following characteristics attract your opposite gender best? A. Class clown, B. Full show-off, C. Silent types, D. None of the above. Question 3. When is an appropriate time to ask for a phone number? A. Up front, B. Middle of conversation, C. End of enjoyable conversation. Question 4. Boys can be like magnets, and girls the metal. when the boy is confident, honest, and smart? A. True. B. False. Question 5. When there should be a girl for every boy, all people of your opposite gender is already taken by some other dude or gal. A. True. B. False. Question 6. If the relationship or crush doesn't work out, you A. Worry. B. Move on. C. Cry and pout. D. None of the above. Question 7. How should you approach the person of your opposite gender if you are really shy? A. As a friend first. B. Run away. C. With hanky in mind. D. Send someone else. Question 8. If he gives you a wrong number, try harder on that person. A. True. B. False. Question 9. To keep your guy liking you, you should A. Keep clean. B. Act normal. C. Show off a skill. D. All of the above. Question 10. Essay question. From approach to the end of the conversation on, list a 10-step approach in walking to and talking to people of your opposite gender. For all Sonichu and Rosichu site visitors and comic readers, you may take this exam for yourself, and if you do, feel free to copy this image, print it out, and take this exam for yourselves. Then email to me your answers verbatim, especially the essay question, and I will grade it honestly. Christian Weston Chandler wrote this exam on April 11th, 2009. Wednesday, June 4th, 2008. Wild's Treehouse. Outside, someone, or something, streaks past the treehouse with incredible speed. The whooshing noise awakens Wild Sonichu, who sits upright with a look of primal wariness. Beside him, Simone the Rosichu stirs, also disturbed by the noise. Anglica's room behind her Samuel Memorial United Christian Church. There, too, a strange blur passes by. Inside, Angelica Rosichu and Reginald Sneasel, also in bed, hear a similar whoosh as it passes by. What was that? They both ask, as the noise interrupts their lovemaking. Layla's apartment. Once more, an unknown object sweeps past. Inside the apartment of Layla Flaffy, she and Punchy Sonichu are also laying in bed. Ugh, how much should I have again? Asks Punchy, cradling his head in pain. Punch, I heard a wired sound, says Layla. In fact, the source of this disturbance is a trio of villainous hedgehog Pokemon. From different parts of Quickville, they report their reconnaissance to an unknown commander. Sylvana here, says Sylvana Rosichu in the woods. The forest path is clear. Over. In the city, Wes Zizelli in his hedgehog form of Wesley Sonichu reports in as well. Walter Grisby, the metropolis has some traffic. No problem for the SAVs. Over. Elsewhere, Reldnock Naitsirhc, also in his hedgehog form of McAttack, contacts his mysterious ally. I would not even be taking this stupid task, if not for Giovanni, he growls, referring to his adoptive father. I'm checking the cul-de-sacs in the mall. Over. Even as he speaks, Reldnock races past a familiar yellow and pink house on the outskirts of the city. Meanwhile, at Sonichu and Rosichu's house, in their garage, we see Rosichu removing blood-stained laundry from the dryer. Behind her are a pair of race cars. Just then, Sonichu enters the garage from the house. Rosie? Ah, he says, having located his mate. Oh, he thinks, as he sees her bent over the dryer with a clear view of her underwear. Overcome with lust, he begins to masturbate furiously. Hey, sweetest honey bolt, he says finally. Rosichu stands up, quickly wiping the blood from her gloves onto her dress. I love being appreciated and fully understood for my being as well as my bod, she thinks. Hubby bolt, she says, feigning surprise. I was just doing some laundry. She curls her tail into a crude heart shape and assumes a Sailor Moon pose. So, was there an issue on your mind, or is this visit for pleasure? she asks seductively. You know me so well, Sonichu says. Oh yeah, he suddenly thinks. The news! He moves in to kiss Rosachu, and then thinks to himself, I do have some not-so-good news I've just heard about on the web. Rosachu smiles vacantly, waiting for him to speak. I was just chatting with our fans, he says aloud. Well, with the true, honest fans, it was pleasant. A few homosexual fans came in. I speak for Christian and all of us when I say we all feel a little grief with them making their choices. We respect them as equals, and let them live their peaceful lives. Christian and we all, from his creation, are all straight, unless otherwise noted. We will always appreciate and welcome all good Sonichu Rosachu fans, straight or homosexual. Suddenly, Sonichu's body erupts in flames, and his eyes burn with a crimson hatred. What really grinds my gears is that the homosexuals have misunderstood parts to all of the comic series heavily wrong. Contrary to their individual perceptions, all of our comics, drawings, and words were never meant of anything homosexual whatsoever. We promote being straight, no question or shadow of a doubt. We all and Christian do not appreciate at all being wrongfully mislabeled as homos. It really infuriates me. And to make matters worse, I was voted wrongfully by a homo in a college somewhere in a paper essay he wrote promoting that choice, which is wrong, because I am again being wrongfully mislabeled as such. And they are even dedicating a float, of all things, in their parade. I know, you know, Christian knows, and everyone should know that I, Sonichu, am straight. I want nothing to do with them in their papers, parades, and God knows whatever else at all ever. Because with every item they create, with my name or face, or also Christian's name or face, they again mislabel us. With the exception of a few noted individuals, we are all straight in and around the world of Quickville, Virginia, USA. We promote being straight. I, Sonichu, you, Rosachu, our true creator, Christopher Christian Ricardo Weston Chandler of Ruckersville, Virginia. We are all straight. Consumed with rage, Sonichu angrily swings out his arm, striking the wall of the garage with such force as to knock down a wall shelf. Sitting on the shelf were a pair of potted plants, along with a bottle of anal lubricant. As the shelf flies apart, these objects fall to the floor, the pots shatter, and the bottle spills anal lubricant onto the floor. And we will not take the misunderstandings, mislabels, and all the like sitting down! Screams Sonichu. Here, the story is interrupted with an author's note. I am straight. Do not label me otherwise. I would rather suffer a painful gender change operation than ever be a homo. From Christian Weston Chandler. Unfazed by Sonichu's irrational and violent outburst, Rosachu comforts him with loving admiration. Aw, I'm sorry you had to go through all that. I will always be here to fight the good fight with you, by your side. Come here, and I'll help you recover from your hellish trial with our shared heavenly true love. Sweet, honest women who truly understand. That is heaven, states Chris in another author's note. Instantly calmed by the promise of intercourse, Sonichu takes his wife by the hands. Well, the children are next door playing at Heather's, Sonichu says. We've got the whole house to ourselves. Ooh, let's do it in the kitchen, Rosachu suggests. Sweet, honey, says Sonichu. Suddenly, their precoital banter is mercifully interrupted by the sound of explosions nearby. The force of the blast is sufficient to cause Rosachu to fall to her knees. Yes, Sonichu, what was that? She asks. I'm not sure, but it sounds of trouble. You ready for some trouble, Rosie? Let's go save the day again, she says. All right, says Sonichu. Scooping her into his arms, he dashes out the door to face this newest menace. Meanwhile, the mayor gets the call. In the Quickville shopping center is housed the mayor's office. When the phone rings, it is answered by Allison Amber, Chris's secretary, who now serves as the acting mayor in his absence. Mayor's office, she says. What? The villa is striking heaviest on the city. I have to make the calls. Wasting no time, Allison presses a set of buttons on her desk to summon the city's defenses. Our full police force, she says, pressing a button labeled with a badge. Our Power Rangers, she says, pressing a second button with a Sentai logo. And some extra cheese with spinach, she says, pressing a button with a pizza logo. Elsewhere, a bay door opens, revealing a blue 1994 Ford Escort. In the city, a green compact bearing a pizza logo receives Allison's signal. Uh-oh. I gotta get back. Thank you for ordering, and we look forward to your next call. Have a safe day. In a pizzeria, a woman serves a pie to a love-struck man. Here's your spinach, mushroom, and eggplant enjoy, she says. As her pager beeps, she excuses herself. Oh, I got to go. Nancy, please finish this table for me. Have a safe day, sir. The woman then races into action on a pink motorcycle. Elsewhere, a blue van also receives the signal. Groan, so much for my rockin' day. Outside Layla's apartment building, Punchy valiantly fights off a squad of jerk-ups with his devastating martial arts punches. Come on, Layla, he says. We've got to quell these foes. Solwheel is making her big push, and we have to push back. Unaccustomed to the horrors of battle, Layla hesitates, just as a Jane cop sneaks up behind her with her baton raised for the kill. Layla, behind you! Warns Punchy as he notices the Jane cop. Acting on instinct, Layla uses a thunder attack, which vaporizes all the jerk-offs around them. Only Punchy survives, knocked to the pavement by the power of her attack. Oh my god! Punchy, are you hurt? Layla asks. I'm okay, he says, rising to his knees. As he witnesses her murderous handiwork, he adds, Wow, good job! Punchy quickly summons his motorcycle. Prower, he calls. Intercept and take down! Episode 20, Quick Defense. Soon enough, Prower appears on the road with a holographic image of Punchy Sonichu riding atop it. Roger, Punchy, the motorcycle responds. I'm in pursuit. As Prower races down the highway, Layla and Punchy watch it pass by, holding each other in a brief moment of peace. In the woods, a fleet of brown jerk-op cruisers drive through the trees to assault Quickville. On the side of their cars is their motto, to shatter and torture all hearts. However, their advance is cut off by Simone LaRosachu, who tunnels through the ground across their path. Unable to navigate the mound of dirt she has created, the cars crash in a massive pileup. Those jerk-ops who survive the wreckage emerge to attack Simone on foot. But these jerk-ops run afoul of Wild Sonichu. Using his vine lines, Wild ropes the entire squad of jerk-ops into a bundle. He sends the ends of his lines back around to his hands, and he ties the green filaments into a knot. Combining his vine whips with his strength, Wild flings the jerk-op bundle over his head, sending them headfirst into the forest floor, easily breaking all of their necks. A note from the author warns the readers, do not try this at home. The effort taxes even Wild's might, but even as he stops to catch his breath, Simona warns him to fight on. Don't kill time recovering yet, they're still coming. She converts her drill hands into dishes and fires a signal beam. Yep, Wild gasps, they are. At the church, Reginald Sneasel rips through a jerk-op cruiser with his razor-sharp talons. Behind him, another cruiser transforms into a robot and attacks him. But before it can strike, Reginald raises his arm, digging his claws deep into the robot's neck. It collapses at his feet. Then an SAV, or Scoundrel as Vessel, approaches him. It transforms as well, changing from a jeep with a laser cannon mounted to its top into a robot with the same laser cannon on its arm. As it fires on Reginald, he raises his arms to defend himself. Batter up, he thinks, and then he swats the energy blast back on the robot. The reflected beam goes straight through the SAV's chest, deactivating it. Meanwhile, Angelica uses a steel wing attack to battle airborne Cractor robots. Her wings slice through the robots, causing them to crash to grass. Angelica destroys another Cractor with heel stomp, and then bounces up to perform a sky uppercut. She then shifts to Steel Drill Peck and smashes through the body of yet another robot. From above, Angelica views her handiwork. Around the church lay 5 downed enemy cractors, forming a pentacle shape on the ground. "Angel, we did it!" cheers Reginald from below. Meanwhile, Bubbles Rosachu and Black Sonichu face enemies of their own on the beach. Before them are dozens of SAVs, but the duo stand their ground. Bubbles creates a tidal wave, and as the water crashes over them all, she holds hands with Black Sonichu, and they unleash their electrical powers. Utilizing the conductivity of seawater, their shocking surf attack not only turns the vehicles upside down, but shocks them with a jolt of electricity. At first, they believe they have won, until the SAVs transform into robots. One of them, wearing a crown, commands them to attack in an alien language. "Bubbles, stay back," says Black Sonichu. "I'll handle these pilot-free mechs." He charges forward at top speed. He screams, raising his fist to attack. With devastating force, Black Sonichu punches the lead SAV's leg apart. He then dashes up its remaining leg. Like a living pinball, Black Sonichu spin dashes the heads of the robots, finally decapitating the one with the crown. With a powerful dropkick, he sends the robot head flying into a line of other robots, smashing through each of their chests. Straight as a miracle bullet. One robot attempts to fire on Black Sonichu, but he makes gun do a 180, and the laser cannon blasts the robot's own head instead. The head of another robot is destroyed by the same blast. Before the pile of broken robot bodies, Bubbles and Black Sonichu make out in triumph. On the eastern edge of Metropolis, Sonichu and Rosachu find the Jerkops in their transforming Panaslav vehicles, wreaking havoc in the city. Rosachu creates a sword of electricity and prepares to attack. "Take your weapons, Sonichu," she says. "Just turn me loose, sweetheart. I am my own weapon," Sonichu says. Together they charge into the fray. Rosachu leaps over a robot and attacks with Slash. As she lands, the robot splits in two behind her. She then high jumps to continue her attack. Meanwhile, Sonichu tackles the human Jerkops, using a homing attack to pull one over. He then performs a rolling kick to launch the Jerkop into the air, and delivers the killing blow with a sky uppercut. Rosachu slashes several more Jerkops with paralyzing blade, and attacks them again with spinning links. "I can't move!" cries a paralyzed Jerkop. Sonichu turns his attention to a robot, smashing right through its chest with his incredible speed. He dashes on to battle more of the enemies, punching, spin dashing, stomping, and electrocuting them mercilessly. Back at the Quickville shopping center, the Jerkop forces have laid siege to the mall, but it is defended by a dome of green energy magically generated by Patty-chan from the mayor's office. Outside, Darkbind Sonichu battles the Jerkops with both his blade and his fists. Alongside him are Zapina Rosachu, who electrocutes the Jerkops from above, and DJ Jamsta Sonichu, who relies on unarmed combat. Loliza Rosachu also joins the battle, punching a Jerkop and kicking him in the crotch at the same time. In the skies, Magichan Sonichu uses his psychic powers to force a Cractor to crash into the ocean. He teleports onto a second plane to repeat the attack, but he is blindsided by a shadow ball. As he looks up to confront his assailant, he says, "So, we meet again." For standing before him is the intersexual interloper, Sylvana Rosachu. "Yes," she says, "unfortunate for you, just like the last time when I had you outwitted with resistance to your telekinesis." "You only tricked me," says Magichan, "because of your psychic mentality blocking mine in telepathy. Plus, you deceived me with your feminine charms. You do not need to follow, Graduan. I have the power to resoter you to your birth gender, young lady." "You still do not understand," Sylvana replies. "I've not known any other life than from Papa's raising. I can never adapt to such a change. The life you truly need is one with honest, true friends. Your father is a liar," says Magichan. "He would sooner leave you to die to save his own. Oh, please, I have faith in Papa. He has never lied to me, ever." only because you have accepted and perceived his words as true, and that he has used you for warrior strength and keen mentality. Enough! I don't have to take this from you, Magi-chan. My mission is to ensure success for my papa and his slime ball of a woman. I see. Well, I have my own mission, to protect Quickville and all in and around it. I wish we were in agreement, but I have to stop Slowwheel, the Count, and you. Alright, let's psychic combat! Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, we find the author of the Jerkop invasion, the Dark Lord, Mary Lee Walsh. As she surveys her minions from atop her flying broomstick, she gets a call on her cell phone. "Talk to me, Walt," she says. "Slowwheel," says Wes, reporting from the Quickville Mall. "This mall is magically protected by this dome. Our dark forces cannot enter it at all, and our missiles can't make it crack. Outer volunteers and true police people have been invading our Jerkop squads and jets. Your magic may be able to remove the dome. Get here ASAP." "I'll get there," replies Mary. "I've got to fly around ours and their jets, their defenses, and their... Megazord? Be patent." "Okay," says Wes. Back on the Eastern Front, Sonichu destroys another robot, and the battle has begun to take its toll on even his incredible stamina. With the east side of Quickville secure, the city's EMTs arrive to carry off the casualties. "Here's another one. So many people to unbrainwash," says one of the ambulance crew as she loads a Jerkop into a stretcher, unaware that he is already dead. "The Jerkops are a breeze," Sonichu complains, "but the Decepti-Jerks in heavy numbers really dulls my quills. Where's the backup when we need it?" "We're on it, Sonichu," calls a familiar voice. Sonichu turns to find Chris's 1994 Ford Escort with a hologram of Chris behind the wheel. Its bumper sticker reads, "My other car is an Autobot. TM of Hasbro Incorporated." "Oh, thank God! My quills were starting to get dull," Sonichu whines. "No problemo," says Chris's car. "We've got the touch." And so the car begins to transform itself, shifting its form until it becomes the Autobot Sonichu. Towering above Sonichu, Sonichu orders his team into action. Autobots transform and attack PVC citizens' Decpita clones. Punchy's motorcycle, Prowler, slices a Jerkop robot into pieces. Bumble Lumpa serves pizza. Excelina opens fire on the enemy robots with her rifle. Armorax plays Guitar Hero, which destroys an SAV by generating a metal melter attack. Their commander, Sonichu, repels enemy fire with his shield. In the midst of the robots' battle, an awning on a nearby building comes loose and falls on Sonichu's head. "Sorry about that, Sonichu," says Sonichu. "Get back here, you robot chicken SAV!" As Sonichu chases his opponent off, a Jerkop robot seizes Rosachu from behind and takes her prisoner. It transforms back into a Jerkop police cruiser and drives off, with Rosachu locked inside its passenger seat. "Sonichu! Help!" Rosachu cries. Unable to see Rosachu's abduction from under the awning, Sonichu finally realizes his wife is in danger. "Rosachu? No!" he shouts, throwing off the awning with a burst of lightning. "I'll rescue you, sweetheart," he calls. Meanwhile, an SAV puts an apartment building ablaze. Inside one of the apartments, a woman struggles to escape. "Ugh!" she screams as she slowly burns to death. "I can't get out! The dang door won't open! I must save my Pokemon!" And before she succumbs to the flames, she tosses a pair of Pokeballs out the window, triggering them to release their contents before they hit the ground. The two Pokemon are Electric Hedgehogs, Chloe Rosachu, age 17, Normal Electric, Ability, Serene Grace. Blaze Bob Sonichu, age 18, Fire Electric, Ability, Blaze. Both characters originally drawn by Sonichu girl Sarah Cassandra McKenzie. The pair land safely on the street, thinking they have been summoned for a Pokemon competition. "Alright, I'm ready for this What's going on here?" asks Blaze Bob. I don't know, Blaze Bob, says Chloe, but I have a bad feeling. Wait a minute, where's our master? Sarah? Huh? I smell smoke, says Blaze Bob. Our apartment! Sarah! Oh my god, Sarah! Screams Chloe. But even as they realize her peril, an explosion from inside the building turns into a towering inferno. As they watch the apartment complex burn, they see a black hat fall from one of the windows. Chloe picks it up. No! Cries Blaze Bob. Sarah's panda ear headband, says Chloe. She knew she couldn't escape, so she set us free so we wouldn't burn with... Wah! I know, Chloe, says Blaze Bob, but you and I, we have to move on and continue in honor of Team PandaHalo. You're right, says Chloe, but I just can't believe she's really gone. Author's note, in memory of Sonichu Rosachu fan Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie, who died January 2009 in the Australian bushfires. She remains my good friend in my heart forever. But even as the Hedgehogs mourn, a fireman confronts them. Hey, what are you two doing? He demands. Excuse me, Chloe says. That SAV just burned down that building behind you, the fireman explains. Mayor Christian did not just appoint all you electric hedgehogs to help defend the city just so y'all can stand idly by and gossip during the chaos. I think you're mistaken, Chloe replies. We're not from around here. We were visiting from... But before she can finish, Blaze Bob interrupts. Please pardon our momentary lack of action. Our friend was in that building. She will be sadly missed, but we too shall continue to defend the city. Satisfied, the fireman returns to his duty. Thank you. Alright, Gus, Cindy, Tina, let's get those hoses hooked up, ladders set up, and save some lives, and put out the flames. Blaze Bob. What? Chloe asks. Chloe, that bot just killed Sarah. Blaze Bob says. We can do good for her by aiding the city and taking down that robot before other people suffer the same fate like our master. What do you say, Chloe? Go Team PandaHalo! Alright, go Team PandaHalo, says Chloe. Meanwhile, Sonichu continues his pursuit of the robot who captured Rosachu. As he races down a main road, he encounters an SAV. Must destroy Yellow Mouse, declares the robot. It fires a volley of energy beams at Sonichu. But Sonichu dodges the attack and runs up the robot's shoulder. I'm a hedgehog, you bag of bolts, he says. Behind them, a billboard bearing a likeness of Chris reads, Please come back, Christian. Quickville needs you. Signed, Allison. Author's note. Caricature drawn by a local CWCville, Virginia artist at a picnic. Thank you. Before the robot can even react, Sonichu rips off its head. So you like playing Kick the Quick, huh? Sonichu jeers. Tossing the head away, Sonichu leaps clear of the robot's body and it collapses behind him. The robot's head lands near Sonichu. Ow, my axles, it whines. Heh, says Sonichu. I wonder if Seth really used Christian's joke in his Road to Germany, he wonders. Author's note. Thank you, Timmy. Now please update your Sonichu promo videos with these lines and Wikipedia's address. Help me, Sonichu! Help! Cries Rosachu from a distance. I'm on my way, Rosie, says Sonichu. Once more, he speeds off to her rescue. As he makes his way through the city, Sonichu receives a telepathic message from Magichan Sonichu. Sonichu, the Punislav, is taking Rosachu to Quick Central Park. Giovanni, his crew, and Robotnik will be there with a bad deal, but you will be aided with a slam dunk and a slice. Thanks for the horoscopic heads up, Magichan, thinks Sonichu. Suddenly, an earthquake warps the road ahead of Sonichu, causing him to lose his footing. When he regains his balance, he finds himself confronted by another foe. So, Sonichu, we finally meet, says a brown Sonichu with an orange patch of fur on his chest. IBA Chandler, he says, and I am here to copycatly seize claim of you hedgehogs and this city from your absent mayor's domain. I do not know your true name, answers Sonichu, but you only wish your false id claims were true. I won't let you continue your pretend game anymore. The brown Sonichu attacks Sonichu with Rock Throw, but Sonichu easily evades the rocks with his super speed. Obviously a rock type, thinks Sonichu. Sonichu uses Iron Tail to transmute his tail into razor-sharp metal. He then dashes headlong at the brown Sonichu and slashes his tail at the orange patch on his chest. Ah! Cries the brown Sonichu. Mortally wounded, the brown Sonichu transforms into a human, wearing a brown striped shirt. A crude medallion resembling Chris's Sonichu medallion falls beside him, shorn in two by Sonichu's attack. Aha! Just as I thought, says Sonichu, as his opponent lays bleeding to death from his chest wound. Paper-thin and robotic power. Doctors, take this man in for medical treatment, and check his head, too. At once, 2 EMTs and a nearby ambulance rush to tend to the imposter. Let's get him onto the bed, says one of the men. Yeah. Wait, what are those? The other cries. Before them, a patch of green tentacles emerges from the ground around the imposter. Those long-haired beings are pulling him under. Gasp! Those are devil trolls, says the EMT. Was he in alliance with them? What legend brought these fans? Chris wonders in an author's note. Later, at Quick Central Park, Sonichu finally catches up to the robot who captured Rosachu. With it are Dr. Robotnik, Giovanni, and his adopted son, Reldnock Not-So Naitsirhc. Giovanni, Robotnik, where is Rosachu? Sonichu demands. Looking up, he notices she is still in the clutches of the robot. Gasp! Rosie! Rosie! What have you done to her? No worries, Sonichu, says Giovanni. She's only fainted. She is safe. For now. Depending on your cooperation. And I suggest you keep your distance, withhold your attacks, and make no attempt to rescue her before I finish my say, or she will die. Impatiently, Sonichu crosses his arms. Alright, I'm listening. Speak your evil, coward. Very well, says Giovanni. I want you to pledge your loyalty and obedience to my son, Reldnock, and make him mayor of Quickville. What? Hells no, Sonichu answers. I implore you to think it over, Giovanni says. What's more important to you, your city or your sweetheart wife? Grrr! Sonichu growls, confronted with the impossible choice. But before he can give in to Giovanni's demands, the leader of Team Rocket is struck from behind with a basketball. At that same instant, an unseen attack slashes the robot's hand off of its body, releasing its grip on Rosachu. Seeing her fall, Sonichu quickly races underneath the robot and catches its severed hand with Rosachu inside. Holding the robot hand over his head, he shakes Rosachu loose from its grip, dumping her unconscious body to the ground. With tears in his eyes, he kneels down beside her. Rosachu! Wake up! Sonichu sobs. Come on, sweetie, wake up! Slowly, Rosachu opens her eyes and sees Sonichu weeping. Sonichu? Where are we? She asks. Oh, thank God! Sonichu blubbers. As Rosachu sits up, he wraps his arms around her neck and cries. You fainted while that Punislav had you in its clutches. I chased after with a couple of minor interruptions. We are at Quick Central Park. Giovanni wanted to blackmail your safety and well-being for rule over Quickville. I almost gave in, but then someone cut off the hand of the robot that was holding you. I rushed to catch it and rescue you. Oh, sweetheart, thank God you were safe. Oh, says Rosachu. Thank you so much, Honeybolt. Who cut off that robot hand? That would be us. Sonichu turns to find Bionic the Hedgehog and Darkbind Sonichu. Bionic and Darkbind? What's going on with y'all? He asks. Well, I was shooting some hoops with my homies at the court of 5th and Char Street, says Bionic, when the Jerkops came and interrupted our high fives. So we split up and KO'd some of them with our slam-dunking strength. I ended up here at the park where I saw you and Sonichu in trouble. Then I found Darkbind nearby. We teamed up and helped y'all out. I was leveling up with Expirants by practicing my swordsmanship on some goblins and demons when I heard the chaos caused by the giant robots, and I blazed a trail through some of the Jerkops and robots, Darkbind adds. I ended up here as well, saw you two in danger, and teamed up with Bionic to help you two out. Well, Rosie and I, we are grateful, says Sonichu. But as the heroes talk, Reldnock recovers from Bionic and Darkbind's ambush. Gasp you, he says. Reldnock quickly takes out a Pokeball. Grasping the ball firmly in his hands, he throws it at Bionic, hitting him on the side of the head. Ow, says Bionic as he drops his basketball. The Pokeball opens, revealing a ferocious Nidoking. Aw, dang, says Bionic. Roar, says the Nidoking. This is for that whack in my head, back at the high school. Bionic the Hedgehog, shouts Reldnock. Nidoking, take down! The Nidoking charges Bionic, but the powerful Hedgehog stands his ground and plants his hands on its chest, holding it back. However, Bionic's strength proves useless as the ground itself gives way to the force of the Nidoking's advance. Bionic begins to slide back through the loose soil of Quick Central Park, and only stops when he braces his feet against a tree. The battle becomes a standoff, and it seems only a matter of time before Bionic's stamina gives out, as the Nidoking's HP is at 100%. Spotting a mud puddle, Sonichu performs a mud slap by kicking mud into the Nidoking's face. Not only does the mud blind the Pokemon, but its HP is greatly reduced, and the pain forces it to back off from Bionic. Arrgh! Nidoking! Growls Reldnock. What the is wrong with you? As Bionic recovers, Darkbind steps in to explain. Just to let you know, Bionic, Nidoking is a Poison type, and he is weakest against Psychic and Ground-type attacks. Mud Slap is a Ground-type attack. Awesome. Thanks, Sonichu, says Bionic. Now y'all watch me work my globe-trotting magic. Bionic presses his advantage by kicking the Nidoking in the crotch. He follows up with a jumping uppercut to the Nidoking's chin, then punches the top of its head with both fists. The onslaught is too much for the Nidoking, and it faints, its HP reduced to 0. Dang it, Hedgehog, says Reldnock as he recalls the beaten Pokemon back into its ball. I will have my revenge! Reldnock poses with his hands on his left side, as if to perform Chris's signature Cursi-Himea attack. But instead, he recites a very different utterance. Qui fi my mo bobo! A sphere of purple energy forms in his hands, and he launches it at Bionic. Nonplussed, Bionic simply catches the ball of energy and spins it on his finger like a basketball. Using his Whistling Harlem attack, Bionic dribbles the energy ball from one hand to the other and passes it around his back at super speed. Then bounces it on his head while he repairs a videotape with a wrench. At last, he tosses the Qui Fi My Mo Bobo wave back on Reldnock, and it strikes him squarely in the chest. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, thinks Reldnock. I've been afflicted by my own curse of embarrassment. At once, Reldnock loses control of his bowels, and a stream of excrement bursts forth from his thong underwear and out of the hole in the seat of his ripped blue jeans. Simultaneously, he urinates uncontrollably in his pants, soaking them thoroughly. He shouts as he grasps his codpiece and buttocks in agony. Humiliated, Reldnock teleports away, leaving only a pile of his own feces behind. We'll get you back for this, threatens Giovanni. With Robotnik in tow, he flees the park in their hovercraft. A while ago, we find Sylvana Rosachu defeated in her psychic duel against Magichan Sonichu. You win this round, Magichan. Using the last of her power, the shipless she-male teleports away. Darn, that took a while, thinks Magichan. It finally took a moonlit memory to give her the headache. I'd better inform Sonichu where the Punislob took Rosachu. Back to now, at Quick Central Park, Magajula Skunk has arrived to praise the victorious Bionic. In his honor, she wears a Manchester Lancers cheerleader uniform. L A N C E R S. Let's go, Lancers! Let's go! Yay! Bionic! Gotta appreciate the good cheers, thinks Bionic as he takes in the adulation. But the lull in action is short-lived, as Magichan Sonichu contacts Sonichu via telepathy. Sonichu, we need you back at the mall, says Magichan. I'm on my way, responds Sonichu. Rosie, we gotta go. Okay, Honeybolt, says Rosachu. As Sonichu races through the city, Rosachu rides on Sonichu's shoulders, grasping his ears like handlebars. Together they listen to Magichan's psychic report on the battle, and weep bitter tears over the destruction. Just an update for you two, Magichan says. We've managed to take out some of the baddies. All the other electric Hedgehogs are aiding the medics with transport of the injured citizens, and to-be unbrainwashed Jerkops, although some of them didn't make it sadly. The Autobots are cleaning up the PVC citizen Decepticlone parts to be transported to the army bases for recycling. The Quick Power Rangers took down the supersized B Manajerk and Murrayed Saner Comic with survivable injuries. Then they both shrunk down to their original sizes. Our police and army forces held their ground very well. Again, a few casualties within. The mall's protective dome is starting to weaken, and Slawwheel is closing in now. Our defense volunteers are worn out from their hard labor. We have one casualty here. Ivy was trapped in the elevator. The tremors made the floor under her break. She got her neck tangled in the cable. Billy Mays tired to rescue her by breaking her fall, but she got caught. And he tried to climb up to disentangle a rescue. He could not reach. The walls were slippery. Just terrible. In the distance, the Quick Power Rangers Megazord stands victorious. Elsewhere, Sonichu and Excelina see off an army helicopter as it transports Decepticlone parts for scrap metal. Have a safe trip back, says Sonichu. At the mall, the surrounding area has been blasted into a burned-out wasteland from the fighting. Only the mall itself has been spared, thanks to the Emerald Dome of Protection cast by Patty-chan. However, Mary Lee Walsh is closing in on the embattled shopping center, seeking to breach its defenses and take control of the seat of Quickville's government. In memory of Sonichu girl Ivy O'Neill. Later, at the Quickville shopping center, Mary has arrived to deliver the decisive blow of her invasion. Wielding the wicked scepter, Count Graduon, she hovers over the magic dome. And now to chant the dark spell to remove the dome, she scowls. Channeling the awful power of the elder gods of evil, Mary chants the ancient language of dark magic. Hinkle, Finkle, Linkle, Inky, Hinky, Binky, Sleeky, Boo, Bleedle. As she weaves her hideous charms, Sonichu and Rosachu arrive at the bombed-out parking lot of the mall. Oh my god! Cries Rosachu. She's starting her chant. Oh my god, what a mess this lot looks like. Stay here, Rosie. I'm heading up, says Sonichu. In a flash, Sonichu races to the entrance of the mall. Unaffected by the dome's magic, he passes through it and leaps onto the awning over the doors. Sonichu bounces high into the air, launching himself out of the dome and straight for Mary Lee Walsh's flying broomstick. As Mary continues her chant, she doesn't see Sonichu as he careens toward her. In the blink of an eye, he snatches her broom and yanks it out from under her. He then swings himself over and on top of the broom, standing atop it in midair. Witch Doc, you got a vacuum cleaner? Quips Sonichu. What? Asks Walsh, now realizing she is under attack. How can he just stand there? Wonders Walsh. At last she notices the broom Sonichu is standing on. His own broom? Oh, she thinks as the truth dawns on her. My broom! Good grief! But before she can fall, Count Graduon takes action. Hold on, Swawheel, he says. I'll make a floor grid. As Mary dangles from Count Graduan's handle, the evil scepter emits a powerful wave of dark magic, which creates a platform of energy for her to stand upon. Good job, Count, says Walsh as she alights on the platform. But Sonichu spin dashes off of Mary's broom, splitting it in two, and leaps down to the platform to confront her. What a dirty, yet almost smart, trick, says Sonichu. It's just you and me now, Slawheel. I will fight you in honor of Quickville, my sweet Rosachu, and Christian. As you wish, Mouse, says Walsh. I'm a hedgehog, not a sand shrew, says Sonichu. From below, Rosachu watches as her husband and Mary Lee Walsh circle each other for the final battle. Mary attacks first, stabbing at Sonichu with her red pitchfork, but Sonichu easily dodges with his super speed. Frustrated, Mary fires a volley of dark magic attacks at Sonichu. With a smile on his face, Sonichu evades these attacks as well. Sonichu then goes on the offensive, firing a bolt of lightning at Mary Lee Walsh's pitchfork, knocking it out of her hand. Shoot, she cries, now disarmed. Sonichu then uses a combination of spin dash and homing attack to finish Mary off. However, just before he can collide with her, Walsh erects a magic shield. At first, the barrier holds Sonichu at bay, but he continues pushing forward. Desperately, Mary prepares an energy blast to attack Sonichu before he can penetrate the sphere. But once again, Sonichu is too fast for the Wicked Witch. He bats her Crimson Blast aside and kicks her in the belly with whack. The force of the blow sends Mary flying across Graduan's platform and over the edge. Help! Mary cries, clinging to the edge of the platform with one hand. On the platform, Sonichu notices her peril. Above, Graduan considers her plight. Ooh, that witch! My life is very important, and she has done nothing for my escape from this Orbish jail, or even a resurrection. She is of no concern to me, and she is only a selfish, shallow witch. As Graduan stands by, Mary begins to lose her grip. Graduan, you idiot, she thinks. Help! She screams again. At last, she loses her handhold on the platform and begins to fall. Then, at the last moment, someone grabs her hand. Walsh looks up to find her mortal enemy, Sonichu, dangling from the platform to rescue her. Noticing Graduan above, Sonichu quickly flings Mary back to the safety of the platform, while he drops to the ground. Out of danger, Mary dusts herself off. Oh well, he wins this time, she thinks. I'm tired, and I've done enough for now. Count, and sphere me and take us home. Returning to her hand, Graduan generates a sphere of magic to transport them back. Yes, Slawheel, he says. To himself, he thinks. She'll fall soon. Meanwhile, below, Sonichu lands safely in his wife's arms. Thank you for catching me, sweetheart, says Sonichu. That's okay, Honeybolt. We watched her bot from down here, Rosachu says. Why did you save her? She sets Sonichu down and puts her arm around his shoulder as he answers. Well, as a hero, I could not help but to answer her cry. Besides which, Sonichu explains, the true final blow on that witch belongs only to Christian. Now, let's help put the city back together, then head home for dinner and Mary Poppins with our children. In triumph, Sonichu stands with his friends and family in front of Quickville Shopping Center. From inside the mall, McAttack observes the happy couples with a mixture of envy and revulsion. Epilogue, August 9th, 2008, Quickville Forest. 2 months have passed since the climactic Battle of Quickville. Now, above the trees of the forest, a vortex opens in the sky, to the amazement of wild Sonichu. No way, he says. Is that... It is, says McAttack Sonichu as he teleports beside him. The moment has finally arrived. It is time to rescue our master and creator from the void of time. Okay, says Wild, but how? Your vine whips are required as a form of rope, explains McAttack. Soon Wild has made the preparations for their mission. He stands on a thick tree branch, with a vine line from his right arm tied securely around the tree. The vine from his left arm is tied around the waist of McAttack. I will go in, secure with the vine. Then I will tile a portion around Chris as well, and after I tug 3 times, you pull us out of the void. Whatever you do not cut or let go of the vine whip, Anchuent warns. I'm secured to this tree, Wild says. Just go. I've got you. Using his telekinetic powers, McAttack flies into the temporal rift and enters the time void. A minute later, cool, let's get out of here, says Chris as he ties the vine whip around his waist. Curiously, he is wearing a different shirt than the one he wore when he was first lost in the void. McAttack tugs at the vine 3 times, and Wild reels them back to their native reality. 15 minutes of dialogue and a transformation later, in his hedgehog form of Christian Sonichu, Chris salutes Wild and prepares to return to action. And that's the plan. Y'all will meet up with me in Tennessee at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I have my to-do list to check off. Hasta luego. Good luck, Christian, says Wild, returning the salute. And so, it finally will come to events, the separation of director/creator's reality from the reality of Sonichu's world. Those villains from the Sweetheart Search adventures will finally be set free, and I will feel more enabled to tell all of the long-awaited chronicle and adventures of my electric hedgehog Pokemon that I never should have interrupted by my past Nabashane-like intrusion. After this, all things will be of Sonichu and Rosachu canon, no longer only half or so. I, Christian Weston Chandler, make good with my solemn promises and deeds. To be continued in book number 10. Sonichu, number 10, September 15th, 2008. On the cover, we see Christian Sonichu racing across a grassy knoll. Cover art contributed by Sonichu Rosachu fan PandaHalo. Previously on Sonichu, August 9th, 2008, Quickville Forest. The moment has finally arrived. It is time to rescue our master and creator from the void of time. Okay, says Wild. But how? Your vine whips are required as a form of rope, explains McAttack. Soon Wild has made the preparations for their mission. He stands on a thick tree branch with a vine line from his right arm tied securely around the tree. The vine from his left arm is tied around the waist of McAttack. Using his telekinetic powers, McAttack flies into the temporal rift and enters the time void. Once inside, he immediately locates Christian Weston Chandler. Thank God! McAttack, how long has it been? Chris asks. Curiously, he is wearing a different shirt than the one he wore when he was first lost in the time void. It's been about over 9 months, McAttack answers. Miss Amber was able to maintain the city duties well, but she grows tired and stressed from having to cope with it. She put up some billboards and flyers wishing you'd come back. We all missed you as well. Here, tie this vine around you, Chris. Thanks, says Chris. I see. Well, at least I am appreciated, and that y'all truly do care about me. After I get out of here, I'm going to take out the villainous trash of my adversaries from my Sweetheart Search. Y'all would not believe what has happened to me in what was about 1 month for me, among which I had relations with my future wife. Her name is Lovely Weather. Cool, let's get out of here, says Chris as he ties his vine whip around his waist. McAttack tugs on the vine 3 times, and Wild reels them back into their native reality. Once clear of the vortex, McAttack levitates himself and Chris back to Wild's position. Wild severs the vines with Cuts Vines, and McAttack teleports himself and Chris to the forest floor. As Wild leaps to the ground to join them, Chris continues his tale. So anyway, I traveled to the year 2015. It looks about the same state as now. I took part in a medical study. While I was there, I met Lovely Weather, or rather, she found me. She was married to my future self, and little Crystal was with her. She turned out healthy, strong, and cute. Lovely was hot. She mistook me for myself, and we went home. I was late getting home from work that night, so Lovely and I did the do, and it was awesome. Listening intently, Wild and McAttack struggled to conceal their disgust. Anyway, as for the medical study, and this will require your aid, McAttack, in June of 2015, the scientists have found the gene-like molecule, which makes a person turn homosexual. They needed a volunteer's untainted straight blood to get a pure version of the molecule to generate a vaccine. Then I entered, and I gave them a bit of my blood.
1 week later, the first batch of 10 syringes were created. I was the first one, after they did their successful tests of the vaccine, to receive the vaccine, so I would never have to worry about ever becoming one of them. I too had the syringes with me before I left, so I can turn Reldnock back into Naitsirhc. I have the understanding of Kel worrying and missing Naitsirhc. She does love and care about him so. Anyway, I was informed that the sufficient amount of the vaccine to put into the water supply around the world would take another month to make. Magichan, I want you to travel forward to July 31st, 2015, and transfer the crates of vaccine back to our local medical facilities of today. I am entrusting this chaotic crystal to you for boosting her ability to time travel. I wish the crystal returned to me at about 3 p.m. today, at the 4-cent garbage building. I will be ready for its use in my plans then. Chris wills the yellow Sonichu ball to emerge from his left hand, and he hands it off to Magichan. Yes, sir, says Magichan. But before you go, I need your telekinesis to rally our allies for this mission towards correcting my comic mistakes of my real-life-based villains. Chris places his hand on Magichan's head and broadcasts his thoughts through his telepathy. Attention! Attention! I have returned, and I need your help, friends! In the Quickville shopping center, Allison Amber and Billy Mays pick up on Chris's message and smile with relief. Allison and Bill, I need you two to equip Sonichu with a PlayStation 3 in the office, with the Guitar Hero software in it and my band instruments, and have him meet me and my crew at the 4-cent garbage building. Also in the mayor's office is Patty-chan, standing guard over the other 5 Sonichu balls, as well as the dark mirror in which Chris's sister Crystal is imprisoned. Patty, I will be sending Sonichu your way to pick up the 5 chaotic crystals, and please move Crystal into the office by my desk. At 14 Brunchville Lane, Sonichu and Rosachu also hear Chris's message with elation. Sonichu, stop by the mall and pick up the chaotic crystals, and meet me at the 4-cent garbage building with them at 2:30 p.m. Elsewhere, Black Sonichu and Punchy Sonichu are also contacted. Blake and Punchy, please meet me and Sonichu at the 4-cent garbage building. Our band would not be complete without you two. Chris then turns to Wild. And of course we'll need you there too, Wild, our bassist, he says. Oh yeah, says Wild. Dejected, Magichan absorbs the Sonichu ball into his arm and sets off on his mission to 2015. Electric Hedgehog power, says Chris as he places his hands over his Sonichu medallion. Transformed into Chris Chan's Sonichu, he says, we are gonna rock that house down. With a salute to Wild, he adds, and that's the plan. Y'all will meet up with me in Tennessee at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. I have my to-do list to check off. Hasta luego. Good luck, Christian, says Wild, returning his salute. Immediately, the heroes go to work following Chris's orders. In the mall parking lot, Billy Mays installs the PlayStation 3 into Sonichu's body, while Allison Amber gathers the instruments. In the mayor's office, Sonichu takes his balls from Patty, who has placed the dark mirror in front of Chris's desk. Elsewhere in the city, the other Sonichus make their journey to Clarksville, Tennessee. Black Sonichu runs, Wild Sonichu swings on his vines, and Punchy flies. Nearly 7 years into the future, Magichan's Sonichu arrives at the laboratory manufacturing the vaccine. A pair of scientists are there to greet him, and they show him the crates of vaccine already prepared. Meanwhile, Chris races into Quickville to complete the next phase of his plan. Episode 21. Christian Chandler in Director Amenities. Currently in Quickville, Chris arrives at the CWC Sonichu site filing facility, hosted by Tripod. At the door, he enters a combination into the security lock and is granted access. Inside the room are rows of filing cabinets, and scattered on the floor and walls are a variety of images and cards depicting Sonic the Hedgehog, Pokemon, and Sonichu and Rosachu. Good, as I last left it, says Chris as he inspects the clutter. Now to gather all this and teleport it all for backup before the devil trolls can degrade any of all this. But even as he speaks, a flesh-colored creature with a shock of green hair emerges from behind a folder labeled CWC's Pokesite 2. A similar brown-skinned creature crawls out from a shelf of books. His tail resembles an Ethernet cord. Above Chris, 2 more of the creatures hover over him with wings that say, Wi-Fi. One has a pair of blue antennae. Shoot, Chris says. Looks like a few of the suckers hacked in already. They only want me. I will oblige. With a confident grin, Chris leaps into the air and floats among the devil trolls. He says as he prepares to attack. In a blur of motion, Chris strikes all the winged devil trolls around him. One attempts to sneak up from behind and bite his arm, but Chris senses her approach and grabs her by the tail. Using his electric powers, Chris kills the devil troll, causing it to stiffen in his grasp. He then descends to face the wingless devil trolls on the floor, and he attacks them with the corpse in his hand, cutting them to pieces with her razor-sharp wings. Upon their deaths, the devil trolls burst into flames. Well, that was a real fairy tale fight, Chris says. Rated M for moof. Don't be a moof or aloof. Keep it E or T for your children, or give viewer discretion or supervision during gameplay. Even though I have enjoyed Brutal Legend, starring Jack Black. A moment later, Chris has gathered all of the materials in the building into a massive pile. Using his psychic powers, he encases the pile in psychic energy. Teleport to my mayoral office, he thinks as the pile vanishes. Alright, now for part 2 of this chore, Chris thinks. Cupping his hands together, Chris forms a lightning bomb. He tosses it into the center of the empty room, then clenches his fist and shouts, "Chaotic control!" Swiftly, Chris dashes out the door and retreats to a safe distance. He forms a reflect dome over the building, then snaps his fingers, triggering the lightning bomb and imploding the tripod facility within the dome. Well, tripod was weak in security, and it lacks the support for flash media anyway, Chris says. Moving on. Controversial statement. After burning the tripod bridge, I still had other chores to do before meeting the others in Tennessee. Firstly, I had to meet a gal pal to get help on setting up the new Sonichu site that is to be Wikipedia. I stopped by the CWCville Barnes & Noble and met lovely weather of today. Our fated first date was set. I also had further secured my bank and online accounts with password changes and ID theft protection. Plus, I had checked in with the CWCville Board of Directors to inform them of the game plan. Now it is time I took out the garbage. As Chris recalls his itinerary, we see his first encounter with the lovely weather of 2008. "You are a funny man, Chris." Smiley face. She says. "Thank you, lovely," replies Chris. He touches her shoulder and adds, "Would you like to have dinner with me later?" "Sounds good to me," Lovely answers. Chris also recalls meeting with the board of directors. The directors sit around a large table, smiling as Chris Chan Sonichu enters through an open window to explain his plan. Later, at the ForceandGarbageMagazine.com building, we find the nefarious Jason Kendrick Howell is observing Chris Chan Sonichu on a massive flat-screen TV. "Ah," says the Dark Lord, "Mr. Chandler is dashing right into my trap. Field, prepare for Grand Theft Metal." A sign hanging from the monitor informs us that CWC favors Blu-ray discs for HID-def quality. At Jason's side, we see an Xbox 360 console, wired to the monitor, and an Xbox controller in his hands. Below, a small creature with a zipper on his chest informs us, Little Big Planet is coming exclusively for PlayStation 3. Reserve or buy your copy of the official game disc, and if you don't have a PS3, buy one. The first official Sonichu level from Christian Weston Chandler is fully published on the LVP network now. Enjoy playing it. Thank you, Sony. Do not buy or download illegal copies of LVP on Wii or Xbox 360. It is punishable by law. Outside the Force and Garbage building, Chris Chan arrives at the main entrance and waits patiently. "Good," he says. "All I need now is my Autobot Sonichu and Sonichu with my PS3 guitar, and I'll be ready to rock that house down." As Chris Chan checks his watch, Jason watches over him from inside and uses his Xbox 360 controller to spring his trap. A metal cage appears over Chris Chan's head and drops down on him. "Ah!" cries Chris as the metal bars surround him. He attempts to spin dash his way out, but ends up bouncing headfirst off the unforgiving metal. Briefly holding his injured head, Chris Chan tries to spin dash the ground under the cage, but to no avail. This time he holds his knee in bitter agony. Shoot, he thinks. I've become the victim of a hacked program. That Jason and his trolls really grind my gears. Suddenly, a red beam strikes Chris Chan in his chest, hitting his transformation spot. What the? Chris asks. He reverts back to his human form of Christian Chandler. Dang it! He shouts. The red beam immobilizes Chris and targets the Sonichu medallion on his chest. Then it drags the medallion away from Chris's body, leaving Chris lying on the floor, powerless. No! Wails Chris as the medallion is drawn through the bars of the cage. It drops into the crimson hand of Jason's demonic lackey, Beal. I have the power, boasts Beal, who raises the medallion in triumph. However, much to Beal's surprise, the medallion disappears in his hand. What's wrong with this thing? He growls. I feel nothing. Then, inside the cage, Chris's high school ring begins to crackle with electrical power. My ring, Chris says, examining his right hand. My high school ring! Regaining his old confidence, Chris smiles and adjusts his glasses. A side note informs us that Chris has fangs for his eye teeth. Heh, Chris says. You can put me down, you can snag my medal, but you can never take and destroy my heart, my soul, or my powers. Ha! Chris aims his fist at Beal, and a blue energy beam fires from the stone in his ring. It singes Beal's hand and the medallion reappears, now safe in the blue aura of Chris's ring. Ow! Says Beal. He looks on impotently as the medallion floats before him, then disappears. Where'd it go? He asks. I teleported the original medal into the well-trusted hands of my true sweetheart, Blanca, says Chris. It's time for you to pay the price! Holding his ring over his head, he cries, Electric Hedgehog Power! In a flash, Chris transforms once more into Chris Chan Sonichu. Oh, says Beal. Hyper Beam! Shouts Chris as he fires a blast of power from his hands. The impact of the blast kills Beal immediately and sends him crashing through the door of the 4-cent garbage building. And now for something completely different. Inside the building, we find English football personality James Jimmy Hill, officer of the Order of the British Empire. Chris Chan's hyper beam hits him squarely in the face, knocking out all of his teeth. R.O. Friar Reef? Asks the bewildered 80-year-old man. Dinsdale! Cries a strange hedgehog from out of nowhere. Adding to the confusion, beloved American cartoon star Bugs Bunny appears to say, Hey, you truly deserve that, you thieving imposter! Jimmy! Growls Sonichu. An author's note attempts to inform us that Jimmy Hill is an imposter and a thief. Do not buy his false merchandise.
5 minutes later, at 2:20 p.m., Chris seats himself on a park bench and uses Meditate to prepare his mind for the battle to come. Thinks Chris. Little does he realize that in the bushes behind him lurks a familiar enemy, McAttack. As he stalks behind Chris, Reldnock raises a 2x4 in his hands to strike. With a sadistic grin, he grasps his wood tightly and thinks, Timber! But even as he strikes, Chris senses the presence of his evil twin and awakens from his trance. With blinding speed he turns and grasps Reldnock's wood in both hands and tugs it away. The odds suddenly even, Chris and Reldnock face off. Reldnock, I was expecting you to show up, says Chris. It is time I make a stand for the righteous and kick your ass in our final battle. Now comes the winner of your kind of evil. The only one who will see the winner is you, Christopher, mocks Reldnock. I will make you join my dark side and way of life. Heh. With that, Reldnock punches Chris Chan in the face, but Chris quickly recovers, delivering a rapid fire of punches with his hedgehog speed. Reldnock backs off and launches an aura sphere at Chris, but he dodges the dark energy. Chris fires back with Hyper Beam, but Reldnock bends over backwards to avoid it. Their powers too evenly matched, they return to hand-to-hand combat. Simultaneously, they each punch each other in his transformation spot. Soon, both Chris Chan Sonichu and McAttack have transformed back into their human forms. The the energy unleashed is enough to knock them both to the ground, and Chris's glasses fall off his head. Relnock is the first to get back to his feet. Seeing Chris still dazed on the pavement, he charges an energy blast in his hand and claims victory.
I would have waited an eternity for this,
he says.
Your life is mine, Prime Chan.
But behind Chris's back, we see a syringe in his hand.
Any last words?
Taunts Relnock. Only 3 words, Chris replies. Raising the syringe, he springs to his feet and plunges the needle into the center of Relnock's black Sonichu medallion. The evil medallion shatters, and Chris injects the contents of the syringe directly into Relnock's heart. Drink my blood, says Chris.
No!
Cries Relnock as the vaccine courses through his veins. Cured of his homosexuality, Relnock transforms back into his original persona of Naitsirhc Giovanni. Drink my blood, Chris says again. All this time, and Relnock still never wore a shirt. Well, life is betray now. That evil homo is gone, and Naitsirhc is back straight, and Kel will feel a lot better now that her sweetheart has returned. Summoning the psychic powers of Magichan Sonichu, Chris envelops the unconscious Naitsirhc in a sphere of purple energy. Teleport to Kel's waiting bedside, Chris thinks as he sends his former foe to Kel. 2:30 p.m. Chris continues to wait outside the 4-cent garbage building for his allies. Kel is happy, thinks Chris, and looking so fine. Naitsirhc is very lucky. Behind him, Sonichu, Sonchu, Wild, Black Sonichu, and Punchy Sonichu arrive. Bros before Hogs. Yo, Chris, says Sonichu. We're all here. Cool, says Chris. The whole band is here. Let's get set up to kick out the jams. And like for Kratos against Ares, their end begins to rock. As the Hedgehog boys take their equipment from the back of Sonichu notices something. Huh? What's this on Chris's guitar? He investigates and realizes the object is an orange hat. Sonichu places it atop his head and experiences a strange transformation. Huh? Whoa! Sonichu says. As he looks at his body, he realizes he has been flattened into a 2-dimensional shape. Paper thin, I gotta believe, he says. Meanwhile, Chris picks up his guitar, and with a snap of his fingers, he changes from his cartoon self into his real-life body. Conspicuously, his shirt is not the same. What? Chris asks. The same drawn shirt in real life was in the laundry pile, he explains. Plus, it was December when I drew this page, and I was chillin' with my woman. Bam! Anyway, on with the show. Sonichu, transform! Chris's car begins to transform, shifting and changing until it stands in its robot form of Autobot Sonichu. He then continues to transform, sprouting large audio speakers and chaining his legs into a platform, until he at last has become a soundstage on which Christian and the Hedgehog boys can perform. Once in position, Chris begins to play. Revive Zordon, lyrics by Christian Weston Chandler, played in tune of Cat Scratch Fever by Ted Nugent. Cranked up to 11, shouts the speakers, and Sonichu begins to sing.
They smashed his tube while lost in space, and then he was gone to save the human race. Yet more evil forces showed up, and they lost their good fans. When they went and killed Zordon, they need to revive Zordon. Revive Zordon.
Presidents tried to enforce, but that plot was too trite. Zordon was better than the police. He had great powers and then some might and magic ruled. And Blindsters ruled over 3. They need to revive Zordon. Revive Zordon. They need to revive Zordon. Revive Zordon. The original team was Beyond the Best, Tommy, Love, Kimberly, Sweet, Candy. Trainee was keeping it real with Zach. Billy had the brain suit time. Trav, Bo, and Jason was leading red. Solo!
Inside the 4-cent garbage building, Beal, Clyde Cash, and Jack Thaddeus approach the throne of Jason Kendrick Howell. "Jason, we need to get the hell out of here now," says Jack. "Yes," says Beal. "We have no musical defense, and this building is going down." "I agree," says Jason. Around them the building rumbles and the windows crack. Jason's minery woman slave, Kathleen, cowers by his side in tears. "Kathleen and I, we need to escape and retire forever at our 2-story house in the suburbs." Reaching for a button on the armrest of his throne, he adds, "Like Christian, and unlike you two gaywads, I'm straight, and I refuse to continue this retarded game of mockery and slender, and remain in this hobby of hell." Jason presses the button, and his throne converts into an escape pod, covering himself and Kathleen in a transparent dome. "We are Audi 5000, Jason says, removing his hood. "Goodbye forever, you trolls. Jesus, save us too." The pod launches, soaring out of the building through a hatch in the roof, leaving the others to their fate. "Oh, game over," says Clyde. "Yep. Hey, Red Dude," asks Jack. "Didn't Chrissy kill you a short while ago?" "Yes, Christian killed me with his hyper beam," says Beal. "But where was I going to go? Detroit? No. This trolling gig is my hell. And after this building's crumbling fall, I will be to aid the Count Graduan. I was main assistant to Adolf Hitler. Biggest mistake ever." Spits right in that fucker's face. "You, Clyde Cash and Thaddeus, for being homos, you both will have the minion devils gnawing and gnashing your asses for all eternity. Not only for being homos, but for trolling and slandering and tarnishing an in-nonsense man's good name, and further darkening your own kind's name among the view of not only Christian, but to everyone in the entire world. Yet as a devil myself, I can do this." Beal crosses his arms over his chest and sinks into a dark portal in the floor. "I shall be hiding in the basement until this event blows over. To you two, good luck in the Earth's lava core." Abandoned, Jack and Clyde look to each other. "Well, Clyde, we only have 2 options. Die by Chris's hands, or suicide," Jack says. "How do you want to die?" "Not from his hands or power ever," says Clyde. "I vote for suicide down the 72-story elevator shaft." "Right," says Jack. "We are Anaminas then. Shall we go out holding hands?" "Why not?" says Clyde. "We both are d***ed anyway for torturing Chris emotionally and mentally. We were not doing our homo kind any favors. We worsened Chris's view of our kind." And as the building begins to collapse, the two hold hands and face oblivion together as lovers. "Well, see you in hell, Jack," says Clyde.
"And think, what am I made of? Am I full of sorrow? Am I hurt and
Dinosaurs evolved into the Thunder Power. Ninja and Shogun Titanus. CO Crystal Power, Autobot style with turbo. You UFO got lost in space. They need to revive Zordon. Revive Zordon. They need to revive Zordon. Revive Zordon. Revive Zordon and get the Power Rangers back together, which was most awesome compared to today's Power Rangers.
As Sonichu finishes the song, Chris throws the Devil Horn sign, and the Force and Garbage building succumbs to the awesome power of rock. It implodes, crushing hundreds within. There were about 1,500 people within the Force and Garbage building's lower 71 floors. Those closest to the ground floor made it safely and unscathed to the basement's fallout shelter. Sonichu and the rest of us heroes cleared up the majority of the rubble. I called for ambulances. 20 of them arrived. 500 people were perfectly unharmed. 250 were too drunk or passed out, and they needed help from the sober trolls. Half of the 250 drunks made it safely. The other half, plus 125 sober, were either hurt, injured, or dead. Out of the remaining 500, they had 250 injured, 150 safe but hurt, and 100 dead. All DOA trolls were cleared from the site. Later, a memorial would be dedicated for all the victims of the trolling downfall. No one would ever rebuild the building, as well as both the Encyclopedia Dramatica and 4 Cent Garbage websites again. And both websites were completely destroyed. Every last megabit of data. For now, we move on with the story. Chris watches the ambulance clear the dead and wounded, and weeps over the needless death and destruction he himself has wrought. Sigh, what a waste, he says. Every last one of those people could have done a lot more with their lives, but instead they wasted their time spying, hacking, and torturing innocents. That TMZ show was no better either. Tabloids. Yes, agrees Sonichu. And they had no right invading mine and Rosie's private moments either. I hate that show. Sonichu recalls past instances of TMZ's invasion of his family's privacy. Once, while watching Rosichu on the toilet, a TMZ camera appeared from behind the shower curtain. Jeez, says Rosichu. Can a girl even put in a tampon without being tabloided or exploited? On another occasion, he and Rosichu were preparing to engage in intercourse. Hey, go home and do it with your own sweethearts. Dang it, says Rosichu, as she stands over the bed in a red leather outfit. Sonichu lays in a prone position on the bed, clad in gay leather boy attire. He glares uncomfortably at a camera peeking through their bedroom window. On a third occasion, TMZ cameras observe Robbie Sonny, Sonichu's son, as he played with a toy truck in a sandbox. Unsure how to react, Robbie attempts to tell a story. This one time, I saw a lizard by a twee, and I whizzed on it. Heh. Is that good enough for you? Get those cameras off me, I'm just a kid. In the present, Magichan uses teleports in to join the others in Tennessee. Yo, Magichan, says Sonichu. Welcome back, says Chris. How'd the mission go? Successful, Christian, Magichan says. All final tests of the vaccine were a full success as well. After having returned the crates of the vaccine to our time, I requested aid of the water treatment and medical facilities. The 1,000 crates were transported in 50 Mack trucks. The vaccine would be later tested further over the next 6 months, then dispensed into the world's drinking waters. And so, on February 24th, 2009, all around the world, every last person will be cured and protected of the orientation of hell. And that day will be declared Christian Love Day. Not only a considered second Valentine's Day, but the day all people in true straight love will remain just that. All homosexuality and asexuality will be left extinct and forgotten, thanks to the blood of Christian Weston Chandler, of Ruckersville, Virginia, born on February 24th, 1982. Magichan closes his eyes and smiles. And, spoiler alert, after the death of Graduan Scepter, Sylvana Rosichu will become all woman. She and I will become a true love couple as well. At last, under God and Jesus' will, says Chris, all true love will be right and just forever. Just then, we see Meg Griffin from Fox Television's primetime animated series Family Guy approach Chris. Props to Seth MacFarlane. "Hi, Chris," she says. As Chris turns to respond, he gasps with excitement. "Oh, my God! Megan Marie Griffin! I loved you from your show, and you still look so hot and awesome," Chris says. "What are you doing here in Tennessee?" "Well, my family and I were visiting the nearby national park, and I heard the song from there, about a quarter-mile away. So I walked over to check it out, and I recognized you. A bit shy and flustered for a short while, I couraged up and came to say hey. I'm a big fan of your comic series on your Wikipedia." "How cool is this?" Chris says. "We are fans of each other. Sweet." Then a man approaches Meg and taps her on the shoulder. "Excuse me, sir, do you have the time?" he asks. Offended on Meg's behalf, Chris steps in. "Firstly, sir, Megan is a woman, and I will have no one mislabel her otherwise. Second, it is 3:05 p.m. "Oh, well, excuse me," the man says. "My apologies, Madam Chrissy." Chris waves his arms furiously. "I am a man," he shouts, "and my name is Christian, you dumbass!" Enraged, Chris punches the man in the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth. "Such gross mislabelings really grind my gears," he says. Impressed by Chris's overreaction, Meg pats him on the back. "Wow, thank you for standing up for me like that. You are really strong. I was right to ignore the bad rumors. You are a good man." "Thank you," says Chris. "It is refreshing to be fully understood and appreciated. I feel like I have known you for years," Meg says, feeling his arms. "I want to thank you for your noble deed properly." "Ooh, lordy, I would accept that happily. Has Seth let you turn 18 yet?" Chris asks. "Oh, don't worry," Meg says. "I am consensual." And before the wreckage of the 4-cent garbage building, they share a passionate kiss. "You are a great kisser," Meg says, "and so big, too. You should come to Quahog for a visit at least. My family enjoys your work very much, too. Well, fate and the contract from Seth permitting, I just may," Chris says. "I can't wait. Bye for now, sweet prince," Meg says, waving farewell. "Stay safe, Megan," says Chris. "We all love you." But as Meg walks away, a devious look appears on her face. Heh heh, she thinks. Suddenly, she transforms, revealing that she was not really Meg Griffin at all, but in fact the Tiresias of Terror, Sylvana Rosachew. Now this is trolling, she thinks. Unaware that he has kissed a creature with a penis, Chris confers with McAttack. "Christian, I have foreseen at this moment of you having a moment of remorse. Would you like to share it before I return the crystal to you?" "You are correct, Magichan," Chris says. "Something does come to mind, from my real-life self without any secondary meanings whatsoever. Without further ado, I want to apologize." Suddenly, we see Chris standing on a theater stage, flanked by Sonichu, Rosachew, Bubbles Rosachew, and Black Sonichu. As each couple holds hands, Chris addresses the audience. "I, personally, want to extend my apologies for offending a bunch of homosexual people and others with the past few pages. I have stated time after time, again and again, that I, Christian Weston Chandler, am and always will have been a straight man, and unless stated otherwise of a few, the majority of my characters, including Sonichu and Rosachew, are all straight too. Finally, I have drilled those facts into y'all's thick skulls successfully. January 10th, 2010. While I do feel the success, I feel remorse because of a decrease in fan support. Regardless of y'all's own race, orientation, love us or hate us and troll us, I would probably ended this early book number 3 without your support at all. You all are what you all are, and I am heterosexual. I deeply apologize for offending y'all. Please do not leave me. I will draw and write what I appropriately will. Christian W. Chandler. "Alright, let's right some other wrongs," says Chris. As he takes the yellow Sonichu ball from Magichan, Chris summons the white Sonichu ball to emerge from his left arm. He tosses both of these into the air, and Sonichu throws the other 5 Sonichu balls into the sky as well. There, the 7 Sonichu balls hover over the 2 of them in a circle, and Chris and Sonichu hold up their hands. As they absorb the power of the balls, Chris's hair and Sonichu's quills stand on end, and both of them are bathed in a glow of golden energy. At last, they hover in the air, transformed into Colossal Chris-chan and Ultra Sonichu. Colossal Chris-chan resembles a hybrid of Chris's human form and his hedgehog form of Chris-chan Sonichu. Though possessing a Sonichu tail, quills, and ears, his upper face, arms, and legs remain human. Ultra Sonichu's fur is now an orange-red color, instead of his usual yellow. Wasting no time, the powered-up duo take flight. Establishing psychic telecommunication, Colossal Chris-chan thinks. Do you read me, Sonichu? 10-4, loud and clear, Colossal C. Ultra Sonichu replies with his mind. I remember the plan very well. Good. We rendezvous in Minnesota later. For now, I'm heading back to Quickville. And I will go to Rule Quick and meet up with Darkbind. Don't drop your power early, Big C. Ultra Sonichu thinks. Back at ya, answers Colossal Chris-chan. Later, Colossal Chris-chan descends on the Quickville shopping center and returns to his mayoral office. There to greet him is his faithful familiar, Patty-chan. Chris! Oh, my dog, she says. How happy I am to see you again. Thank you, Patty, Colossal Chris-chan says. I'm happy to see you, too. I have continued to keep Crystal safe, Patty reports. She managed to communicate with me a few times before. Now you can finally reawaken her, my friend. Using the power of the Sonichu balls, Colossal Chris-chan penetrates the dark mirror and enters a strange void of darkness within. There, he finds his twin sister, Crystal Weston Chandler, and lifts her unconscious form into his arms. Crystal begins to awaken, and she sees the new form of her brother. Oh, she thinks. Christopher? Soon, the siblings emerge safely from the mirror, and Colossal Chris-chan sets her on a couch to rest. His task complete, Colossal Chris-chan confers with Patty-chan and the acting mayor, Allison Amber. Well, the hospital is sending an ambulance. The medics will check her conditions fully, Allison says. How is she now? Crystal seems to be okay, says Colossal Chris-chan. Her breathing is stable. She should wake up soon. I think she even opened her eyes a bit during the rescue. That's good, says Allison. You go finish your tasks. Patty and we will watch over Crystal. I'll call you later to update you about any new conditions, and I will inform her about your mayoral plans. Thank you both, says Colossal Chris-chan. I'll see y'all later. Meanwhile, in Rule Quick, Ultra Sonichu streaks over an unassuming cave, but as he passes by, a loud crack sounds from within the cave, and a mysterious voice roars. Finally! The chaotic crystal powers have released me from my stone shell. How long was I out? Asks the being inside the cavern. Inside the castle of Princess Zelina, Darkbind Sonichu kneels before his sovereign, who sleeps peacefully in a magic trance caused by the Sonichu balls. Suddenly, an orange light shines in Darkbind's face, causing him to squint. When his vision clears, he gasps at the sight of Ultra Sonichu, floating above the sleeping Zelina. Darkbind Sonichu, says Ultra Sonichu, fear not, for behold, I bring you tidings of great joy to you and all the monarchy of Rule Quick of England. Unto you all on this day, your Princess Zelina Rosachu shall be reawakened to reclaim her role alongside her father, the Elder King. Awaken and arise, Princess Zelina! Ultra Sonichu unleashes a burst of blinding white light, and then Zelina slowly opens her eyes. Oh, she says. She immediately notices Darkbind at her side. Darkbind? What happened? She asks. Darkbind takes her hand. his face contorting with powerful emotions. With tears in his eyes, he explains. My love, it has been 10 long years. Claudorf released the power of the chaotic crystals during the Grand Ball then, and you collapsed into deep slumber from the royal link to the crystals. I searched long and hard for the crystals. I found help, and now you've finally been reawakened. I worried and prayed for you, and your safe return all the while. You did all that, and endured all that worry for me? Zelina asks. Aww. The two embrace on the floor of the castle. Thank you, sweetheart, Zelina says. Above them, Ultra Sonichu takes his lead. There's a sweet reunion. My job here is done. As he ascends to the roof of the castle, he says, Oop, close the roof hatch behind me. There we go. Later, in Minnesota, at the house of one Alec Benson Leary, Colossal Christian and Ultra Sonichu reunite in the sky. You ready, Sonichu? Colossal Christian asks. Yeah, Big C. Let's set this record straight, says Ultra Sonichu. The father and son duo teleport into Leary's house, which is barren of any furniture, save for a computer terminal sitting on an end table in the corner. Okay, go locate the caught in the wild ones, Colossal Christian says. Yes, sir, replies Ultra Sonichu. As he carries out his orders, Colossal Christian looks at the computer. He thinks. Upon closer inspection, Alec's computer is labeled as a Hexbox Pavilion. As I expected, his computer is Microsoft, Colossal Christian thinks. He jams his finger into one of the USB ports, and then closes his eyes. As his body flickers with electrical energy, a bizarre third eye appears on his forehead, along with a USB symbol on the bridge of his nose. Inside the computer, a digitized avatar of Colossal Christian appears. Ah, he says, the inner computer world never ceases to amaze me. Navigating the hard drive of Alec Benson Leary's computer, Colossal Christian soon accesses Asperpedia. Now then, using the saved data from this computer, I can log in as this admin, says Colossal Christian. Once logged in, he wastes no time in sabotaging the Asperpedia website. Yes, File Manager. Select all files, and delete. Admin data, the IP addresses of those four, be locked and be hurt for them. And the finale, all 4 accounts deleted. His criminal activity complete, Colossal Christian prepares to move out when a file folder catches his eye. It's about time I get this tower pack to its desktop and... What's this app? Examining the file, he sees it is entitled, Don't Be Nervous, Tulsing to Girls on Hexbox Live. A better dating simulator? Why is this not on the PlayStation Network? He asks. Well, I'll just move this into my personal CPU, reformat it for PS3, and check it out later, he says, shoving the folder icon into his head. Now then, aiming his finger, the avatar of Colossal Christian fires a lightning bomb. 500 KB small, 500 GB of hard drive frying fury. Now to return to my body, he says. Back in the physical world, Colossal Christian disconnects the Hexbox Pavilion and sets it in the center of the empty room. Using his psychic powers, he generates a force field around the computer and prepares to detonate the lightning bomb within it. Yo, Big C, are you about done yet? Calls Ultra Sonichu. 5 minutes earlier, Ultra Sonichu searches the ground floor of the house and discovers a door. Badly drawn, he thinks. He opens the door and finds the room within to be littered with video games, toys, and posters. This place is a mess, he thinks. As Ultra Sonichu looks over the room, he notices voices from outside a window. So what do you all want to do today? Outside, he thinks. Immediately, he teleports over the backyard, where a massive Snorlax sleeps against the side of the house. Below, Ultra Sonichu sees a group of Hedgehog Pokemon. Aha! He says. I don't know, Asperchu, I'm sick of Alex P. shopping center, one of them says. Then, one of them notices Ultra Sonichu watching over them. Gasp! Is that? Asks a yellow Sonichu wearing glasses and a gray shirt. No way! Says another yellow Sonichu. The others all stare into the sky, and we see that each of them resembles the chaotic combo of Quickville. One, resembling Magichan, speaks up. I told you all he'd come to save us. No one believed me. Our savior, the original Sonichu. Above, Ultra Sonichu descends to meet them. Gasp! Mr. Sonichu, says the obese Sonichu in glasses. I am not worthy. At ease, fellow Sonichu, says Ultra Sonichu. I am mortal like y'all are, yet I have read of your plights, and we are here to help. Ooh, asks the other yellow Sonichu. Is Christian Weston Chandler here too? It really broke my heart when Alec made me betray the image of Christian and make a false god out of the brown stripe one. And I froze up watching him get set on fire by Alec's metal monster. I prayed for forgiveness from the real Christian. Sonichu, will he forgive me? It is all right, says Ultra Sonichu. Christian's a good man. He forgives you. Thank you, sir, says the yellow Sonichu. We are very excited for your arrival. Alec is not the best caretaker here. He gives more attention to Asperia, Max, Benny, Sitting Chew, Jonas, Dixie, and that nameless green one. He formed us to look low resolution, blocky, gross, and retarded. Is that a notion of a caring individual? No, it is not. A green Sonichu resembling Wild begins to cry. He cursed us 7 with his own Asperger's and negative influences. Even worse, he pushes homosexuality onto me with Evan Simonshoe. It is a constant nightmare to me. Even being forced to act in the honeymoon video. God, please release me of this hell. We never wanted to be named after the original ones in your world, explains a blue Rosachu who looks like Bubbles. I wanted to be named Kitty. Sonichu wanted to be called Mike, Wild, Bob, and so on. Alec tore the spikes and tails from some of us. We were all born here in Minnesota from our father Sonichu, who was also born here. Upon breeding the bunch of us, as well as Asperia, Benny, Sitting Chew, Jonas, Dixie, and the green guy, there were 5 Rosies that Alec decided to not care for at all. They get treated like caged hamsters. Actually, there's only 4 of them now, adds a white Rosachu who looks like Angelica. One tried to report Alec to the ASPCA, but before she could make it there, she lost her life by the hands of Dino Dash. That was one example that scared us all with intense fear. The remaining 4 have grown to be regular Rosachus now, caged in Alec's basement. My name should be Trisha. A red Sonichu resembling Punchy speaks up. I'm Whispering. You know what I'm saying? My name's Whispering. I used to have my psychic powers, says a purple Sonichu who looks like Magichan. Alec numbed my mind with the Asperger's. Numby be my name. The Grandpa Sonichu was our father. He was 20 when the last of us was bred between himself and Alex Ditto. Dad became old and built his age acceleration machine. Headache! We never wanted Asperger's, says the fat yellow Sonichu. We never wanted to look stupid, gross, and retarded. And we are sick and tired of Alec and his crew. This body type and these glasses are terrible. I need a girlfriend, too. My God, says Ultra Sonichu with a smile. Well, Chris and I, we will set the girls free and get them well fed and started on a better life. For now, y'all gather around. I will cure y'all of your mental blocks, improve your looks, and raise your IQ and self-confidence greatly. Floating above them, Ultra Sonichu uses Chaotic Remedy. The 7 of them are bathed in white light. And then, now entrauking, born in Minnesota, healed from mental problems and such passive use, Michael Sonichu. Grass, Bobby Sonichu. Water, Kitty Rosachu. Flying, Trisha Rosachu. Fighting, Wisp Sonichu. Psychic, Swift Sonichu. The 6 of them look to the 7th and compliment his new appearance. Yo, bro, you looking sharp, says Michael Sonichu. Flying high and looking fine, says Trisha Rosachu. Don't mess with that and Deece looks, says Wisp Sonichu. Smart, says Swift Sonichu. I'd hit that, says Kitty Rosachu. Awesome, says Bobby Sonichu. We see that the fat, bespectacled Sonichu now has new pants and shoes, perfect eyesight, and a red flannel shirt. Just call me Mitch, he says. Mitch Sonichu after Extreme Electric Makeover. Copyright Christian W. Chandler, March 2000. Wow, says Mitch. I feel more confident, more intelligent, and we all look a lot better than before, and even better than Alec and his crew. Sonichu, how can we ever thank you and Christian? All we ask is that y'all live your lives peacefully and enjoy, Ultra Sonichu says. Also not letting Alec and his posse make you pretend to be from Quickville, or pretend to be we originals, and that they keep their ads off of our Sonichu and Rosachu site would be greatly appreciated. We will not pretend with those lies anymore, and I will keep Alec straight on the ad limits. Thank you so much, says Mitch. Cool, says Ultra Sonichu. His work complete, he calls for Colossal Chris Chat. Yo, Big C, are you about done yet? Just then, the lightning bomb detonates, exploding Alec's Hexbox Pavilion with a loud blast. Oh yeah, he's done, says Ultra Sonichu. What happened? Asks Mitch. Oh, Chris blew up Alec's PC. Ultra Sonichu explains. Oh, that's cool. He needed a new hard drive anyway. Colossal Chris Chan leaves the house and joins the others out in the backyard. Well, Sonichu, I took down Asperpedia, he says. You made over these Pokemon well. I guess we'll, what's up with that? Before them, Alec's Hedgehog Pokemon all kneel before Colossal Chris Chan, looking up at him with religious awe. They're thinking you and I are like God and Jesus or something, says Ultra Sonichu. Oh, says Colossal Chris Chan. Listen, y'all, I am not a god, but a servant of him and Jesus like the rest of you. The first commandment reads, Thou shalt have no other gods before him. But I appreciate the gesture. We beg your pardon, Christian, but we 7 are just elated to have you and Sonichu come to us and offer unto us your goodwill. It is okay, Asper. Pardon, Mitch Sonichu. Also, Michael, I forgive you of bearing false witness against me, Colossal Chris Chan says. Thank you, sir, says Mike. Suddenly they are interrupted by a loud crash. What was that? Asks Colossal Chris Chan. Oh, no, says Mitch. At the edge of their pen, a robot has smashed the fence.
Original creator and doomed hedgehog in range. Fully prepared.
As it charges the group, Colossal Chris Chan uses his powers to defend the others. Protect! He shouts, forming a force field over them all. The robot attacks the field with a buzzsaw mounted on its right arm, but to no avail.
Blade dull. No damage.
Inside his dome of protection, Colossal Chris Chan quickly confers with the others using mental telepathy. Game plan. Trisha, use Protect on us all. Sonichu, Michael, and Mitch, attack the bot with simultaneous mock punches. One high, one middle, one low. I'll lock on and fire a zap cannon. Then Swift, use Protect on us all. Then within the metal monst, an explosion will be activated. The Sonichus and Rosachus acknowledge Colossal Chris Chan's redundant orders, and the robot attacks again.
Preparing to fire ammo and flame.
Trisha takes to the air and uses Protect. Ultra Sonichu leads Mitch and Michael in a direct charge on the robot. Protected by Trish's powers, they are unharmed by the robot's firepower. Together they strike back with a trio of mock punches and scatter.
Illogical.
Says the robot.
Bullets bounce off. Plane resistant. Searching for options.
But before the robot can shift strategies, Colossal Christian locks onto it and fires a zap cannon from his index finger. Swift Sonichu casts Protect, and Colossal Christian triggers a lightning bomb to detonate. Hasta la vista, Roboto, he says. The robot flies apart in a tremendous explosion, while the electric hedgehog Pokemon are all safe within Swift's force field. Is everyone alright? Asks Colossal Christian. We're all okay, Christian, says Swift. Hey, there's Alec, says Mike. Let's go kick the ass for giving us Asperger's and drugging us so terribly, says Mitch. Together they launch a furious attack, while Colossal Christian and Ultra Sonichu look on. I think all the problems here in Minnesota will be resolved very shortly, says Colossal Christian. Actually, Chris, there's 4 caged Rosachus in Alan's basement, says Ultra Sonichu. Oh. Well, I'll teleport them all to safety, then finally deal with Slot Wheel. I would like to state to all the readers that between these pages, and all others in other places, such as the Asperchu pages, all characters of any supposed links are not linked at all. The redrawn characters in any of the Asperchu pages and their personalities and fates are not even similar to the original characters who originated within any of my book's pages, or anything else originally created from my own mind and hand. For example, the original Flying Rosachu, Grass and Fighting Sonichu, named Anglica, Wild, and Punchy, are still alive and well. That is fact. The Happy Tree Friend-esque deaths in the Asperchu pages are pure fiction and unofficial. The real Wild Sonichu is straight, working as Quickville's leading carpenter, with Simonla Rosachu as a sweetheart, and Quickville's leading building constructor and architect. The original Sonichu is not related to Asperchu, Mitch Sonichu at all. Punchy is not weak. With fight moves against steel types, he wins. No brainer. Also, Bubbles is not stupid. She is a very smart and careful woman, with a stern personality when serious, and bubbly when happy and at peace. And Magichan is not a mindless idiot, drained of all intelligence and psychic prowess. Magichan is all-powerful, with the greatest intelligence, strong will, and the toughest psychic powers imaginable. And none of them, the true original Chaotic Combo members, have ever been or ever will be anywhere in the state of Minnesota, or have any acquaintance with Asperchu, Mitch Sonichu at all, unless I decide so later on. Thank you for continuing to read the original Sonichu and Rosachu pages, created only by my mind, heart, and hand. CWC, January 23rd, 2010. Hey, can we get on with the story, Mr. Director? Asks Ultra Sonichu, impatiently tapping his foot. Yes, Sonichu, I'm done, says Colossal Christian. Let's go. Meanwhile, back in Quickville, Virginia, Chris's allies convene in his mayoral office to complain about the Asperpedia. I was a very popular dude with the fans, lies Punchy. And this jerk dares to portray me as a blathering idiot, and dead, I ought to punch his lights out. What I detest about this Alec most is his nerve to portray me as a homo, whines Wild. Ugh. And Evan is a jerk too, trying to rid me of my Simonla. And the way those 3 draw, and people calling it superior art, says Angelica, they have no taste at all. Blasphemous. That Evan really gets on my nerves, Simonla complains. Why, just today he draws up a theory of me being a clone. Rubbish. I was hatched from an egg, and I was raised by my mama and papa Sandslash. I do not atone to Sean drawing me as a lonely moon pal. says Allison Amber. His strip is more of Moon Dorks, or even Soup Hotel dramas, and even of Kelly and her Dragonite. Especially when he knows very well that we all in Metal Sonichu are VIP individuals in this community. In unison, Bubbles Rosachu, and Black Sonichu say, the Asperpedia appals all of us. Fully recovered from her time in the Dark Mirror, Crystal Weston Chandler vows to take action. As soon as my brother returns, we will inform President Obama and have the website and removed post-haste. Everyone settle down, says Magichan Sonichu. As we speak, Christian and Sonichu are remedying the situation personally and effectively. Besides, what remains true resides only within this city and the official Sonichu site, and only with Christian Weston Chandler's one mind and body. With every thought and pen mark, our lives in this city remains truest against any fiction that may be told outside Quickville and all associated locations. As long as he, the one and only, continues to breathe, we will triumph against all adversities. To himself, Magichan imagines an atomic blast near Thomas Jefferson's estate, and thinks, I had to Chris the outcome from Monticello's view in his dream of what would happen to Quickville if his supervision was absent. Christian will never stop, no matter the taunts and tortures. With a tear in his eye, Magichan imagines the American flag and thinks, even Thomas Jefferson would dry if he saw his own village and university he founded explode into chaos and anarchy. Within the city, at a soup hotel, Ultra Sonichu uses Teleports In to deliver the 4 Rosachus to a Quickville sidewalk. Well, ladies, he says, this is one of Quickville, Virginia's soup hotels. Y'all are free to stay here in one or so of their bedrooms for free, and y'all get fed well, too. Consider this a second chance for good life, which Christian offers to y'all. Seek good employment after y'all get your strength rebuilt, and find your own better paths in life. They have books, local cable TV, videos, and more here from kind donations at your disposal for learning and entertainment. This is a friendly community and city. I'll go check y'all in. Then I have to finish saving the world. Christian offers this to you all, out of the kindness and goodwill in his heart and mind. I advise you to take this opportunity well. Britt Tay Rosachu speaks first. She resembles Sonichu's wife, Rosachu, but wears a filthy bra and panties, and her tail is mangled. Her body is covered in scratches and bruises from being raped daily by Alec. Sonichu is right, girls, she says. We have had to endure years of abuse and mistreatment. This is our opportunity to seek out for our own purposes and fortune. I've been praying every day for this chance, says Bride Rosachu. She wears a torn bridal gown, and her hair is longer on one side than the other. Her fur is pale, as a result of years of malnutrition and neglect under Alec's care. Also, rape. I was to be Asperchu's original bride-to-be, but Alec saw me as weak and feeble. I will show him how strong I am. There is a God! Mo Rosachu wears a simple green dress, and is completely hairless. Her tail lays limp on the ground, and her legs quiver, possibly a side effect of incessant rape at the hands of Alec. Well, this is just all new to me, she says. It will take a while for me to adjust and have a full, solid plan. Next to her lays Mary Rosachu. One of her ears is missing. Paralyzed from the waist down, she was powerless to defend herself from hours-long sessions of super rape by Alec. Well, being born paraplegic is no picnic either, she says, but I think I'll manage. I could really use a long, soapy bath. Well, y'all are set, says Ultra Sonichu. Phil and Meredith at the desk will give y'all a tour and show you to your room. Oh, I've asked and that wheelchair was freshly donated and clean, so you are good to two, Mary. Finally, Ultra Sonichu lifts Mary into the wheelchair. Let me help you, he says. Thank you, says Mary. Y'all take care and stay safe, says Ultra Sonichu. Maybe our paths will cross again. Well, we are grateful for yours and Christian's goodwill, says Mary. As Ultra Sonichu turns to leave, he hears a man call out to him in front of the soup hotel. Hey, man. My name's Enos. What you up to? I am eclectic on this hedge. High on the hog. You want some of this daige, man? Roan, look. Smoking drugs are illegal in this city, and they are cancerous, harmful, and dangerous on one's health. So no. Come on, help a 78-year-old Jamaican veteran out. They've been on a fight with this cold for 5 years and... Ew, gross. That Luke's as big as a tennis ball. 78 years old. How the heck are you still even alive? After all that nicotine smog of yours. Have you been residing in the soup hotel? No, man. I've been bumming in 420 and in the dumpster back there in the alley. Oh my god. I am baffled on how Magichan could not find you sooner. Your brain must be cloudier than a pea super fog in London. Ultra Sonichu quickly establishes a psychic link with Magichan. Magichan, do you read me? He thinks. Loud and clear, Sonichu, responds Magichan. I have a 78-year-old man at my location. Please relay my fresh memory to the nearest police people, and send an ambulance here too. I've just relayed your memory to 2 officers just around the corner from your location, Magichan answers. They are on their way right now, and Quickville Medical has been contacted. Thank you, Magichan, thinks Ultra Sonichu as the police cruiser arrives. Sonichu, my bro, greets the first officer. Constables Gerald Grant and Luis Perez, says Ultra Sonichu. He bumps fists with Officer Perez. Yo, Lou, how's your wife and little Lou? Just chilling. Thanks for asking, says Lou. Little Robbie giving you a good race? Asks Grant. Rob's getting faster every day. And my little ladies are doing good in school, too. Rosie's still super fine, says Ultra Sonichu. That is good to hear, says Grant. Listen, man, says Perez. Don't worry about Enos. We'll send his stash to the NASA rocket, clean him up good, and check him into a soup hotel room with a warning. We'll sit with him until the ambulance arrives. Awesome. Well, I gotta fly. Y'all keep it real. Peace, says Ultra Sonichu. Peace, Sonichu, say the 2 officers together, and Ultra Sonichu takes off into the sky. Arriving at a tall building, Ultra Sonichu alights upon the top of a flagpole on the roof, and holds out his arms. Legendary crystals, hear my call, he prays. As a child of electric energy, of all those who were brainwashed by Slawil and Graduan, release them free of their control forever, and let them live free to love and feel love again. Chaotic control! The power goes out from Ultra Sonichu's body, liberating all Jerkops everywhere from Mary Lee Walsh's control. Where am I? Asks a man who moments ago had been a Jerkop. Why am I wearing this outfit? The last thing I remember was sitting in a college classroom. Elsewhere, a Jerkop and Janekop are liberated in the middle of attacking a helpless man. Oh my god! What have we done? Says the former Jerkop. I'm so sorry, says the ex-Janekop. At the private villa for corrupted citizens, the Jerkops all flee from the building, returning to their homes and responsibilities. I gotta get home. How long have I been out? This is not a college. Back in Quickville, Ultra Sonichu has reverted to his normal form. And now, it's up to Chris to clear the witch and the warlock, he says. Shortly later, at PVC Citizens. With the Jerkops gone, no one stops Colossal Christian as he enters the inner chambers of the deserted building. He opens the door and finds the Dark Lord, Mary Lee Walsh. Sensing the arrival of her nemesis, the Witch of Hearts speaks. So, the time has finally come, yes? Our final confrontation. I'm not surprised. It only seems like it was yesterday when I was deemed a social outcast by the live spoken words of 100 men and women. Not one person would ever show me true love or devotion again. Then I turned to witchcraft, so I could change all of their opinions of me. Love potions, makeover spells, cheerleader sacrifices. None of them worked more than squat. Then I found the wand that contained Graduate. He promised to help me seek revenge on all who shared love. If I cannot be loved, no one would. So I built a fake college to bring in and brainwash foolish individuals to do my bidding. And now they are themselves again, out of my grasp thanks to you and your electric hedgehog. Your stubborn, dumb sweetheart search irritated me among all others. You kept going with such a strong will and spirit. I had no such will or spirit. I also realized there was still one man who goes unpunished of my hatred. The Count. As Mary speaks, Colossal Christian sheds a single tear. She dons her golden helmet and hands him the scepter containing Count Graduate. I will fight you with my power alone. Please do your will, and release the Count for me to punish another day. Do it, Christian Weston Chandler. Colossal Christian takes the scepter and drives it to the floor, smashing the dark crystal on the end. Dark purple smoke billows from the broken wand. The deed done, Colossal Christian responds. I shed a tear of sympathy towards your life. I have had not much myself. I had cursed most of the adult male population. As he speaks, lightning crackles from his arms, coalescing into jagged blades of pure electricity in each of his hands. They had to take all the women, and make it that much harder for me to find my Miss Right. You were of less aid as well, Slaweel. At the end of this battle, every last curse I gave will be null and void, yet you will not be forgiven for your deeds, Slaweel Ryan. Your terror ends here! With no more words to be said, the two enemies do battle in silence. Colossal Christian with his lightning swords, and Mary Lee Walsh with her pitchfork. Mary manages to strike Colossal Christian in the head with the broadside of her pitchfork, but he quickly recovers, and swats her away with his lightning swords. Extending the electrical chains that bind them to his arms, he swings the swords at Mary in a wide arc, knocking her over. He then slams both blades to the floor, which causes a vibration to keep her off her feet. Mary fires 3 balls of dark energy from her pitchfork, but Colossal Christian catches them on his sword with his super speed. He then launches them back on Mary, hitting her in the chest with her own attack. Desperately, Mary uses her broomstick to levitate into the air, and charges her remaining dark magic into her hands to launch a final assault. Undaunted, Colossal Christian leaps after her, ready to strike with his lightning blades. The two strike at once, engulfing the room in a storm of dark magic and lightning. When it clears, we see Colossal Christian has landed on the floor unharmed. Behind him lays Mary Lee Walsh, defeated. Her broomstick has been sliced apart, and lies in pieces beside her, and her body crackles with electric arcs. Weakly, she raises her hand and gives the thumbs up sign. I'm okay, she says. Just paralyzed. I concede. Later, at Quickville Shopping Center, the citizens of Quickville have gathered in the atrium of the mall to hear a public address from Christian Weston Chandler. Now returned to his human form, Chris stands at a podium on the 2nd floor. Seated at a table behind him are the leading officials of the city government. Vice Mayor Allison Amber, the city's defenders Sonichu and Rosachu, Chris's dog, Patty-chan, and his twin sister, Crystal Weston Chandler. Above them, an enormous monitor is suspended from the ceiling, displaying Christian as he speaks. Thank you all for attending, Chris says. I have some announcements to make. Firstly, Slaweel Rhyme has finally been stripped of her dark magic, arrested and serving life in the maximum security prison of Washington, D.C. Every last living individual who was brainwashed by her have been released of her spell, including the ex-managers. I am also going to make it legal for all homosexuals to do as they please within the city, but gay marriage will continue to be illegal. I am appointing Crystal to be my assistant in social relations, so all input can be better understood from the people, for the people. And I, Christian Weston Chandler, will continue to be mayor of Quickville, Virginia, because without me and my capabilities, this city would be lost. Although now I shall make less appearances in Sonichu's adventures. And now for the secondary topics. As Chris continues, we see seated in the crowd Wild Sonichu with his girlfriend Simone Rosachu. She gets up and hands him her purse. Wild, I gotta go use the restroom, she says. Watch my bags? Sure, sweetheart, says Wild. Holding her purse in one hand, he pats a massive egg in Simone's chair with the other, and adds, and I'll watch over our little blessing, too. Elsewhere in the crowd, Magichan Sonichu senses trouble, and he notices an intruder hanging from the ceiling, attempting to use scissors to cut the chains that hold up the giant monitor. With his psychic powers, Magichan quickly immobilizes the saboteur. I don't think so, Evan, says Magichan. He notices a dark gray helmet on his head and quickly realizes its purpose. Lead helmets. No wonder I could not trace your mind. As this unfolds, Chris continues to deliver his speech. I will admit that Alec has a sizable fan base in comparison to mine, he says. As Magichan secures Evan, he notices another figure lurking behind a potted plant in the mall. In the blink of an eye, he captures this one as well. I won't let you get away with murdering your own sisters, Simon. Flanking your minds won't help you either. But even as Magichan extracts the intruder's plot from their minds, a third conspirator in a dark robe is busy at the restroom. He removes an out-of-order sign from the ladies' room, then quickly hides in the men's room while Simona enters. As Simona begins to urinate, the robed man walks away, and we see he is a blonde man with brown eyes. He presses a button on a remote control, which sends a signal to a Volt Orb he has hidden in the very stall Simona is using. Meanwhile, Chris continues his speech. Evan had originally given me permission before to use his Simon Shoe, but for some odd reason he chose to withdraw that permission. Thank you all. I am Christian Weston Chandler, Mayor of Quickville, Virginia. Have a good and safe day. And as Christian finishes his speech, the Voltorb explodes.
Voltorb.
Ah! Screams Simona, as the force of the blast drives fecal matter back into her rectum. What was that? Chris asks. Police, medics, check out the situation. A few minutes later, the local police have set up a perimeter around the scene of the incident, and a doctor wheels a stretcher into the ladies' restroom. Inside, the police and medics examine Simona's body, which has been mutilated from the waist down. Oh, this is not looking good, says one of the medics, as he kneels in a pool of Simona's blood and excrement. We need to get her to the hospital. Unable to stand the ghastly sight of Simona's eviscerated body, Constable Lou Perez looks over the destroyed toilet, where the detonated Voltorb lies inert among the broken porcelain and toilet water. I'll let Chris know, he says. Big C, Officer Perez here, he says, speaking into his walkie-talkie. A toilet exploded from a Voltorb that self-destructed on remote command. Miss Simona Rosachu fell victim, and she was injured bad. We're rushing her to the hospital. Dang, I copy that. Thank you, Lou, Chris replies. Inexplicably, we flash back to portions of Chris's speech, delivered while Simona was using the toilet. Simona was not mine to begin with, as she was originally based off of Simon Chu. I had edited her Wikipedia bio page to state that she was not based off of Simon. In the present, the medics wheel Simona to the ambulance on a stretcher, and Wild Sonichu follows closely behind, carrying their giant egg. Meanwhile, McAttack delivers his captives to the authorities. Lou, these two were in close league with Simonla's killer, he says. Good job, McAttack, says Lou. We'll take M in. As Simonla is lifted into the ambulance, she gives her drill medallion to Wild. Wild, I don't think I'm gonna make it, she says. Take my lucky shark's tooth. Wild accepts the medallion and the ambulance takes off for the hospital. In the operating room, a team of surgeons works valiantly to save Simonla's life. So extensive and severe are her injuries that they dare not use anesthesia of any kind. Instead, they must keep Simonla awake for the entire procedure. As they work, Simonla's screams of agony echo through the building, and at times she begs for the sweet release of death. We have to save Simonla, one of the surgeons says. She's the best builder around. Yes, she is, says another doctor. Her friends at Quick Sturdy Construction are paying big to keep her alive now. Oh no, says a third surgeon. We're losing her. In the waiting room, Wild sits atop their egg and masturbates nervously. His brow dripping with cold sweat, he struggles to ignore the tortured howls of his dying lover and focuses instead on thoughts of happier times in their 5-month relationship. I love you so much, Wild. You always have the tool I need when I'm at work. I enjoy working together with you on our project, sweetheart. Oh, my God, we're having a baby. You will make a great father, Wild. Dang, this egg weighs a lot. I appreciate you for carrying it around for me. You are so strong. I will always love you and our little Sandy. Once more, we flash back to Chris's speech from earlier in the day. Having created Simonla, Chris says, I had gone against Evan's wishes, and I apologize for that. In the present, one of the doctors who operated on Simonla emerges from the OR to give Wild the news. Wild, we've done all we could, he says, but I'm afraid Simonla's internal injuries were too much. I'm so sorry. I see. Thank you, Dr. Bill Schwartz, says Wild. Bill walks away, thinking to himself, I gave up working for Giovanni to save lives. I hate these bad days. Finally alone, Wild drops his stoic facade and clutches Simonla's drill medallion to his heart, sobbing. However, his grief is interrupted by a telepathic call from Magichan Sonichu. Wild, I have found Simonla's murderer and his crew. Instantly, Wild's sorrow ignites into rage, and his thoughts of his lost love and the happy times they shared together are replaced by a single word. Revenge. I'll kill that SOB for killing my sweetheart! Wild shouts aloud. Hold up, Magichan tells him. The fiends are in jail now. Their trial is in a week. Be patient, Wild. Besides which, it looks like something else has suddenly come up. Wild notices the egg behind him as it quivers and begins to crack. Suddenly it bursts open, and a pink Rosie emerges from within. Daddy? She asks. We again return to Chris's speech from earlier in the day. Also, Alec is not naive, and I apologize for calling him that, Chris says. In the present, Wild lifts his newborn daughter out of her eggshell, his face twisted in a volatile mix of grief, rage, and joy. Yes, he says, fighting back tears. I am your father. Your name is Sandy. Yay! Daddy, 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 babbles Sandy. My name is Sandy. Where's Mommy? She asks. Evan killed Mommy, Magichan says. Still, time marches forward, Magichan explains to the reader. During the week, Wild told Sandy about what had happened that day. He spent the time giving her tender, loving care and attention. We see Wild swinging through the city on his vine line, with Sandy hanging on precariously from his back. "Wee! Go faster, Daddy!" she says. At a playground, Wild takes Sandy to a sandbox. "Yay, this soft sand is fun! Thank you, Daddy!" she says. We again return to Chris's speech earlier in the week. "I apologize to Mao for cursing him, and I offer a forgiveness blessing to him," Chris says. "Wild asked me to teleport his treehouse to over Samona's rabbit hole," Magichan says. "He crafted a trap door to merge the two houses together." Midweek, Sandy Rosie evolved into a ground-type Rosichu. We see Wild in his home reading Red Riding Hood to Sandy as she lays in her crib. Then we see Sandy in her evolved form. Sandy Rosichu, ground bug type, ability static, age less than 1 year, skill level greater than 25. Aside from her spiky hair, Sandy looks exactly like Simone the Rosichu. After Sandy evolved, Magichan says, she started training to fill in her later mother's shoes. Sandy trained with her grandma and grandpa Sandslashes, Christian and his Pokemon. Wild taught her English, writing, and beginning ninja skills, and Zampino would mentor, babysit, and play with Sandy. Although she is less than a year old, she has the intelligence of a 4th grader, and she will be enrolled into Anchuent Elementary School. Sandy also hangs out with Sarah, Christine, and Robbie. We see scenes of Sandy's training. First, she digs into the sand with her Sand/grandfather. Next, she uses her drills to tunnel underneath Inuyasha, Chris's Blaziken, and attack him by surprise. Yet again, we flash back to Christian's speech from the day Simona died. "I apologize for portraying intrusion onto Alec's property and borrowing Asperchu and his parodic version characters," Chris says. We return to Magichan's account of events. Sandy grew to skill level 25 by the time the trial of Alec, Even, Mao, and Sean as their attorney versus Christian, Sonichu, and Rosichu and the city of Quickville, Magichan says. We see the Quickville courthouse at 10 a.m. that day. Inside, Mao, Alec, Evan, and Sean sit at the defendant's table, while Chris, Sonichu, Rosichu, and their attorney sit on the plaintiff's side. Hear ye, says the bailiff. This court is now in session. All rise for his honor, the dude who has a lot of things that ticks him off greatly, Judge Slack Lewis. Again, we flash back to Chris's speech from the day Simona was killed. I also apologize to Alec for labeling him with the assumption of female entrapment. I had no intention of any portrayal of molestation. Those 4 Rosichus were being treated like hamsters, Chris says. In the present, the Honorable Slack Lewis addresses the courtroom. He is an older man who bears a striking resemblance to former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. All right, this is my courtroom, he says. This kind of trial is my specialty, because the website of the defendants, the Asperpedia, is so awful, it makes me want to take a bath full of scorching water with a toaster. Remarkably, he does not recuse himself. Magichan Sonichu, please mind-link the defendants with a jury, he says, and let's start this show. Harvey Blaziken, your opening statement, please. A man in a blue suit and a Blaziken mask, apparently Quickville's district attorney, stands up and addresses the court. Thank you, Your Honor. When I read or watch original works, be they television programs, movies, or better yet, books and art, I show full appreciation as the author took his time and found his inspiration to make their creation the best. If there is a lack in new pieces for an amount of time, it is apparent that the author is at a temporary loss of inspiration. I wait patiently with true loyalty and respect, because I understand that inspiration will return to the author soon enough, and that patience is well rewarded with more great works only that one author is capable of creating. It is obvious that these 4, the defendants, did not understand this, and wrongfully felt it appropriate to portray death upon the author, his work, and their characters. That is just wrong. That good author, who is being disrespected by the defendants, is none other than our good mayor, Christian Weston Chandler. As Marby Blaziken finishes, we yet again return to Chris's speech from the day of the incident. While I truly did have real-life events and errands to deal with, I had little excuse for not updating, even a little bit, the Wikipedia, says Chris. Back in the courtroom, Slack Lewis continues the trial. Well put, Blaze, he says. Sheen, state your defense. Sean stands up to address the court. No worries, Mao dude. I got super high last night and wrote every thought down, he says. We're screwed, thinks Mao. Yeah, we Fior lost patience with Chris Chung. He makes bum promises of constant updirts on his web-B verse of Quackipedia, and he is lazy. I want a nap. We gore him up to make a statement. We four are losers, and we know a loser when we see one. Mellow out. You'm cool, Honor. Order in the court, says Lewis for no reason. I'll have a beer float and some pot stickers, says Sean. Derp-de-doo. I see. Well, you four have been charged with the murder of Miss Simone LaRosichu, copy and theft of the citizens of Quickville, Virginia, mockery of said characters and Christian Chandler, and profanity to the max. Even as Slack Lewis speaks, we return once more to Chris's speech on the day Simone was killed. And I apologize to all of my fans and readers for disrespecting y'all in my mailbag replies, as well as belating the updates, Chris says. Returning to the day of the trial, Judge Lewis asked the defendants, Alec, Evan, Mal, and Sean, how do you plead? Not guilty, say the four of them in unison. Very well. Mr. Blaze, tell me more of these four, says the judge. Your Honor, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I present Exhibit A, says Marby. Videos, printed pages, and photographs of the Asperpedia website, and the comic pages therein. Of the comic pages drawn between the defendants, there are clear, unacceptable, and unapproved depictions and portrayals and false tales of our local electric hedgehogs, plus portrayals of deaths in horrifying, gory detail. Setting Christian on fire, false witness bearing, nudity, and TVMA words. Exhibit B, the remote control that activates the sensor found on the Voltorb that blew up the women's room toilet, and Miss Simone LaRosichu. And of course, the psychic eyewitness, Magichan Sonichu, and his findings from within the defendants' minds. Nothing further. Once again, we flash back to Christian's speech from the day of Simone's death. Thank you all for your patience, respect, and loyalty. I am Christian Weston Chandler, Mayor of Quickville, Virginia. Have a good and safe day. February 5th, 2010, says Chris. In the present, Sean attempts to refute the prosecution's case. In our defense, I have a rock, he says. Sean holds up a rock and shows it to the courtroom. Because we rock. But even though the defendants do indeed rock, Judge Lewis is unimpressed. More like rocked out of your minds. I think we've heard enough. Jury? With no deliberation at all, the foreman of the jury stands and delivers their verdict. We, the jury, find the defendants guilty X4, he says. I agree, says Lewis. I hereby sentence them to be executed by those who they each have hurt the worst from their crimes. Court is adjourned, and with a bang of his gavel, the trial ends as quickly as it began. Between each of them, Magichan says, Alec, Evan, Sean, and Mal have their own individual executions. After Angelica read them their last rites, they were each set up. For Alec, the 10-button electric chair. One by one, each of Alec's accusers presses one of 10 large red buttons designed to activate the electric chair. Set me on fire, chop off my head, you lunatic, thinks Chris as he presses his button. I am not gay, thinks Sonichu as he presses his button. Rosachu stands beside him for emotional support. You killed my sweetheart, thinks Wild as he presses his button. You killed my mommy, shouts Sandy Rosachu as she presses her button. Magichan says nothing, but as he presses his button, he emits a telepathic energy wave from his mind. I am not retarded, thinks Bubbles Rosachu. With her is Black Sonichu, who angrily watches as she presses her button. May God have mercy, thinks Angelica Rosachu. Despite her adherence to Catholic tradition, she too participates in the execution. Blood and gore, thinks Punchy as he slams his fist onto the button. I bite back, thinks Patty Chan as she presses her button. I am not a robot, thinks Bionic the Hedgehog. As he presses this final button, the circuit to the electric chair is complete, and Alec is electrocuted. His blonde hair stands on end, and as he convulses, he can only say, la 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 la. At last, the current subsides, leaving Alec's body to lay limp in the chair, charred and lifeless. Evan hurt Wild and Sandy the most, says Magichan, by wanting Simona dead first and worse. He is chained to a wall. Despite the fact that Virginia law requires that condemned inmates choose either electrocution or lethal injection, Evan is indeed chained to a wall, left alone with Wild and Sandy. Sandy, you may deal as much damage to Evan as you want, says Wild, but we kill him together. Sandy smiles innocently and spins one of her arm drills. I understand, Daddy, she says. He will pay for even thinking of killing my cinder block mama. Sandy approaches the helpless Evan and winces with hatred. First, she removes Evan's glasses and says, I'm keeping your glasses as a trophy of revenge against you, jerk. This is for my mother. At least I will not have this issue to deal with in my teen years. Die, scum! Against all notions of decency and humanity, Wild watches his infant daughter brutally torture her mother's killer. For several minutes, the only sounds in the room are Evan's tortured screams, mingled with the high-pitched whirs of Sandy's drills, and the awful growls they make as they grind into human flesh and bone. At last, Sandy's bloodlust is satisfied. Evan's right arm and both legs have been shorn from his body, leaving him hanging only by his remaining arm, chained to the wall. His genitals have been destroyed, as Sandy has drilled straight through his pelvis. Gaping wounds in his chest and abdomen gush with blood, and Evan's face is soaked with tears. All right, Daddy, Sandy says with no trace of emotion. Let's finish him. Together, Wild and Sandy hold hands, and they fire electrical energy on Evan, putting an end to his suffering. The janitors needed a ton of 409 cleaner to clear all of Evan's blood and guts off the floor. Sean was hung from the ceiling by his wrists. Allison, Bill, and Kelly shot him dead as target practice, says Magichan. Again, in spite of very clear guidelines in state law, Sean is indeed shot to death by Allison Amber, Bill Schwartz, and Kel. Sean's corpse hangs from the ropes, blood oozing from multiple gunshot wounds in his head, arms, and torso. Standing at point-blank range, his killers smile sadistically as they raise their smoking pistols. And Christian did not restrain Mao, Magichan says, because it was not required for the psychic treatment. Using his psychic abilities, Christian immobilizes Mao and forces his arms to bend backwards until they break at the elbow. Ah! Screams Mao. Chris then breaks his legs at the knees in the same fashion. Finally, Chris focuses his psychic energy on Mao's heart and rips it from his chest. Blood streams from the gaping wound and Mao dies instantly. Chris allows Mao's corpse to drop unceremoniously to the floor. Looking down on them bitterly, Chris thinks, "My amends have been made." With the last of his enemies destroyed, Chris makes a triumphant pose. Sonichu fans from here will join others from around the world, and you will be witnessing the largest personal image change in the history of mankind. Mankind. That word should have new meaning for all of us today. We can't be consumed by our petty differences anymore. We will be united in our common interests. Perhaps it's fate that today is Mexico's Flag Day, and we will once again be saluting an image of freedom. Not just from trolling, loneliness, or persecution, but also from heartbreak. We are fighting for our right to love, to be honest. And when the sun sets today, the 24th of February will no longer be known only as a Mexican holiday, but the day Sonichu fans and I declared in one voice, we will not go quietly into the night. We will not vanish without a fight. We're going to survive. Today we celebrate our Christian Love Day. February 24th, 2010. Christian W. Chandler. Dedicated to the memory of Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie, PandaHalo. Most of the time, when I make a promise, I do my best to keep it. The only times I may mess up on that is due to outside events and issues that may deter me and make me forget not of my own fault. But this is not the case for Sarah Cassandra Mackenzie. She and I were very close friends, and she was true, honest, and loyal. I gave her my word that I would take her Chris Chan Sonichu fan art and make it the cover of book number 10, and I did. Now I also keep another promise to her, the publication of her fan comic in the same book. It is on the next page. May this whole book, front to back, honor her memory forever. Thank you, my sweet panda. Christian W. Chandler, February 24th, 2010. PandaHalo's fan comic. A robot approaches Dr. Ivo Robotnik, sworn enemy of Sonic the Hedgehog. Dr. Robotnik, sir, it seems our sensors have picked up a big source of oil right under Quickville Woods. Excellent work, says Robotnik. If we could mine that oil, we'll have enough money to build another Death Egg. But sir, says the robot, a lot of troublemakers live near Quickville Woods. Sonic, Tails, and Amy Rose. And don't forget the electric hedgehogs. There's so many. Fool, I am Dr. Robotnik. I have a plan to overcome those pests. Just wait and see. Meanwhile, I will get somebody to work out the best place in Quickville Woods will be to drill for oil. Elsewhere, we find Sonic the Hedgehog and Tails. Look here, Tails, says Sonic. It seems I've won a trip for 4 to go to Funland in Australia. Haha, I don't even remember entering. Oh wow, says Tails. How exciting. I can't wait to leave. Well, let's get packing to leave on our trip, says Sonic. It says the trip is for 3 weeks, so be sure to pack a lot. I hope everything is alright here without us. Yay, this will be great, says Tails. I'll pack a beach ball. In Quickville Woods, we see Christian Weston Chandler taking a stroll through the forest when he notices a pretty girl. I wonder who that is, he thinks. I've never seen her in Quickville before. She's really pretty, though. I wonder if she is a boyfriend-free girl. Oh, hi, says the girl. I didn't see you there. My name is Sarah. That's a pretty name, says Chris. I'm Christian, mayor of Quickville. I haven't seen you around before. Oh, I've just moved here, says Sarah. The end. Thank you, Your Honor. When I read or watch original works, be they television programs, movies, or better yet, books and art, I show full appreciation as the author took his time and found his inspiration to make their creation the best. If there is a lack in new pieces for an amount of time, it is apparent that the author is at a temporary loss of inspiration. I wait patiently with true loyalty and respect, because I understand that inspiration will return to the author soon enough, and that patience is well rewarded with more great works only that one author is capable of creating. It is obvious that these four, the defendants, did not understand this, and wrongfully felt it appropriate to portray death upon the author, his work, and their characters. That is just wrong. That good author, who is being disrespected by the defendants, is none other than our good mayor, Christian Weston Chandler. Take a tip from Marvy Blaziken, attorney at law of Quickville, Virginia. Respect the original authors. Inspiration does not have a schedule. Paid for by the Committee of Art Patrons, Book Readers, and the Well-Educated. Drawn by Christian Weston Chandler.